Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bossy Single Dad by Crystal Monroe. Narrated by Luna Ray and Benjamin Sands. Chapter 1. Ellie. I should have been on top of the world. I was engaged to a great guy. I had the best friends a girl could ask for, and I was trying on a gorgeous wedding dress. So why was I on the verge of a panic attack? Wow. The bridal shop attendant smiled as she zipped up the back of my stunning dress. My heart drummed nervously. I licked my lips. They felt drier than normal. Is that a good wow or bad? I asked, my voice higher than normal. I tilted my head and stared at my image in the 3 mirrors on the wall as the attendant arranged the full skirt of the dress. Her perfume was too strong and made my head hurt. The circular diamond she wore on her left hand glistened under the light. She nodded enthusiastically. Good, wow. You really think so? I chewed on my lip. Absolutely. I wasn't convinced. The dress was special, but I wasn't sure it was the one I imagined wearing as I walked down the aisle to meet Andrew on our wedding day. I looked longingly at the closed restroom door, where Danny and Brina had gone. What was taking them so long? I lifted my shoulder-length blonde hair off my neck and fanned myself. Is it hot in here? I asked. The attendant smiled. A bit of pre-wedding jitters. I guess so. I laughed nervously and squinted at my reflection. The lights overhead seemed awfully bright. As I stood there in the wedding dress, everything suddenly felt so real. I was actually getting married. A mischievous grin spread across the woman's lips, and she met my eyes in the mirror. So, who's the lucky guy? Oh, I released a stiff breath and smiled. I touched the tiny pearls on the bodice of the cream-colored wedding gown. His name is, I trailed off to scratch the bridge of my nose. His name is Andrew. The woman's features brightened, and her grin widened, showing off a row of dazzling white teeth. Well, I think that Andrew will love you in this dress. I gulped. I'm not sure yet. I think I still want to look around. Heat rushed to my face, and I was suddenly lightheaded. The air in the boutique was stifling. A cold sweat beaded at my temples and along my upper lip. The woman's brow furrowed. Are you sure? I think you look radiant. I studied the dress again in the mirror and took a deep breath. Well, it is beautiful, and I love this style. The attendant grinned. It's exquisite. I nodded, pressing my palms to the creases in the tulle around the waist of the gown. I liked the dress. What I didn't like was the way my throat tightened when I imagined wearing it to marry Andrew. I knew it was silly to have these wild thoughts, especially while standing in a wedding dress. Of course I wanted to marry Andrew. I loved him, but there was a little voice inside my head that refused to be quiet. I'd made a pros and cons list, and the cons list was cringe, slightly longer than the pros list. I considered the pros in my head. Andrew was a good guy with a great sense of humor. We'd had our share of ups and downs, but we knew each other. After years of our relationship, we had a rhythm that made sense. Life with him would be stable. But the cons were nagging at me. Andrew made me feel small when he was moody, and he handled stress badly. He had a habit of speaking condescendingly about things he didn't care about, even my former ballet career. And the sex? Well, I didn't want to be that person, but part of me felt sad to know that unless things changed in the bedroom, I'd be looking at more of the same for the rest of my life. But I was just being picky, letting my doubts surface. It was normal to experience jitters before the wedding day, right? Are you all right? The attendant stared at me with wide eyes. Yes? I trailed off. You look a little pale. Could I interest you in a glass of champagne while you continue your fitting? Before I could answer, excited shouting pierced through the room. A squeal of delight escaped from my best friends and bridesmaids, Danny and Brina, as they emerged from the ladies' room. Oh my God! Brina's hand clutched her heart, and she wobbled backward a step. Ellie, you look gorgeous! Thanks. My cheeks flushed warm with a tinge of awkward embarrassment. That always happened when I got attention. Do you think this dress has potential? Should we put it on the list? Danny sauntered toward me. She whipped her long, wavy brown hair off her shoulder and beamed. Potential? Oh, honey, it's the winner. Brina nodded. I totally agree. I looked at my reflection, my spirits lifted by their enthusiasm. It was a gorgeous dress, and it was within my budget. I'd tried on so many dresses already, and I trusted my friend's judgment. I was lucky to be getting married to such a great guy. It was just a personality quirk of mine to second-guess everything. I turned to the attendant and inhaled deeply. Okay, this is the one. Shall I get you ladies some flutes of champagne to celebrate? She grinned with delight to have locked in the sale. Yes, please, Brina practically shouted, her voice practically ringing with celebration. A round of champagne sounds fantastic. The attendant excused herself. This dress is perfect, Ellie, Danny said. You're going to be such a beautiful bride, Brina chirped. My best friends roped their arms around me, and all three of us squealed with delight. All the misgivings I'd had were squashed by Brina's and Danny's support. I really didn't have much to complain about. Sure, not everything in my life had worked out the way I'd wanted the past 2 years, but things were looking up. Andrew and I made a good couple. It was time to take the next step. The attendant returned to the room holding a black tray with 3 champagne flutes perched on top. I plucked my glass, grinning so hard my cheeks hurt. As I raised the flute and opened my mouth to make a toast, the shrill buzz of my cell phone interrupted me. Clamping my mouth shut, I frowned. Brina was closest to my phone, and she peered at the screen. It's Andrew, she announced. Don't pick that up, Danny shouted. You can't talk to the groom while you're wearing your wedding dress. I think that's only if he sees it beforehand, Brina countered, her blonde curls bouncing as she plopped in a chair. Maybe I should answer it. It could be important. I chewed on my bottom lip and hesitated. Come on, Ellie. We're having a moment here. Danny waved her hand animatedly. My fingers itched to answer. I swiftly grabbed the phone from the table and swiped the screen. Danny groaned. I'll be 2 seconds, I promise. I gave them an apologetic glance and pressed the phone to my ear. Hello? I asked, my voice hushed. I took a few steps away from the platform, where I'd been standing in front of the full-length mirrors. Ellie. Andrew's familiar voice came through the receiver, but it sounded panicked. What's going on? My heart launched into my throat. I tossed an apprehensive glance over my shoulder. My friends were staring at me expectantly, further skyrocketing my nerves. I need to talk to you. What about? My breath held in my lungs. This weird dream I had. Dream? I shook my head, feeling just as confused as Andrew sounded. I lowered my voice so my friends wouldn't hear. You want to discuss a dream you had last night? Well, it's happened before, Andrew added. I've had this dream for about a month. Andrew, I'm a little busy right now. Can this wait until dinner tonight? No, he cut me off sharply. We need to talk about it now. Oh, all right. I swallowed hard. My stomach twisted into uncomfortable knots. I wasn't brave enough to turn around and look at my friends, but I didn't have to. Their stares were burning a hole in my back. I began to pace the room. The wedding dress suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000,000 pounds, hanging heavily on my body. In the dream, Andrew explained, his voice still disconnected and disturbed. I'm surrounded by children. They're happy. These are good kids, and they're mine. I laughed nervously. Geez, how many kids do you want to adopt, Andrew? Is this going to be a cheaper by the dozen sort of thing? He ignored my joke. It took me a while, but I think I finally figured out what the kids represent. What? I asked cautiously. A sinking feeling stabbed at my gut. I knew what Andrew was getting at. I was infertile and couldn't have children. It was a sore spot for me. Now he wanted to reopen the wound while I was at the wedding dress boutique, of all places. The children represent the lasting impact I want to make on future society. My upper lip twitched, and a lump the size of Mars took up residency in my throat. What are you saying? Ellie? Andrew began with a sobering flatness in his tone. The dream has made me aware of just how badly, on a biological level, I need to be a father. I know it sounds crazy, but I can't make this dream happen without my own actual kids. I tried to keep my voice steady. If we adopted, they'd be our actual kids. We'd love them so much, remember? You said that you would. We'd be a family. He sighed. I don't mean adoption. I need my own flesh and blood. It was as if he'd slapped me in the face. The sting left a mark on my heart that I'd never be able to erase. Anger rushed to my head, making me dizzy. Why are you telling me this now? I asked with jarring pain. You knew I couldn't have kids after that car accident. You chose to be with me anyway. You even proposed. My words were like icicles falling and shattering. The dream is ridiculous. It's a dream, Andrew. I was humiliated by the desperation in my voice now. This is my dream. Don't make me give it up. Come on, Ellie, Andrew said, sounding a lot more defensive. Hot tears burned in my eyes, blurring my vision. Are you breaking up with me, Andrew? Ellie, I hate to do this to you, but... His voice sounded like an echo coming from a tunnel far away. It's over, Ellie. It's not fair to either of us to continue. We might as well end it before we make a big mistake. We can work this out, Andrew, I whispered. He sighed. I don't think so, Elle. I think we're past working things out. Then I heard a click. He hung up on me. The pool of tears in my eyes spilled over and rolled down my cheeks. I suddenly felt weak, like my bones were made of jelly. I said nothing. I didn't even exhale. No fucking way, Danny said. It was only when I heard her words that I realized my whole conversation was audible to my best friends. I turned to face them. Danny looked furious. Brina's eyes were tender, and she walked over to me. Danny was close behind. Oh, Ellie. Brina reached for me, and I let her hold me. I was stunned. I couldn't say a word. All I could do was let my phone drop to the floor, surrendering it to gravity. A mixture of emotions swam around in my head. Shock, disbelief, despair. But as my friends comforted me, I realized there was something else. It was small and quiet, but it was there. Relief.
Chapter 2. Weston. Weston, wake up, man. Snap out of it, buddy. Josh's hands clutched my shoulders with a death grip, jolting me back to reality. Huh? I blinked out of my fog. I'm awake. Calm down. His hands lifted from my shoulders. The alarm on my computer monitor blared, and Josh stared at me like he was afraid I'd catch fire. How long has this thing been going off? I don't know. A while. Damn. Josh shut the alarm off with one swift click of the mouse. What's going on with you tonight? What do you mean? You seem out of it. You were in this weird daze, and I couldn't get through to you. I squeezed my eyes shut. They burned like hell. I groaned. I must have been staring at this screen for hours. You were. I came in here to make sure you were still breathing, since you hadn't moved in so long. That's when I found you in this robot state. He sat in the chair opposite me. My lips tightened. Don't call me a robot. You know I hate that. It's a joke. I frowned at the screen and leaned closer, which didn't do my strained eyes any favors. There are probably a ton of errors in my coding I'll have to fix later, I grumbled. Take a break first, Josh suggested. Earth misses you. I scoffed. Easier said than done. If you want to be called a human instead of a robot, a break would be a good place to start. Stand up and stretch, dude. Unless you're superglued to the chair. Very funny. You freak me out when you get in a stupor like that. I leaned back in my chair and groaned. Don't lose sleep over it. That's what deadlines mean, stress. Not if you add whiskey to the equation. Don't tempt me. That was the thing about Josh. He was not only my business partner, but he was also my oldest friend. He knew my weak spots, and occasionally he used them against me. He balled his fist and jammed it into my shoulder playfully. Let's go grab a bite to eat. I told Stephanie I'd be late tonight anyway. I knew you'd want to drill this software into the ground. I was the CEO of my own IT company, which I'd started after an app I developed in college went viral. The media had made a big deal out of it, calling me a tech whiz and all kinds of stupid shit. I just focused on my work. Now, I was 37 and developing my best product yet. Josh was helping me iron out the kinks in a new software program we were developing. It was an app I hoped would become a game changer to the LA transit system. I stood up and laughed, slipping my hand into the fold of my pants pocket to feel for my keys. When I stood, so did Josh. He was half a head shorter than I was, 5'10" to my 6'3" height. Sorry, buddy, I can't tonight. The deadline will have to wait. He pressed his palm to his chest and stumbled backward. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? He cupped his hand over his ear. I don't think I heard you correctly. Something else is more pressing than a deadline? I stared at him blankly, refusing to take his bait, but I smiled in the end. Yeah, Tegan. I tapped on my Rolex. I have to pick her up from her ballet lesson. His features relaxed. Oh, that's right. He knew that my 5-year-old daughter came before anything and everything, but tonight he seemed eager to test me. Why don't you just get the nanny to pick her up? I grunted. Martha already drove her to the studio. Her shift's over now. Besides, Tegan needs a parent sometimes. He didn't get it. He wasn't a single dad like me. He had a wife who toted their 3 kids all over town to all their extracurricular activities. Stephanie catered to their every whim, including Josh's. It was annoying. Well, have fun with that. I will. I met his gaze. I enjoy fatherhood. Same, buddy. He held his hands up by his sides. You're preaching to the choir. Anyway, you know I can't trust just anyone to drive Tegan around, I said, especially with all the idiots out there on the LA freeways. They don't care who they bang up. I know it, man. Those speed demons are raging out there 24/7, he agreed. One might say I was the overprotective type, but I'd do anything to keep my sweet little firecracker of a daughter safe. If that meant I had to be the one to chauffeur her around, then so be it. I was nervous about the launch of the new app, but Tegan needed me to be dad. Work could go on the back burner tonight. Besides, no one said being a single parent would be easy. You know, Josh began with a mischievous smirk, tapping his chin as he pondered. You could solve some of your scheduling dilemmas if you were willing to put yourself out there. I knew what he meant. Finding a woman. Like I'd pass off parenting my kid to anyone with a pretty face. I winced. Easy, Cupid, let's pump the brakes. He shrugged. You never know. The right woman could be around the corner just waiting for you to scoop her up. I laughed. She's not a bowl of ice cream. He winked. But delicious all the same. Don't be a dick. Don't act like you have a stick up your ass. You said it yourself. I'm better with computers than people. I breezed past him on my way to the door. Especially women people. I'm glad you're finally admitting it. Goodbye, Josh. I stepped into the hallway, but paused with my keys in hand, Josh's cue to exit my office. Josh slapped me on the back as he passed me, then we forked in different directions in the hallway. Get some sleep, man. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the ballet studio's parking lot. My headlights threw a cone of light across the white stucco building. I parked the car near the front entrance and went inside. Tegan's tiny 5-year-old frame leaned against the lobby wall. She was all alone. Her hair was pulled up in an impeccably tight bun. She wore her regular pink sneakers, and her ballet slippers dangled loosely off her right forearm. I glanced at my watch. It was 7 o'clock. I was right on time. So, where was everyone? Tegan's shoulders shook with sobs, and fat tears rolled down her cheeks. When she saw me, her eyes lit up with relief, and she brushed the tears off her left cheek. "Daddy!" Tegan's tiny voice squeaked. "Sweetie," I said. I kneeled to eye level with her and took her in my arms. What happened? My mind launched into a frenzy of scenarios. Was she hurt? Did someone bully her? God forbid, did Rebecca show up and leave utter chaos in her wake? That last worry was stupid, though. Rebecca would never show up. "I'm not late to pick you up, am I?" I asked. "No, the other kids are still in class." I frowned and peered over Tegan's shoulder, confused. I stroked her arm. "Sweetie, why aren't you in class with them?" Tegan exhaled. Her lips formed a sorrowful frown. "Miss Angelica kicked me out." "Kicked you out?" I asked, dumbfounded. Tegan nodded. She sniffled, and her eyes rooted to the white marbled floor. "Why?" "She said I was doing too many pranks on the other kids. She said it wasn't a place for jokes and being funny, and I was distracting the class." I stared at Tegan. "You're 5. The kids in your class are 5. It's not like this is the Nutcracker Ballet." Tegan blinked at me through shiny eyes and shrugged. "We're going to fix this, Half-Pint, I promise." I stood up and locked my hand with Tegan's. "Come on, we'll get to the bottom of this." Tegan followed me with slight apprehension. We walked to room number 7, where her ballet class was conducted. Miss Angelica was exiting the room, while her assistant was still inside, rounding up the other kids in the class. Perfect. I could corner her and not make a scene. "Miss Angelica?" I asked, blocking the platinum-blonde woman's path. She looked from me to Tegan. Her face collapsed. "Yes?" "Tegan tells me she was kicked out of the class tonight for joking around." I already knew that Miss Angelica was in her early 50s, although her svelte body didn't reveal as much. She was a former ballet company star who was now teaching little kids and apparently stomping dreams left and right. Miss Angelica's confidence made a return appearance. She squared her shoulders, her chin pointed high. "Not just for tonight," she chirped. "Permanently." I gawked at her. "Permanently? For what reason?" "We can't have horseplay in class," Miss Angelica said stiffly. "It breaks focus and leads to clowning around." "She's a 5-year-old kid. They joke around. It's not that serious." Miss Angelica bristled. "It is to me." She spun on her heels to walk away. I had a few choice words I'd like to give to her, but I'd have to save it for a time when precious ears weren't listening intently beside me. "Fine. Tegan needed more of a challenge anyway," I called out to Miss Angelica, who was already rounding the corner. So much for keeping my blood pressure in check. It was bubbling again. I glanced down at Tegan, eager to do some damage control. This is not your fault, kiddo. Tegan's eyes brightened, and a small smile cracked at the edges of her lips. Thanks, Daddy. Come on. I lifted her into my arms. Let's get you home. Want to stop for chicken nuggets and fries first? Tegan's posture perked up. Really, Daddy? Can I get a strawberry milkshake too? Absolutely, kiddo. We gave each other a high five, and the noise smacked through the hallway. You're the best, Daddy. Tegan swung her arms around my neck and squeezed me like a boa constrictor. On the drive home, I glanced at Tegan in the rearview mirror. She looked out the window, her features lighting up every now and then with the glow of yellow street lamps. You know, if Miss Angelica had any brains whatsoever, she'd realize that you pull pranks in class because the routines are too easy for you. Tegan swiveled her little head and gave me a reflective glance. It is sort of boring. If you want to keep doing lessons somewhere else, I'll be all over it. Tegan's smile beamed through the car. All I ever want to do is dance, Daddy. I turned the wheel into a shopping center to keep my promise of fast food therapy for my girl. You're in luck, then. I smiled at her through the mirror again. I'll make it my most important mission to find you somewhere else to dance. Thanks, Daddy. Can I still go to that special dance school next year? Ever since Miss Angelica had told her students about the Los Angeles Performing Arts Academy, Tegan had her heart set on going. The exclusive school would train her in ballet in addition to academic classes. But first, Tegan had to audition to be accepted. Well, remember, you have to try out first. You have to do your dance in front of the judges. They don't let everyone go to that school. Okay, I want to try. The audition was in 2 months. Now that Miss Angelica had kicked Tegan out, I'd have to find a new teacher for her. I didn't know how I would pull it off during the stress of the app launch. Tegan needed structure to grow and develop, and she needed to follow her passion. Dance was the one thing that kept her grounded, for the most part. The dance studio where she'd been was the best in the city. Just when I thought I already had my work cut out for me, life threw me another curveball.
Chapter 3. Ellie. The sound of pounding on the door woke me. I sat up straight in my futon bed. My eyes roamed the tiny space of my efficiency apartment. The clock read 9:30 in the morning. How in the world did I sleep that late? More persistent knocking hammered against the door. I wasn't expecting any visitors today, or at least not that I could recall. I'd been working around the clock lately, and my mind was in a fog. I swung my legs over the side of my bed and leaped to the floor. "Just a second!" I shouted. I jogged across the room to the door. I didn't have to go very far to get there, and squinted through the peephole. Danny and Brina stood shoulder to shoulder on my doormat. Brina in a springy sunflower yellow dress, and Danny wearing skinny jeans and a peasant blouse. I glanced down at myself. I sported an oversized t-shirt and pink pajama shorts, and my hair was a mess. I didn't exactly look cute, but they were there, and they were wielding gift baskets. So I clutched the doorknob and swung it open, while diving inside myself to yank out my social side. "Hey, girl." Danny's grin was the size of Kansas. "Danny! Brina!" I exclaimed. "Did we wake you?" Brina asked. She teetered from foot to foot with an enormous basket in her arms that was too heavy for her to carry. I stepped aside to grant them access to my tiny apartment. "I was already awake," I lied. "We come bearing gifts," Danny exclaimed, with her smile still a mile wide. I closed the door after they stepped inside. "You didn't have to do that." "Sorry to just barge in on you like this," Brina said, her eyebrows knitting with an apology. "We just wanted to surprise you." "That's sweet," I said, still trying to wake my half-asleep senses. I tugged at my t-shirt, trying to hide the fact that I wasn't wearing a bra. I reminded myself that these were my best friends. They didn't care. They'd seen me at my best and my worst. Right now, I was stuck in a rut. Danny placed her gift basket on my counter and looked around to take in my new digs. "Sorry, it's not much," I said. "Are you kidding?" Danny grinned, her eyes finding mine. "It's totally cute. Even though it's not that big, you decorated it perfectly to make good use of the space." Brina's nod in agreement gave me hope. "Same, girl. I'll second that." "Thanks, ladies." I gave them a humble smile as embarrassment warmed my face. Downsizing has kind of hit me hard. Danny groaned, her eyes full of empathy, then plopped down on my couch and propped her feet up on my coffee table. "Ellie, you don't have to tell me. LA is insane. Why does it have to be so darn expensive?" "If I didn't live with Danny," Brina said, "I'd be living in a studio apartment too." "Well, thank you both for coming over. You're a sight for sore eyes," I said, joining Danny on the couch. "And sorry I haven't invited you before now. I was just trying to get settled before I had anyone over." None of us addressed the elephant in the room, that without sharing expenses with Andrew, this efficiency was pretty much the only thing in my budget I could swing. Even working grueling hours, I was still scraping to make ends meet. "Don't worry about it. No hard feelings," Brina said as she gave me a sympathetic look. "Yeah, we invited ourselves over anyway," Danny cackled. I brushed my fingers through my hair. "Well, it's nice to have some company for a change. I've been a little lonely." "You've been working like crazy too," Brina added. "It's on purpose. Keeping busy is a good distraction from my disaster of a life. I'm all washed up and I'm only 29. Damaged goods." Danny scoffed. "You're far from damaged goods, Ellie. You have a ton going for you." "If you ask me, you're better off without that aloof jerk," Brina said, nodding. I sighed. "You're right. It's all for the best, but it still hurts." Brina placed her hand on my arm and gave me a tender smile. "You're allowed to feel hurt still. It's only been 2 weeks." Danny stood up and retrieved the gift basket from the counter. "But presents make everything better." "That's right," Brina said. She and Danny carried their baskets to the little living room space I designated across from my bed and set them down on the coffee table in front of me. "Our housewarming gifts to you," Danny said. "Enjoy, girl." "You guys are the best. Thank you so much." I unwrapped the plastic from Danny's basket first. "They're not just gifts to celebrate your new place," Brina said. "They're also to celebrate new beginnings and good fortune." "You mean my new beginnings in a roach-infested apartment?" I joked. If I couldn't make fun of myself every so often, I'd go crazy. Brina's laughter warmed the room. "I think you've done a phenomenal job of keeping yourself together. This place may not be a penthouse, but you get to live here all by yourself." "Yeah, that's a good point." Danny helped herself to a pretzel stick. "Think about it. You have freedom, Elle. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want. You don't have to answer to anyone." My spirits lifted. They were right. So I was sleeping on a flimsy futon, but so what? At least I didn't have to worry about marrying someone I wasn't sure I ever really loved in the first place. "Perhaps we should call my misfortune a happy accident?" I asked. They both nodded. "Oh yes, definitely," Brina said, and reached into the pretzel bag. "Thanks for pampering me. I needed the distraction," I said. "That's what we're here for," Danny said around a mouthful of pretzels. I ran a hand across the top of my head. "Sorry you have to see my hair that I haven't washed in 3 days." "We can hose you down if you want," Brina said. I laughed. "I'll get around to it eventually." "We might have to commit you if you don't," Danny winked. I gestured around the small living space. "I wonder if a mental hospital would have better accommodations than this." "Stop," Brina groaned, tossing a white throw pillow at me. It bounced off my head. It's less house to clean, Danny said. True, I agreed. I dove into the gift baskets and smiled as I saw the contents. My friends knew me so well. They'd included my favorite chocolate candy, Reese's, my kryptonite, and some herbal teas. There were several face masks, a new bottle of my favorite perfume, and a bottle of white wine. Seeing their gifts tugged at my heartstrings. You guys, this means so much. I don't know what I would do without you. My eyes brimmed with tears. Brina sat down beside me and embraced me in one of her world-famous bear hugs that always made me feel 1,000 times better. She stroked my back and whispered in my ear. You're better than that pissant. Just forget about him. Done, I said, and crossed an invisible check mark through the air. Who needs men when we have each other? Danny said. She'd just survived a bad breakup a few months before mine. Shall we open the wine bottle and christen this new place? Brina suggested, lifting it out of the basket. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I wish I could. I sighed and rubbed my palms against my thighs. Brina frowned, her eyes shadowed with disappointment. Oh yeah? What do you have going on? Work. I blew out a long breath. Again? Danny asked. Otherwise, I might be living at the bus station. Although at least the bus station has an air conditioner that works. I kicked the box under my window, and it made a hissing noise in protest. After Andrew dumped me, Danny and Brina offered to let me stay with them until I landed on my feet. I appreciated the offer, and I knew we would have an amazing time, but they didn't have a lot of extra space. I would have had to sleep on the couch. At least in the stuffy little apartment, I had my own space. I had to count my blessings where I could find them. I really wish I could hang out and drink wine with you guys, but duty calls. You're off to the dance studio? Danny asked. Yeah, I sighed, leaning back against the couch cushion. I've been scheduling back-to-back rounds of private lessons. They pay so much better than the group classes do. I have a full schedule again today. That sounds like a lot, Danny said. It doesn't leave much time for a social life. I gave them a tired smile. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. Brina placed a consoling hand on my arm. We understand. Yeah, Danny agreed. It's all good. No pressure on your end. But we can't promise we won't stop by every now and then to make sure you're not burying yourself in tubs of ice cream and sappy movies. I laughed. That won't happen. We all stood up, and they each hugged me. I said goodbye to my friends, showered, dressed, and walked to the dance studio. My apartment had two things going for it. I could afford it, and it was within walking distance of my job. I immersed myself in my work, focusing on one student after another. I loved teaching ballet, even if sometimes it was demanding. I didn't have any breaks all day, and I snuck in bites of energy bars and dried fruit when I could. My final lesson of the day was with a new student. I gobbled down another energy bar and checked my phone as I waited. After 20 minutes of waiting, I decided they weren't going to show up. It bugged me when people didn't bother to call and cancel, but I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes things came up. I turned on one of my favorite ballet pieces and began to move to the music. Before long, my body synchronized to the rhythm, and I felt like I was flying. The irritation I'd felt from the no-show appointment melted away. I had the entire room to myself. I drifted around the studio, getting lost in the music. I didn't move how I had before the car crash, but I still loved to dance. My allegros were weaker than they used to be, but my body didn't forget and allowed me to finish on a triple fouette. I landed the turn better than I thought I would. I leaped through the space. My execution was awkward, but at least I could still move across the dance floor. I was grateful that the car accident hadn't left me paralyzed. Sure, the movements weren't as graceful as I'd like them to be. I was stiff and jerky at times, but I could still dance. And I was still alive. 2 years before, a drunk driver slammed into my car. My vehicle flipped twice before landing on its side. My doctors told me that if the driver had been going just a bit faster, I might not have made it. Instead, I walked away. It wasn't an easy path. The trauma to my hip and pelvis ended my professional dance career 10 years early. I simply couldn't do certain moves anymore. No matter how much physical therapy I endured, I lost a lot of the power and fluidity I'd worked so hard to develop. I still remember the day the director of my ballet company said goodbye to me. I'd felt so lost. My dreams were crashing down around me. Then, in the weeks after the accident, I got more bad news. The doctors said that the pelvic trauma was enough to cause significant scar tissue and adhesions in my reproductive organs. That accident didn't just end my career. It took away my fertility, too. I'd never have a baby. The news was hard to take. Andrew and I had originally planned on a family together. I'd always imagined myself with 2 or 3 kids. I mourned my losses for weeks. But I had no choice but to pick myself up again and start over. I wasn't the type to wallow in my sadness forever and get sucked into a black hole of despair. The wrench in my plans didn't destroy me. I became a dance instructor, which allowed me to keep my heart connected to what I loved most in the world. Plus, I got to work with children. Since I'd never have any of my own, I cherished the time I spent with kids. As I danced around the room, my mind drifted to Andrew. I'd thought he'd been the one. But now, in hindsight, I knew he wasn't my soulmate. Maybe love just wasn't in the cards for me. Could I even trust myself to love someone wholeheartedly if I didn't even know what I wanted? Andrew was a safe choice, but that didn't make him the right choice. I attempted another triple spin, getting lost in the music. I was in such concentration through the movement that I nearly missed the man staring at me from just outside the studio window. I came to a grinding halt, panting hard, my heart galloping. I returned his gaze as I caught my breath. He didn't take his eyes off me once.
Chapter 4. Weston. I couldn't look away if I tried. I watched as a gorgeous woman with blonde hair pinned up in an elegant bun had me completely mesmerized as she danced. Her slender, strong arms and legs moved with effortless grace. She was lost in the music, and she resembled a bird in flight. I could watch her forever. I didn't know the names of the ballet moves she performed. I just knew she was pouring her heart and soul into her movements. It was beautiful. "Daddy!" Tegan tugged at my suit jacket. "Yes, half-pint?" I asked, distracted. My gaze was rooted to the stunning ballerina with the smoking hot body. The woman hadn't yet noticed us. "Am I going to dance here?" Tegan's tiny voice was impatient as we stood in the empty hallway. "Maybe. We'll see how it goes after your lesson tonight." I'd been trying to find a place to send Tegan for 2 weeks now. Most of the top dance studios were booked solid this time of year. I'd taken her to a couple of other studios, but the classes weren't advanced enough for Tegan. She'd been serious about dance since she was 3, and she needed a challenge. Finally, my assistant had told me about this particular studio, and it was pretty much our last hope. I had her make an appointment for a private lesson, hoping it would be a better fit for Tegan than a group class. The teacher was apparently a former professional ballerina. This afternoon, I'd left work at a reasonable hour, but we still arrived late because of the horrendous LA traffic. But it was all worth it, just to stand there and watch the remarkable woman. "She's really good," Tegan said, standing beside me. "She is. I want to dance like her." I glanced down and smiled at my daughter. "Keep working at it, and someday you will." The woman breezed across the dance floor with perfect technique. There was raw emotion in her movements and her face that made me feel an instant connection to her. A spark inside me came alive, something stirring there that had been dormant for a long time. I was drawn to this woman. There was passion and pain in her movements and features, and it hooked me. I wanted to know everything: where she came from, who she was, what broke her, what put her back together. When the dancer spun around, our eyes locked, and she stopped dead in her tracks. My breath caught in my lungs. The woman's cheeks were flushed from exertion. They grew redder from the realization that she was being watched. My heart drummed with excitement, having been caught staring. I wasn't embarrassed. I was enamored. I gave her a slight wave. She hesitated a moment, but then padded on her ballet slippers across the studio floor to the door. Her green eyes widened as she opened the door, and she took a cautious step backward. "Hello." Her voice was soft, delicate. "Hi." I grinned. "Are you here for the private lesson?" she asked. She glanced at the clock above the floor-length mirrors. She looked back at me, her eyes forming an apology. "I was thinking you were a no-show." "Oh, no." I snorted and shoved my hands in my pants pockets. "I'm not here for the private lesson." I stepped aside to give her a view of Tegan, who was traipsing around the hallway like a delicate butterfly. Her arms and legs swiped through the air. She hummed a tune to herself, dancing around in her own little world. I smiled at my free-spirited daughter, who was trying to recreate the dance moves the blonde woman had been lost in moments before. "Tegan," I whispered. My daughter spun around and blinked her big blue eyes at the ballet teacher. I gestured to her. "Come over here for a minute, baby." Tegan brushed a strand of light brown hair off her face and reached for my hand. I looked at the dance teacher. "This is my daughter, Tegan. She's 5 years old, and she loves ballet. I'm Weston, her dad." The blonde woman immediately knelt to eye level with Tegan. An inviting smile washed over her pink cheeks. "Hi, Tegan. You like to dance, huh?" Tegan took a step forward, her bashfulness eased by the teacher's welcoming behavior. She nodded. "I love to dance. It's my favorite thing in the whole world to do." The woman's eyes flashed with kindness. She placed a palm to her chest. "It's my favorite thing, too." "Really?" Tegan exclaimed, happy to be bonding so soon with her instructor. "Yep. My name is Ellie, and I'll be your teacher this evening." I was relieved they were hitting it off already. "Sorry we're late," I said. The traffic was insane. Ellie glanced up at me, her neck sexy and swan-like. "That's okay. You're here now, right?" She winked at Tegan, as if exchanging a private joke with her. "That's all that matters." Tegan's shoulders straightened, and her grin went huge. "Right. I'm excited about our lesson," Ellie announced. Tegan reached for Ellie's hand and shook it as if they were making a deal. "Nice to meet you. I'm excited, too." Ellie's laugh was like a wind chime. "You're a very polite little girl." Tegan tilted her head up toward me. "My daddy taught me." Ellie's eyes flickered to mine and glimmered. "That's great." I cleared my throat and adjusted my suit jacket, putting on a professional front, even though the woman's green eyes made my heart go wild. "I'm currently looking for a new instructor for Tegan," I explained, jumping into logistics. "The last ballet studio we were at didn't work out. She's missed a handful of lessons, and I don't want her to fall behind." "Well, look no further," Ellie proclaimed. "I'm sure we can handle it. Right, Tegan?" "Right," Tegan giggled. She looked at me with excitement reflecting in her bright blue eyes. "Daddy, can I go with Miss Ellie now?" "Have at it, sweetheart," I said, and stepped aside to let Ellie do her job. "Do you mind if I stick around and watch?" I asked. "Of course not." Ellie didn't skip a beat to answer this time. She pointed a graceful finger toward a set of black folding chairs in the right corner of the room. She wore lavender nail polish. "You can sit over there, if you'd like." I adjusted my tie. "Thanks." I took a seat and made myself comfortable, watching as Ellie took the reins and began coaching Tegan through a series of warm-up movements. Tegan's eyes lit up with delight. For the first couple of minutes, she kept glancing at me over her shoulder. Whether that was to seek my approval or just to make sure I hadn't left, I didn't know. But after 10 minutes, Tegan had all but forgotten I was even in the room. She seemed eager to impress Ellie. She went through all the positions and movements, parroting everything Ellie did like an adorable little shadow. I couldn't believe how well Tegan listened and followed directions. Ellie had a way with kids, and it showed through how patiently she taught my wild child. Not once did Tegan get bored and try to goof off. "We're going to finish with pliés at the bar," Ellie explained near the end of the hour. Tegan did a series of skips and leaps over to the bar, humming along with the music. She was having a great time. When the lesson ended a few minutes later, Tegan stomped her foot and folded her arms across her chest, giving me a sullen pout. I was expecting this. Time to reel her in. I walked over and placed my hand on my daughter's shoulder. "Tegan, play nice. You knew the lesson would only be an hour. We could always book Miss Ellie for another time." Tegan bounced up and down and clapped her hands. "Really, Daddy? Can we come back tomorrow?" I turned to face Ellie, who had a diplomatic smile etched across her face. "Actually, I had a better idea that I'd like to propose to Miss Ellie." I was a software engineer. My brain was wired to think of the most efficient solution to any problem, and I'd already found the answer to Tegan's dance class issues. Ellie's right eyebrow formed a triangular arch. "Oh?" "You see, Tegan has an audition for a performing arts school in 2 months. Yes, I know she's only 5, but I want to nurture her talent because she has real potential." "I agree," Ellie said earnestly. Although I'd be willing to bet that she heard pitches like mine from parents all the time. "Since we've been trying to find a new teacher, she's fallen behind in her practice," I continued. "As you can already tell, Tegan has a lot of energy to release, and she needs a ton of discipline and structure from an experienced teacher." "Okay," Ellie trailed off, studying me as if she were waiting to see where I was going. She got kicked out of her last ballet class because she didn't focus. It was better to be honest from the start so that Ellie would understand Tegan's needs. Tegan can be a bit of a prankster. I tossed my daughter a glance. "But she did so well with you. I think our best option right now is to continue one-on-one classes so she can get the challenge she needs. She'll require focused training to catch up on what she's missed." Ellie paused a moment, her mouth ajar. Her lips were full and delicate. I was desperate to kiss them and find out if they were as soft as they looked. "Easy, Tiger," I scolded myself. Ellie frowned. "Are you asking me to give her those intensive private lessons?" "Yes, and I'll need you to come to our house daily. I don't have the time to drive out here every day, but I'll pay you generously to make the trip to our place. And on top of that, I'll pay you triple what you charge for lessons here." Ellie shook her head. "I'm sure your home is lovely, but I need to teach her in a dance studio. A living room won't work. We have a dance studio attached to our garage. I consulted with several ballet professionals and had it built to specifications." Ellie's eyes widened in surprise. Her lips formed an oval shape. "Wow." I didn't mention that I'd had it built the moment Tegan first showed interest in a tutu. "I'll need you every weekday afternoon for 2 months." Ellie held up a hand. "Wait, hear me out," I insisted. "The lessons will take place after school each day." I patted the top of Tegan's head. "She's in kindergarten, so she gets out of school in the afternoon around 1:30. I'm sure that Tegan will be honored to have you as her teacher." I glanced down at my kid, who was listening to the conversation. Right? Tegan nodded and continued bouncing up and down. Yes, Daddy. Ellie's eyes narrowed skeptically. Where do you live? I just realized she hadn't yet agreed to my offer. Malibu. Ellie shook her head and closed her eyes a moment. No, I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. Tegan's face collapsed. Her eyes darted between Ellie and me, waiting for an explanation. What? I want Miss Ellie to be my teacher. It's okay, Half-Pint, I said. We're going to work it out. I handed Tegan my phone. Go watch one of your shows over there. I pointed to the same black folding chair where I sat to watch the lesson. Tegan grumbled, but in the end, she stomped over to the chair and plopped down on it, burying her head in the screen. I didn't want to play the single dad card so fast, but Ellie seemed stubborn, and I knew I would have to bargain with her. Tegan's mother isn't in the picture, I said, leveling with her. Getting accepted into this fine arts school means the world to my daughter. I have a very demanding job, and I'm just trying to keep my head above water here. I'd gained Ellie's empathy. Her features warmed. I understand it must be hard to juggle a million things, she said. Believe me, I'm in the same boat myself. It's just, Malibu is too far for me to drive. My heart sank. This woman was my last hope. Driving is difficult for me, she continued. I can't do it for long trips, and public transport is too unreliable. I'd end up arriving late to every class. I wouldn't want to let you and Tegan down. She gave me an apologetic smile. Silently, I reached for my wallet in the breast pocket of my jacket and plucked out a wad of cash. Look, I'm willing to pay you any amount you want, I said. If you aren't comfortable driving, you can live in our unused guest house for 2 months. It's a 1-bedroom with a dine-in kitchen, very comfortable, and it's detached from the main home. You'd have your privacy. It would just be until Tegan's audition for the arts school. I don't know. Just think about it, I interjected. I took her hand in mine, reveling in her impossibly soft skin, and placed the cash in her palm. I closed her fingers over it slowly, not wanting to take my hands away. But she still wavered, looking with uncertainty at the money. Think of this as a retainer to teach Tegan exclusively in our home, I said. There's more where that came from, too. I promise you will be compensated handsomely for your efforts. I stared at Ellie hard until she was pressured to look back. Our eyes locked, and my heart pounded with desire. Ellie inhaled, her perfect chest rising, and then released the breath. Her expression was unreadable. A clammy film of sweat popped up on my forehead. I held my breath as I waited for her response. Come on, say you'll do it. Ellie glanced over at Tegan. The child looked up from the cartoon she was watching on my phone and revealed a row of white baby teeth as she smiled and waved at Ellie. And just like that, the deal was sealed. No one could resist Tegan's affectionate cuteness. Oh, what the heck, Ellie exclaimed and threw an arm up in the air. I might be crazy, but I'll agree. Just 2 months, though, right? My stomach flipped over. Only 2 months. You aren't crazy. I promise you won't regret your decision either. Ellie's face was red, but her eyes gleamed with excitement. Thanks. I sure hope not. Tegan seems like a sweet girl. It might take some work to get her to where she needs to be, but I'm up for the challenge. Upon hearing that Ellie agreed to be her live-in teacher, Tegan sprang off the chair and began dancing around in circles, her arms outstretched beside her like a windmill. I leaned in as if sharing a secret and inhaled her perfume. If you can't tell, she's excited. Ellie's laughter warmed my soul. If Tegan is happy, I'm happy. I felt the same way. I grinned as I watched Tegan do a victory dance. Things were looking up. But then I glanced over at Ellie as she bent over to lift her duffel bag off the wooden floor, giving me a prime view of her tight, round ass. Her leotard clung to her muscular curves, and the pink, transparent tights she wore showcased her strong, lean legs. Legs I'd love to have wrapped around me. And she would be living in my guest house for 2 months as my kid's teacher, which meant she'd be off limits. Fuck. What did I just get myself into?
Chapter 5. Ellie. Please tell me you're joking. You took the job? Danny nibbled on a French fry, her eyes large and skeptical as she stared at me in disbelief. I shrugged. I dunno. It might be fun. A new adventure. You don't even know the guy. He has a 5-year-old daughter who hung the moon for him. How bad could he be? Maybe the little girl is just a front for his criminal operation. He could be in the black market organ harvesting trade, Danny suggested with a shudder. Make sure that guest house has a deadbolt on the front door. I roared with laughter. So loud, in fact, that an older couple sitting at the table next to ours stopped to look our way and glare at us. It was the day after I'd said yes to Weston's offer, and Danny and I were enjoying brunch at our favorite diner. I sank into my chair and grinned at my friend, trying to ignore the gloomy couple beside us. Danny raised her eyebrows and tossed another fry into her mouth before chomping down on it. Danny, I think you've been watching too much Dateline, I told her. Hey, I don't want to see your episode air on Dateline next month. I snorted. You're crazy. Danny's lips curled into a grin. No, you're the crazy one. I'm not the one who just agreed to move in with a potential kidney thief. Scoffing, I took a sip from the straw of my Bloody Mary. I don't think it's that bad. You're probably just being overdramatic. We'll see. Danny narrowed her eyes in suspicion. You better be glad Brina's busy with her mom today. She'd really tell you how insane this is. He seemed like a nice guy. He was super attentive with his daughter, who was so adorable. I could tell how much he loved and cared for her. They seemed to have a solid bond. I couldn't help smiling, picturing the two of them. He's a single dad. He tugged on my heartstrings, I'll admit. The mother is apparently not in the picture. How convenient. Oh, stop it. Well, I'm rooting for you, but I want you to be careful, Danny said, her mouth forming a tight line. I don't want to see you get hurt. You know, since I'm your best friend, I have to put my 2 cents in. Yeah, I know. I offered her a thankful smile. I appreciate you looking out for me. I promise, I'm a big girl, and I can take care of myself. Except for when Mr. Big Shot in the power suit is doing it for you. I laughed. It's just a 2-month gig. What could possibly go wrong? I don't know. Danny trailed off. Isn't that what people say right before things go wrong? Believe me, I know a red flag when I see one. I paused as Danny lifted an eyebrow. Okay, I sighed and leaned back in my chair. Maybe I'm the worst at seeing red flags. Danny swallowed a bite of egg. No, you see them. You just ignore them. You know me too well. That's my job. I'm your best friend. Duh. Just hear me out, I said. I'm wearing myself into the ground here with these hours at the dance studio. I could use a break from that. No matter what I do, it's still not enough to give me a cushion financially. LA is determined to leave me stranded and destitute. Danny's face softened, and her voice lowered. I know, sweetie. It's tough out there. Maybe it's time I grab an opportunity when it lands in my lap like this, I added. Besides, how hard could it be to work with a precocious 5-year-old with a stud muffin dad? There it is. Danny's eyes twinkled. What? I feigned innocence, but I knew exactly what route she would take with the conversation. You said yes because the guy's hot. That's not the whole reason. I glanced down and pushed my oatmeal around with my spoon. But it does help. Danny chuckled. So, you admit it. I shrugged. Well, he's good-looking. His offer was too good to resist, especially the part where he told me he'd continue to pay my bills, including my apartment rent while I stayed in his mother-in-law's suite on his property. At least you'll have your own space, Danny agreed. I scooped up a helping of blueberry oatmeal into my spoon. Right, and I'm hoping that this financial boost will help me get back on my feet. I'm sure you won't miss your sad futon, Danny joked. I laughed and pushed the spoon into my mouth. Not a chance. What about your job at the studio? Danny asked. I called them first thing this morning to make arrangements, I said. Danny looked at me, her eyes wide with surprise again. They agreed to it? They sure did. The other instructors will cover my shifts until I return. I'll still have a job to come back to. Wow, that's incredible, Danny acknowledged, crossing her legs under the table. And generous. I know, I feel a tiny bit guilty, but they have enough staff to cover me. In fact, the other teachers are happy to make some extra bucks taking over my clients for 2 months. It sounds like you've taken care of everything, Danny said. I'm proud of you. I beamed at her. You have no idea how much that means to me. In fact, it meant the world to me to have my friends supporting me, no matter what. After brunch, I walked home. The sun warmed my neck and shoulders, and the breeze tickled at my cheeks. It was such a nice day out. The heat wasn't as oppressive as it normally was, and my spirits were starting to lift, too. As I walked, I daydreamed about what it would be like to live in a place with better accommodations. I had to take this leap of faith, even though my cynical side was telling me it was too good to be true. My breakup with Andrew had hit me hard, not just emotionally, but financially. I needed to do something better for myself. Killing myself with grueling hours wasn't helping me dig myself out of my hole of despair. I was almost in full-blown crisis mode. Maybe the new gig would distract me from my woes about my crushed ballet dreams and my failed relationship with Andrew. I needed to pull myself out of my emotional gutter. Even if the wedding had happened, it wouldn't have been a true happily ever after anyway. But what if Danny was right, and this thing with Weston was a huge mistake? I wasn't exactly a risk-taker by nature. But I'd said yes, and I couldn't take it back now. I didn't want to disappoint little Tegan anyway. She reminded me of myself when I was her age. Curious, lively, free-spirited. I didn't know her very well yet, but I could already tell Tegan didn't want to live within boundaries. I had no problem with that. I admired independence in girls and women of any age. But she was 5, and she needed structure and discipline too. I was ready to fully embrace the challenge of giving her that as I prepared her for the dance audition. I just hoped it wouldn't be a miserable failure, like everything else had turned out to be in my life the past 2 years. For the rest of the day, I packed and tried to settle my nervous stomach, and by the time evening rolled around and the sun had melted beyond the horizon, I had already psyched myself up for the drive over to Weston's estate. He pulled up to my apartment at the indicated time in his fancy SUV. Just looking at his intense eyes and sculpted jaw gave me butterflies, but I tried to keep a professional front. "Ready to go?" he asked from his driver's seat with a sexy smile. I smoothed my knee-length skirt, trying to keep my hand from shaking. "Ready." The plan was to follow him in my vehicle to his house in Malibu. The drive alone was enough to make me nervous. It had been a while since I'd been behind the wheel in a trek across the city. Thankfully, he drove slowly. Still, my hands were so sweaty they kept slipping off the steering wheel. I was a basket of perspiring nerves. By the time we reached the gate of his property, my throat was tight with anxiety. I felt like I'd lost at least 5 pounds in sweat alone, something I prayed Weston wouldn't notice. "You will be okay," I whispered, soothing myself, and gave my steering wheel a death grip. Fate gave you a new lease on life, and you are too desperate to turn it down. Snap out of it. My impromptu pep talks seemed to do the trick, and my nerves settled once we drove into the property. Weston stopped once we reached the end of the wraparound driveway. I placed my car in park and shut off the engine, gawking up at the monstrosity of a house. Except it wasn't a house. It was a full-out mansion. The lawn was vibrant and impeccably manicured. A statue of a mermaid carrying a bowl sat at the center of the circular driveway. Perched on top of the bowl was a large fountain spewing water in a dancing pattern. The house itself was sand-colored and modern, and it was covered in windows. I watched as Weston stepped out of his car and approached me. He wasn't wearing a suit like last time. Instead, he wore a pair of jeans and a gray-collared golf shirt that hung over his broad shoulders and complemented his dashing blue eyes. His dark brown hair was clean-cut and slicked to the side. Even the shadow that followed him seemed handsome and brooding. "Welcome home." The charm in his smile and the twinkle in his eyes left an imprint on my heart. I grimaced, trying not to be awkward as I attempted to lug my huge suitcase from my trunk. "Thanks." Weston reached his arms out. "Here, let me help you with that." A gentleman who was also drop-dead gorgeous? No, it was too good to be true. "I'll take you into the main house and show you around a bit," he said. "Sounds good." I followed Weston as he escorted me up the steps of the huge porch. The foyer was grand in every sense of the word. Identical winding staircases met in the middle at the top of a landing overlook. White marble floors, beautiful paintings on the wall. Jazz music played low from unseen speakers. Toward the back of the house and the living room, I saw more floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean and an infinity-style pool in the center of the property. "Daddy!" Tegan came flying into the room, arms outstretched, a gigantic smile on her face. She was wearing a cute yellow dress and had a matching yellow headband in her hair. "Easy, Tegan. Let your father in the door first before you attack him," a woman's voice lectured with a light-hearted laugh. Following in Tegan's footsteps, a middle-aged woman entered the living room. She had maternal eyes, short, wavy gray hair, and a round figure. She hobbled into the room as if she had a difficult time keeping up with Tegan, but gave it her best effort anyway. Weston lifted Tegan into his arms and showered his daughter with a round of kisses as she giggled and tried to squirm away. The woman and I made eye contact, and I nodded to her, giving her a pleasant smile. She offered a smile in return. Her eyes were kind, but her smile was more reserved. Weston planted Tegan back on solid ground. "Ellie, this is Tegan's nanny, Martha Langford. Martha, Ellie Stanton." "Nice to meet you," I said, and held my hand out to shake with hers. Martha's hand was soft and wrinkled, but warm. Her eyes flashed with curiosity as she met my gaze again. "Likewise." Martha's eyes redirected to Weston, and her lips formed a smile of approval. "It's nice to see a female companion come into the house." My cheeks burned hot. Then the blood drained so fast from my face that I got lightheaded. "Oh, well, you see," I glanced between the nanny and Weston, grasping at straws. Weston appeared entertained and didn't bother to explain. I was on my own. "I'm here to be Tegan's live-in dance teacher," I faltered. Tegan jumped up and down, oblivious to the moment of tension. "I am so excited. I can't wait to start dancing with you, Miss Ellie." I fixed the child with a bright smile. "Me too, sweetie." "I see." Martha pursed her lips, and her smile had a dash of mischief to it. As I stood there, I wished I could melt into a puddle and disappear into the cracks of the living room's hardwood floors. My eyes diverted to the floor. "Shall we get you settled into your guest house?" Weston turned his head and gave me an expectant smile. His jawline was sexy and enough to stir up another bout of dizziness inside me. Absolutely. I tried to hide my nervousness. He led me through the gorgeous house to the back entrance, through a breezeway, and past the pool. My living quarters were located in the back of the property, hidden by a stand of palm and cypress trees to provide privacy. The guest house was stucco and surrounded by beautiful landscaping. Inside, the decor was styled with a beachy theme, with light hues of blue and tan and soft textures. It gave an inviting feel to the space, which was 1,000 times better than the living situation I left behind. There were a few pictures hanging on the walls, mainly of piers and sand dunes shot in black and white. The seafoam green couch looked plush and comfortable, and the kitchen area, which was bigger than my entire apartment, was filled with stainless appliances. A window sat above a copper farm sink. The place was gorgeous. A single bedroom with an ensuite bathroom was in the back of the guest house, giving away ample pool views, complete with sliding glass doors leading out to a private patio. The bed was a 4-poster style and had pillowy sheets and huge, lavish pillows that stretched across the bed and were soft as a cloud to the touch. Are these accommodations to your liking? I spun around. Weston stood, tall and handsome as ever, in the doorway to the bedroom. He slipped one hand into the pocket of his jeans, and I tried my best not to swoon in his presence. Are you kidding? It's like a 5-star resort in here, I exclaimed, unable to suppress my excitement. Excellent. His eyes met mine, and he held my gaze for a long moment, making my heart pound.
Chapter 6. Weston. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. The fan blades whirled in a rapid circle, mirroring the constant spinning of my thoughts. I watched, entranced for a moment by the hypnotic movement above me. I glanced over at the alarm clock on my nightstand. It was a little after 11:30, and the house was quiet. It was 2 days after Ellie moved in, and I was still trying to adapt to this new young woman being in my home. Well, not technically in my home, but close enough. She was on my property, and my mind, and my cock, wouldn't let me forget it. I couldn't stop thinking about Ellie in the guest house. Was she comfortable? Was she having a good time instructing Tegan? Were all of her needs being met? I was too hot. I groaned and rubbed my hands across my face, tossing the sheets off my legs. I stretched and swung my legs off the side of the bed and climbed out. My feet hit the cool hardwood, which helped pacify some of the heat blazing inside my body. I was only wearing a pair of boxers, so I slipped on a white t-shirt and a pair of black gym shorts. I stood at the window and looked out at the night. So far, everything was going off without a hitch with Ellie. Tegan loved having her own private dance teacher living next door, and they were already bonding. Every time I saw Ellie and Tegan together, it brought back memories of Rebecca. It seemed like a lifetime ago that she'd left, almost like it had happened to someone else and not me. It wasn't meant to be. The family I'd built collapsed right under my nose when Rebecca left without explanation, leaving me to pick up the broken pieces of poor Tegan's devastation. Divorce papers followed soon after. I never really got an explanation as to why. I had my suspicions, my theories, but no concrete answers. I wished I could have had some closure, but I dealt with it by bottling my emotions and trying not to rouse them too often. Tegan had been utterly inconsolable for months. The only thing that kept her calm was ballet. I did everything I could for her, but somehow it still felt inadequate. I still often asked myself how a mother could leave her child like that. I never thought I'd be a divorced single dad. It took me a while to accept my new reality. Failure wasn't something I was accustomed to experiencing. The resentment still lived inside me, chipping away at me one piece at a time. I should have seen the warning signs staring me in the face. Rebecca's late nights after work, her stony disposition, her combativeness whenever I questioned what she was up to. Whether it came to my personal relationships or my business, I went all in. I never wanted to be the type to fail at anything. But I'd failed at marriage. That was probably why I now had a hard shell over my heart, and I kept it locked tight. Only Tegan had the key to unlock it. With a sigh, I left my bedroom and padded down the back staircase that led directly into the kitchen. I was parched, my throat dry, my lips gritty. The pool lights made wavy, teal patterns that danced across the floor and walls. It looked so peaceful and inviting. I poured myself a glass of water and took a glug, relishing how the crisp liquid slid down my throat and instantly awakened my senses. The thoughts of Rebecca bothered me. Trying to shake them off, I walked to the back door to step outside for some fresh air. As soon as I stepped onto the concrete deck, the door to the guest house opened. My heart jumped into my throat. Ellie stood on the porch, her body frozen, her eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. She'd seen me, too. She was wearing a white bikini, and I let my eyes take in the sight of her body. She was elegant and slender, with perky little breasts and strong legs. Her full lips parted in surprise as she stared at me. Her hand was still coiled around the doorknob. She hesitated, as if she were thinking about running back. "Hello?" I waved to her from across the pool to appear less intimidating. She raised her hand and gave me a bashful wave in response. "Hello," her voice whispered across the pool. "Sorry, I was just coming out here to get some fresh air." Why the hell was I apologizing? Why did I suddenly feel like I was invading her privacy? "Me too." She shifted her weight awkwardly. She let go of the doorknob, holding her towel against her chest. Her blonde hair was pulled up into a messy bun that made her look cute. I took a step forward, but Ellie remained rooted in place on the porch. "It's a gorgeous night." I glanced up at the milky moon. She did too, before turning her attention back to me. "Yes." "Were you going to take a swim?" I asked, edging one step closer. "Is that okay?" Her voice was self-conscious. "Of course it is. I want you to make yourself at home here." "Thanks." Her eyes shifted down to her bare feet. I was grateful for the shadows. They let me get a better look at her without obviously ogling her perfect silhouette. I was desperate to glide my hands across her body, to feel how toned and trim she was, yet soft and warm too. My fingertips burned to canvas across her every curve, to feel her draped in my arms. But most of all, I wanted to taste every inch of her, to make her moan and writhe with desire. "Is it okay if I join you for a minute?" I asked. "I didn't know you were coming out here too." She nodded. "Sure." She took an apprehensive step off the porch and crossed the lawn toward the pool. We met on the deck. I gave her a candid smile and was the first to sit down on the pool's edge. I dipped my ankles into the water. Ellie stood over me, her head tilted. "How's the water?" she asked, placing her towel on a deck chair. "Warm." She bent her knees and took a seat nearby, closer than I expected she would. I could feel her body heat, making my cock twitch. Her feet lapped at the water. She reached up and readjusted her bun. I stole a sideways glance at how her tits pointed upward when her back arched as she fiddled with her hair. The woman was incredible. I could stare at her all day, but I forced myself to look away. I didn't want to creep her out. She was my kid's teacher, for God's sake. You've been doing really great with Tegan, I said. I can tell she's pretty happy with you. Really? Yes. She talks about you all the time. Her beautiful face opened into a grin. That's wonderful to hear. She's kind of a handful, if you haven't already noticed, I said with a laugh. Dance is the only thing that makes her focus. She has a natural talent. I see a lot of potential in her future. Well, you're an excellent teacher. You seem to have a knack for bringing out the best in my daughter, I said. Her eyes softened, and her smile humbled. She placed a hand to her chest. Wow, that's one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me. I stared across the pool to the diving board. You deserve the praise. Thank you. She leaned back, supporting herself with her hands on the ground behind her as she looked up at the moon. Her nipples poked through her bikini fabric and pointed skyward. My cock began to throb. You can't get involved with your daughter's dance teacher, I reprimanded myself. Don't be that guy. But my cock didn't give a fuck about my brain's scolding. I wanted her. So bad it hurt. I snuck a glance at her bikini bottom, imagining how easy it would be to pull down the flimsy little strip of fabric. So, Ellie said with a sigh, interrupting my fantasies. I turned my head and looked at her. She was stunning, her face partially covered in shadows, partially aglow from the light of the silver moon and the blue pool lights. Yes? What is it that you do for work? She glanced around the backyard. I laughed. Do you mean, what do I do to afford all this? Her laugh tinkled through the air. Well, I was trying to ask more diplomatically, but yes. It's okay, I said, and splashed at the water with my left foot. I don't mind. I'm a software developer. Oh? I own my own IT company, I explained, trying not to sound like a douche. That sounds nice, she said. I couldn't tell if my effort to sound modest had backfired or not, so I kept talking. Right now, I'm designing an app that will help reduce commute time on the interstate and at the same time increase road safety. Her face immediately brightened with interest. That's incredible. Thanks. I've put a lot of effort into it. Lots of late nights, lots of stress. But the past 2 years are finally paying off because it's almost finished. It sounds complicated. I shrugged. It can be, but computer code is kind of my thing. I'm the opposite. I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world. I smiled. Well, if it's any consolation, I couldn't do a dance step if I tried. She laughed again. To each their own. Tegan likes to make fun of me because I literally have no swagger whatsoever when it comes to dancing. I can see her doing that. She's such a little hellion sometimes. But you love her. I do. Very much. She's everything to me. I just hope I'm doing right by her. It's hard being a single parent. When I glanced up at Ellie, her features had softened into admiration. Thoughts of kissing her invaded my brain. Ellie's eyes lingered on me. I think you're doing a fantastic job at raising your daughter, she whispered. You should give yourself more credit. Was she flirting with me? Her eyes danced with a knowing look. I couldn't be misreading it, could I? I was rusty with this game, with women in general. You think? I asked. She nodded, her gaze holding mine. Most definitely. She licked her lips. Fuck. She was practically begging for me to kiss her. But if I did, and if she was willing to go further, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop. Not with a smoking hot body like hers. And not stopping would be disastrous. I needed to alleviate some of the sexual tension before my cock exploded. I faked a yawn and stretched my arms overhead. I planned to retreat to my bedroom and jerk off to fantasies of this incredibly sexy woman staying in my guest house. It's late, I said, keeping my eyes straight ahead. I should be sleeping. Early day tomorrow.
I couldn't sleep either.
She looked down at the water and nibbled on her bottom lip. She was so erotic without even trying. I wondered what sorts of delicate topics might be tying up her mind. There was something different about her, some quality that set her apart from the other boring, fake women I dated in the pretentious LA scene. Ellie had a wholesome quality about her. Without a word, she slid over the edge of the pool into the water, disappearing under the surface for a moment. She emerged from the water with a smile and pulled her blonde hair loose from its bun. It swirled around her in the water as she splashed.
Aren't you going to swim?
She asked.
The water feels amazing.
Don't do it, Weston. Get up and go inside. She dove under the surface and did a handstand, her toned legs perfectly poised in the air for a long moment. Fuck it. I didn't need to be asked twice. I pushed myself over the edge and sank into the pool with one swift movement. But I kept my head above water. I couldn't take my eyes off Ellie as she dove under the water and bobbed to the surface a few feet away, laughing. I resisted the temptation to grab her tight little body and hold it against mine.
Do you often swim in the dark in the middle of the night?
She asked as she treaded water. While the water was too deep for her to stand without dropping below its surface, it only came to my chest. Do you?
Oh, sure, all the time.
She rolled her eyes and let out an adorable snorting laugh, then splashed the water playfully at me.
I'm kidding. Not everyone has a private swimming pool right outside their back door, Weston.
It was the first time she'd called me by my first name. It was sexy as hell. Well, get used to it. I stood with my back against the pool's wall and propped my elbows over the edge. Her eyes trailed across my face, and she swam to the wall next to me and grabbed the edge to catch her breath. She fixed me with a steady look. Her lips curled into a slight smile.
Yeah,
she said softly.
It's nice.
Arousal skated across her features, partially hidden by the shadows. Illuminated one moment, shrouded in mystery the next. I knew for certain now. She wanted me to make a move. It was our moment. It's now or never, you idiot. Just kiss her already. I leaned in, taking a monumental leap of faith, and closed the distance between us. She released a slight gasp of surprise, and I paused, searching her eyes. She moved closer, giving me an undeniable yes. I grabbed her tiny waist, holding her so she could let go of the wall and rest against me. My arms wrapped around her, bringing her in close. She looked up at me, wide-eyed and hesitant for a moment as she studied my face. Then her body melted in my arms, and her lips parted, inviting me closer. I leaned in, kissing her. She was soft and delicate, just like her movements across the dance floor when I first laid eyes on her. Her mouth opened, letting me in, and it was fucking amazing. She pulled away for a second to look at me, her eyes wild with desire. Then she opened her legs and wrapped them around my torso, pressing her body against mine. Those perky little tits pushed against my chest as she threw her arms over my shoulders. It was exactly what I'd wanted the first time I saw her dance. Greedily, I kissed her again. She released a soft moan that made my heart and cock compete for how hard each one hammered. She was supple and light in my arms as her body opened up for me like a flower. I groaned and got carried away, leaning in more forcefully. My cock was rock hard now, and I thrust it against her tight ass, causing her to arch her back and moan. She was the sexiest woman I'd ever seen. I held her ass with one hand, and the other moved up to bury itself in her wet hair. Her arms were roped around my neck, pulling me closer. Her kisses were desperate and pleading. She wanted more, and I was more than happy to give it to her. She moaned in my ear, giving me goosebumps. Then, Suddenly, she pulled away.
Wait.
Ellie trailed off, her voice raspy and breathless. What? I blinked at her, my head reeling. She shook her head, her features twisting.
I'm sorry.
She moved away, untangling her limbs from my body and reaching for the pool's edge. Fuck. What's wrong? I asked. She pulled herself out of the water and onto the deck. Shaking her head, she abruptly stood up. She grabbed her towel from the chair and wrapped it around her body. I pulled myself to the deck as well, my thoughts cloudy with lust. Ellie, what happened? I croaked. I thought you were into it just as much as I was. Ellie winced and pinched the bridge of her nose.
I'm so sorry. I can't.
My heart sank like a weight, and my knees buckled. I stayed stoic on the surface, refusing to let my confused devastation crack through. Before I could protest or ask any more questions, Ellie raced across the lawn, disappearing into the guest house. The door slammed shut like a final nail being hammered into my coffin. What the hell just happened? I'll tell you what happened, you moron. You just blew the whole arrangement.
Chapter 7. Ellie. Finish up your muffin, Tegan. We have to get going to the studio. Tegan's mouth formed a pout as she picked at her after-school snack with her thumb and index finger.
It's not even that far.
What's not that far? I asked, standing beside her as she sat on one of the bar stools in the kitchen.
The studio, duh.
Tegan huffed. Martha, who was standing at the same counter and wiping away Tegan's muffin crumbs with a sponge, met my gaze. A twinkle formed in the woman's eyes, but she didn't smile. Tegan, manners, the woman said. Tegan rolled her eyes and muttered a sorry under her breath. I know it's not far. I brushed a strand of hair off my cheek and tried not to get flustered. But it's important to stick to our schedule, right? That's what your dad wants. This time, Tegan nodded more enthusiastically, but she didn't look at me, and her focus was distracted. Right. I inhaled slowly, wondering what I'd gotten myself into. My mind kept reverting to the other night in the pool with Weston. I'd wanted to keep going, and I knew he did too. If I hadn't stopped it abruptly, would we have had sex right there in his pool? It had taken every ounce of willpower I had to stop myself from going further with him. It was too great a risk to sleep with my boss. I couldn't afford to blow the incredible opportunity. I reminded myself that I didn't know Weston well enough to guess his intentions. What if he just wanted a random fuck and then blew me off completely? I'd avoided him since it happened 3 days ago. I didn't want to put myself in a position where I felt tempted again. I mean, I knew I couldn't avoid him forever, but I was trying harder than necessary to stay under his radar. Meanwhile, I was fully immersing myself in Tegan's orbit. She was a delightful little girl, albeit strong-willed. However, she seemed taken with me, and I was grateful we weren't clashing. It seemed like Weston noticed everything, especially when it came to his daughter.
Miss Ellie?
I blinked and glanced over at Tegan, whose big blue eyes were peering at me in anticipation. Yes, sweetie?
I said I'm done with my muffin now. I'm ready to dance.
I glanced down at the counter. The white square napkin the muffin had been sitting on was now empty. I yanked myself down to reality. Wonderful. We can head over to the studio now. The studio was in the house, just off the garage. Tegan and I had been spending a lot of time there after school, sometimes even longer than what was required because we were having so much fun. Tegan hopped off the bar stool, her ponytail bouncing along with her. I tossed Martha a friendly smile. Well, I guess we'll get to it then. The lines in Martha's forehead wrinkled. She slid Tegan a cup of milk. Finish up your drink before you go, dear. While Tegan was distracted by finishing the milk, Martha moved from behind the counter and approached me. We were only standing a couple of inches apart. I took an instinctive step backward and gave her a puzzled look. "Is everything all right with you, dear?" Martha asked, her eyes flashing. Yes," I frowned. "You seem a little distracted." Martha's lips curved downward, as if she didn't buy it. "Oh, how so?" "You seem lost in the clouds the last few days." Tegan glanced up at us. She had a tiny milk mustache. She burped and wiped it off with the back of her hand. "Tegan!" Martha exclaimed. Her eyes were wide with alarm. "That's not ladylike. Use your napkin, please, and say excuse me." Tegan rolled her eyes and groaned. "Excuse me." Martha sighed and made a clucking sound with her tongue before turning her attention back to me. "The thing is, Weston King knows exactly what he wants and where he's going. His world is extremely organized." My heart somersaulted. I swallowed hard. What was this woman insinuating? Okay. The hard lines in Martha's features softened. Her smile seemed superficial, but I tried to take it with a grain of salt. "I'm just saying, he's been through a lot." What the hell was that supposed to mean? How did that have anything to do with me? I was just the dance teacher. Okay. Martha's voice dripped like syrup. "I care a good bit for him." Her eyes steered to Tegan, who was thankfully humming and twirling in a circle, paying us no attention whatsoever. "There's no room for chaos in his life." "I don't really know what you're getting at." I chuckled nervously and pointed my thumb in Tegan's direction. "I was hired to teach dance to her." She folded her hands together, her smile too sweet to be real. "Of course." Martha must have been under the impression that I had ulterior motives. For a moment, I worried she'd seen us the other night, but that was impossible. She didn't live in the King house. She went home every day after her duties were completed. She couldn't have known about that night in the pool, and frankly, I didn't think it was any of her business either way. I offered Martha a polite smile and cupped my hand over Tegan's shoulder. "Come on, Tegan." My eyes were still locked in a stare with Martha. "It's time to go."
"Finally,"
Tegan grumbled, still oblivious to the subtle tension stirring between her nanny and me. I was disappointed by the woman's behavior. I didn't know what I'd been expecting from her, but it certainly wasn't whatever that was. Something odd. I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. After all, she'd known Weston and Tegan for longer than I had. Maybe she was just looking out for their best interests. I understood that. I was a stranger coming into their home and changing their routine. Tegan skipped down the hallway. I opened the studio door for her, and she trotted inside, still humming to herself and dancing around in circles like she always did. "Are you excited to get started?"
"You know it,"
Tegan chimed, her smile refreshing. "Okay, let's dive into the warm-ups," I said. "You know the drill."
"I do."
Tegan nodded her approval and went to the center of the room, where we started doing our daily stretches. "It's important to wake up our joints and muscles before we get into the more strenuous activities," I said. Tegan tilted her head and peered up at me.
"What's strenuous?"
I smiled. Hard. I squeezed my eyes shut. Hard. Like Weston's muscles, and his cock throbbing against my ass. I cleared my throat. Strenuous also means difficult. Like, it takes a lot of energy to do strenuous things. Tegan swiped her hand through the air.
"Nothing is strenuous for me."
I hid my laugh. Just wait until you see what's coming. I'm starting with the easy stuff on purpose.
"Bring it on,"
Tegan said, making me laugh. The things she said at only 5 years old were hilarious. She was so astute, but also dedicated to the practice at such an early age. No wonder Weston wanted to make sure all her dancing needs were met. The little girl seemed to care about dance above all else in life. I admired her passion. It was easy for us to bond because I felt the same way about ballet ever since I was pretty much her age. Still, I was curious about why Tegan had been kicked out of her prior class, especially given how talented she was. However, it didn't take me long to find out. I got my first dose of Tegan's antics that same afternoon.
Why don't we play hide and seek?
Tegan asked as we were wrapping up her ballet lesson for the day. I pressed my ballet slippers back into my dance bag and pushed myself to a standing position, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. Seriously?
What?
Tegan shrugged, her heart-shaped face innocent. You aren't exhausted from that workout we just did? I was still trying to catch my breath. It was hard to keep up with her, even though I was the teacher. Tegan swirled around the studio's dance floor.
Nope.
I blew out a short breath. Of course not. Why would I even ask such a silly question?
Because you're a silly goose,
Tegan cackled. You have me all figured out, don't you?
Yep.
There was an adorable dimple in Tegan's left cheek when she grinned. All right, fine, I caved. We can play one round of hide and seek, but then I'm going upstairs to take a shower.
Deal,
Tegan said, her blue eyes electric. You have enough energy for the both of us, I said. Do you want to be the hider or the seeker?
The seeker.
Tegan bounced on her heels. I planted my hands on my hips and assessed the room. Okay, you have to count to 30.
You can't hide in here,
Tegan proclaimed.
It's too easy.
I arched an eyebrow. Nothing gets past you, little girl. Tegan marched in her pink leotard and black tights to the studio door and stepped out into the hallway. She pointed an assertive finger in front of her.
You have to hide in Daddy's office, she ordered.
Why?
It has the best hiding spots.
Tegan gave me a convincing smile.
Trust me, I know.
Oh, you do? Are you really allowed to be in there? Tegan hitched a shoulder upward into a shrug.
Daddy doesn't care.
I wasn't sure if I believed her. If I hide in your dad's office, you'll already know where I am. Then it will be too easy for you. Tegan shook her head.
No, it won't. His office is big. There are plenty of secret places you can hide.
I sighed. It was clear I wasn't going to win this battle. All right, but since it's on the other side of the garage, you have to give me a full minute to hide. Can you count to 60? Tegan wrinkled her nose.
Of course I can count to 60.
As Tegan's counting echoed down the hallway, I jogged to Weston's office, hoping I wasn't making a huge mistake. The double doors leading into his office were open. The floor-to-ceiling windows gave a pristine view of the front lawns and the mermaid fountain in the circular driveway. Modern, white built-in shelves were tucked into the adjacent wall, holding a few books, a few awards, and a few pictures of Tegan in frames. Weston had quite the setup on his desk. He had 4 computer monitors formed into a semicircle on the desk's wide surface space. Everything in here looked expensive. I was afraid to touch anything.
Ready or not, here I come.
Tegan's voice crowed from a distance. I surveyed the room, fresh beads of nervous sweat forming a clammy film on my skin. Climbing under the desk, I sat with my legs crossed in the corner, stiff and hoping Tegan would find me quickly so I could get the hell out of there. I felt like I was invading Weston's private environment. Why did I agree to hide in here? The door slowly opened. I braced myself, stiffening. Instead of hearing Tegan's tiny voice, I heard a man's tone, one I recognized as Weston's. My heart sank into my stomach. I didn't dare breathe. Footsteps approached the desk. 2 sets of footsteps. Oh no. I was doomed. I think if we push harder, we can meet the deadline, an unfamiliar male voice professed. Weston made a grunting sound. I need to run the numbers again first. The other male voice snickered. Why am I not surprised you would say that? Let's talk about what's on the agenda for next week. The second guy heaved a sigh. Okay, but you realize everything is waiting on your numbers, right? Weston walked around to the back of his desk and sat down in his office swivel chair. Oh, God. I had to say something, but I was suddenly mute. He planted his hands on the desk and began rolling the chair closer to the desk. But then he froze and looked down. Our eyes met. Please, please let me disappear. I tried to give him an apologetic smile, but it came out as more of a grimace. Weston licked his lips and cleared his throat loudly. He pushed his chair a little closer to the desk, but not all the way, keeping a safe distance between us. I closed my eyes and prayed to wake up from this nightmare. Only I couldn't. It was real life. I chewed on the inside of my mouth until I tasted blood. I heard Tegan giggling in the hallway. That little rascal. She'd set me up on purpose to prank me. Weston had warned me before that Tegan was fond of pranks, and I was her latest target. My heart raced with irritation as Weston carried on with his meeting, although his voice was more rigid than it was when he'd first entered the room. I was so stiff my muscles ached, but I couldn't bring myself to even flinch. I squeezed my eyes shut as they discussed debugging and test runs of their app. After what seemed like hours, but was probably no more than 5 minutes, Weston stood up and adjusted his suit jacket. That's enough for now, Josh. We'll settle the rest at work tomorrow. All right, man. See you then. Footsteps shuffled toward the door, and then there was silence. I didn't budge. Tegan's howls of laughter spilled into the room. Weston's shoulders eased. What kind of antics are you up to, Half-Pint? Tegan traipsed around the side of the desk. She cupped one hand over her mouth and pointed one finger at me while giggling. I shimmied out from under the desk, trying desperately to conceal the mortification warming my cheeks. I looked at Weston, whose expression was unreadable as he watched me climb to my feet like a fool. I'm so sorry. She told me to hide in here. I had no trouble throwing Tegan under the bus for this one. I waited for Weston to blow up and start scolding me, but he didn't. Much to my surprise, Weston's face opened into a smile. His handsome blue eyes landed on his vivacious daughter, and he scooped her up in his arms. He swung her around, making Tegan squeal with delight. Then he started tickling her belly. Tegan squirmed and shouted,
No, Daddy, stop!
Weston surrendered and set her back on her feet. You are such a trickster, Half-Pint. We were playing hide-and-seek, I explained. I placed my arms by my sides, unsure of what else to do with them.
I planned it all along,
Tegan laughed. Weston tousled Tegan's hair with his large hand. You got us good on this one, Half-Pint. I raised an eyebrow. He wasn't going to tell her not to play pranks on people like that? Tegan could do no wrong in his eyes, apparently. But more than my surprise at his response, I was relieved that he hadn't sent me packing. Come on, Tegan, I said, and took her hand, giving a cautious smile to Weston as I apologized again and hustled his daughter out the door. Sorry for the interruption, I called over my shoulder before we departed. I closed the door and turned to Tegan, kneeling to her level. That was a naughty thing you did. Tegan's blue eyes sparkled.
It was funny.
I raised myself to a standing position and took her hand. No more hide-and-seek in your dad's office. Tegan gave me a sullen frown as I tugged her along.
My mommy is going to be coming back soon. She'll let me play in Daddy's office.
I halted abruptly and turned toward Tegan. The blood drained from my head. Your mommy? Tegan nodded.
Yep. She'll be home any day now.
Well, that came out of left field. I kept my poise in front of the kindergartner, choosing my words carefully. Where has your mommy been? Tegan shrugged and scratched at her nose.
Away.
Away. Away? My heart was having a panic attack inside my chest. Should I press Tegan for more details or let it slide? A bitter taste formed in my mouth, and white-hot anger surged through my veins. Weston had said Tegan's mother was no longer in the picture. Had he lied to me? Had she just been on an extended business trip? Caring for a sick relative out of town? Guilt lashed into me like a storm, even though I hadn't technically done anything wrong. Aside from making out with a married man. But how was I supposed to have known? Tegan was staring at me. I managed a meager smile. It's okay, sweetie. Even if your mommy returns, I'll still be your dance teacher. Tegan's eyes lit up.
Yay!
I wasn't sure if that would be true, but I didn't want to disrupt Tegan's current, oblivious peace. One thing I was sure of was the fact that I needed to confront Weston about it and get to the bottom of where Mommy, Weston's wife, was.
Chapter 8. Weston. I blinked at my computer screen. All the numbers bled together. The words might as well have been hieroglyphics. I was dog-tired, but there was still so much work to do. Sitting up straight, I felt my back crack in protest. It had been hours since I'd gotten up from this damn chair. Josh had left at 8:00 p.m., claiming that he'd missed his oldest daughter's talent show to burn the midnight oil with me. I'm really gonna get it for missing the talent show, he'd told me with pleading eyes. I gotta get home to Steph and the kids for dinner. If I don't, I might be sleeping on the couch for a week. At least you have a wife to go home to, I wanted to bark back, but I'd bitten my tongue. Getting into a fight with my number two, my business partner, wasn't the smartest move I could make. So instead, I showed the poor sap some mercy and told him to scram. Go on. I'd waved my hand dismissively. Josh had stared at me, his forehead wrinkled. His mouth had been pinched together in suspicion. Are you sure, man? I didn't actually think you'd agree. I'd offered him a meager smile. If you ask me again, I might change my mind. Now get out of here before I do. Josh had dived for the door only seconds later, spouting apologies over his shoulder and promising to make up for the lost time the following day. Maybe I shouldn't have been so strict with the guy. He had a lot on his plate, too, and he was just trying to keep his head above water. Same as me. I pressed my palms to my eyes and rubbed them until they were sore. When I opened them again, the world looked fuzzy. Groaning, I laced my hands behind my head and leaned back in my chair, rocking back and forth until the chair squeaked in protest. There has to be a way around this. I shook my head and peered at the computer screen with my lips squeezed together in frustration. There was only one thing now standing between me and the app's launch, tying the user experience with the actual mechanics of working the app. I had a lot riding on the project, and the future of my career depended on how well the public received the app. This is a hopeless cause. I'm getting nothing accomplished here. I stood up too fast and got a head rush. After the world stopped momentarily spinning, I shut my computer down and headed downstairs to my car. On the drive home, my mind raced with a million different scenarios of how the launch could potentially crash and burn. I didn't want to work myself into a frenzy of worry, so I tried to focus on the positives. Get some food and keep working at the home office. You can focus better at home, I told myself as my sweaty palms slipped across the steering wheel. I pulled into my driveway and sat in the car for several minutes, staring up at the mammoth house. I wondered what the point of having a house that huge was in the grand scheme of things. Everything is for Tegan. The lights were on in the dance studio. I wondered what Ellie was up to. Upstairs, it was dark, and I knew Tegan was probably sleeping. I dragged myself inside. Martha greeted me at the door with her purse in her hand. She'd already put Tegan to bed, and I thanked her. I removed my jacket, then shuffled down the hallway to my office. Part of me wanted to turn around and go the opposite way to see if Ellie was in the dance studio, but I forced myself to focus on the mountain of tasks I had in front of me. Tegan will thank you later for all your hard work and dedication. I only hoped that would be the case, and I didn't end up royally screwing up my kid's childhood. I slumped into my office chair and was about to pour myself a glass of whiskey when a sudden movement caught my eye.
Knock, knock.
Ellie stood in the doorway, wearing a lavender leotard and white leg warmers. A fluttery white ballet skirt hugged at her waist. Her blonde hair was pulled up into a clean bun, and her eyeshadow matched her leotard. I sat up straight, my senses awakened. Seeing Ellie in my office doorway was like a breath of fresh air. "Good evening," I said, my voice deep. Ellie took that as a sign to enter farther, and she stepped inside, approaching my desk.
I was wondering if I could talk to you about something important that's been weighing on my mind.
Ellie's fingers were locked at her stomach, and she fidgeted her hands nervously. I leaned back in my chair and dropped my pen. "Sure, go ahead." I didn't really have time for a conversation, but the wrinkle in Ellie's eyebrows alerted me that she was concerned about something, so I let her have the floor. Ellie licked her pink lips. Her eyes darted around the room before landing on mine.
I had a conversation with Tegan today.
Okay.
She told me something that bothered me.
Yes?
It was about Tegan's mother.
After that, she had my attention. I swallowed hard, keeping appearances light. "Oh? What about her?" Ellie shifted her weight from one leg to the other, her hands still wrung together.
"Well, she told me that she's coming home soon."
I jolted to my feet. "She did what?"
"If you have something to tell me, Weston, after the other night—"
"It's not true what Tegan said. I don't know why she said that, but she should know better. Her mother isn't coming back. We haven't seen her in years. And I suggest that next time you start to accuse me, you get all your facts straight." Ellie's eyes widened with shock as she stared at me. Then they filled with tears, and her chin quivered. She stumbled backward, stammering, "I'm sorry, I just, since the pool happened and all." She trailed off, her voice anguished and shaking. Shit. I'd overreacted massively. I'd upset her. Now I'm the jerk. Damage control, Weston. I took a cautious step in her direction, but Ellie backed away. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you," I explained. "I've had a rough day. Still, that's no excuse to treat you like that. It's just a sore subject for me. Always has been." Ellie's distraught features softened into confusion.
"I didn't know. I'm really sorry for prying. I shouldn't have. I was just curious because Tegan seemed so sure that she would be seeing her mommy again in a few days."
Ellie's gaze drifted downward, and her shoulders hung.
"And like I said, when we shared that kiss."
Her voice dropped so low I barely heard what she'd said. I wanted to reach out and comfort her, to explain everything to her, to make her feel appreciated and needed. I'd screwed up big time. "Please, sit down, and I'll tell you what you need to know about Tegan's mother," I whispered. When Ellie lifted her face, her cheeks and neck were patchy with red blotches, and her eyes shimmered with tears. I didn't mean to be such a dick," I said. "You just caught me off guard at one of the worst possible times."
Ellie turned on a heel, her voice stiff. "I'll leave you to it then." "No, please," I said with more urgency. "Sit. I swear I won't yell at you again." Ellie's eyes flashed with defiance, and her upper lip twitched, but she sat down at the desk. I sat across from her and leaned forward, propping my elbows on my desk. I cupped my hands together and took a deep breath. I wasn't prepared to discuss this sensitive topic with my daughter's dance teacher, especially now, with everything going on with the app. However, Ellie had raised a good point. We'd shared an exceptional kiss, and she deserved to know what was going on. I licked my lips and swallowed hard. I didn't look at Ellie as I prepared to give her the general rundown of the situation. She sat silently and waited, and even though I didn't look directly at her, her gaze burned into me. Taking a deep breath to compose myself, I began, ready to appease this gorgeous woman who was playing games with my head without knowing it. Tegan's mother left 3 years ago. Tegan was 2 at the time. It happened without warning. When I woke up, I noticed most of her clothes were gone, along with her makeup, shoes, toiletries, the basics. I ran downstairs, looking everywhere for her. Her car wasn't in the garage. I paused and looked at Ellie. The scorn in her eyes had eased, and she stared at me unblinking, her posture straight, her slender hands folded in her lap. "Anyway," I continued, "after a few minutes of searching and discovering her car missing, I went back upstairs and found a note that I'd overlooked when I'd first woken up. She'd left the note on my nightstand, plain as day." I waited to see if Ellie would ask what was written in the note. When she didn't, I supplied the details with my head down. The note was vague. She said she couldn't do this anymore, that she needed to go. She told me in the note that she loved Tegan, and she was sorry for having to do this, but she felt she had no choice. There wasn't really any other explanation given. When I finished, the silence was thick in the room. Ellie didn't move, nor did she say a word. I lifted my head and looked at her. So, in a nutshell, Tegan's mother is no longer in the picture. Ellie's face was pale, but her lips were still pink, and her tight features had relaxed and faded into empathy. "Sorry for ruining your night with such a sad story." I shrugged, feeling sorry for myself. I released a light chuckle that made me feel better. Ellie shook her head. Her lips parted. "You didn't ruin my night. I'm so sorry this happened to you and Tegan." I've always been clear to Tegan that her mom lives somewhere else, but the subject hasn't come up in so long. I guess she invented this story about her mom coming home to comfort herself. I shook my head and swallowed the lump in my throat. I didn't tell her the details of her mother leaving, and she doesn't have a full understanding of what happened. To be fair, that's my fault. I should have been clearer with her from the beginning, but she was only 2. Ellie finished my sentence for me. Our eyes met, and understanding flooded Ellie's features. Right. She's still too young to really understand, even at 5 years old, Ellie mentioned. Apparently. What was her name? Your wife, I mean. Ex-wife, I corrected. Rebecca. The name felt foreign on my tongue. I shouldn't have waltzed in here like I did, demanding an explanation. Ellie's voice was laced with remorse. It's not your fault. You couldn't have known, since I wasn't straightforward. It was none of my business. Until we kissed. Ellie's eyes met with mine again, and for a moment we didn't speak. We just looked at each other, our eyes searching one another. Until we kissed, Ellie whispered. I'm going to have a talk with Tegan, I said, looking at my hand. I should be clearer about her mother. It's hard. I don't want to break her heart more. When I looked at Ellie again, her cheeks were as pink as her lips, and her eyes took on a pitying shape. You must think I'm a cold, distant father. No, I don't think that at all. Ellie's mouth curved into something resembling half smile, half grimace, but her voice had lost its edge. I meant what I said the other night. I think you're a great dad to Tegan. That was nice to hear, and I hoped she was right. I resolved to make things better with Tegan, and to be more communicative with her in the future. If only this damn app hadn't been taking up all my focus. With Ellie sitting in my office, the pressure of the app seemed less urgent. I could consider the coding puzzle with more distance, more space. I took a moment to study her, sitting gracefully in her leotard, her curves defined, her slim figure and muscle definition sexy as ever. I raised myself from my chair and stared at Ellie as a current of ideas began swirling through my mind. Then, it was like my brain unlocked. I've got it. Ellie's eyebrows lifted, but she remained seated. Got what? My app. I hurried to my desk and sat down behind it. I picked up my pen and began scribbling on the notepad in front of me. I think I've finally just had the breakthrough I've been waiting for. Ellie tilted her head to the side. Just now? It started with dance. Ellie shook her head and blinked. What does your app have to do with dance? It's simple. I grinned so hard my cheeks hurt. I can't believe I didn't see it all along. Can you explain? Absolutely. Explaining it would help me unravel the concepts in my brain anyway. You know how you and Tegan plan your dance steps to the beat of the music and match them up as you move around? Yes. Well, my app will allow drivers to set their own pace to transit. This is the final piece to the puzzle I need, something to tie the user experience to the app mechanics. Ellie's mouth frowned downward. I don't follow. I made a few more notes, ideas swarming in my mind. I'd have to make some changes to the app, add a few features, and we'd have to adjust our marketing approach. This would change everything, in a good way. I gave Ellie an insistent look. I need you for something. What? Skepticism shadowed her green eyes, making them appear darker than usual. You're going to be my muse until I finish this app. What about Tegan and the dance instructions? Ellie's voice raised a notch. You'll still work with her, but I need you to be available to me too. I'll increase your pay, of course. I don't understand how I am supposed to help you with your software development. Me neither. Adrenaline pumped through my veins. But it just worked with you here, and I don't want to lose the rhythm now that I've got the groove going. The ideas are snowballing and there's no time left to waste. Ellie gawked at me, her mouth hanging open. I looked down at my notes and jotted down a few lines with a grin.
Chapter 9. Ellie. Forgive me if this is a stupid question, but there are no stupid questions in life. Weston's blue eyes were sharp, and his smile curved at the edges of his lips. It made him appear even more charming. He brushed his fingers through his dark chocolate hair as he looked up from his notes. Lucky for me. My laugh was more nervous than I'd have liked. I clamped my hands together and took a deep breath. I've never been someone's muse before, so I'm not really sure what it entails. It's simple, really. Weston propped his palms up on the surface of his desk and used it to push himself closer to his computer. You are going to dance for me while I work. I stared at him and blinked. I was beginning to realize that Weston was accustomed to getting everything he wanted in life. He didn't ask for things. He took them. The problem was, he was so suave that he made anything seem like a genius idea. And how will dancing for you help your work? I can't explain it, Weston said, His broad shoulders were tall and lined up straight as he sat in his office chair, perched like a king. But just seeing you there in that leotard got my creative juices flowing for some reason. My heart did a flip, awakening as if from a dormant slumber. Wait a minute. Weston arched a quizzical eyebrow. What's wrong? This doesn't have anything to do with our kiss, does it? Weston's eyes widened with excitement. He leaned forward, his mouth curved into a grin. Are you saying you want to kiss me again? Heat rushed through the tops of my ears. No, we can't. I'm Tegan's dance teacher. If only I sounded more convincing. Yes, but for now, you are my muse. You keep saying that, but I still don't quite understand. Artists usually have muses. Painters, musicians, sculptors. I've never heard of a muse for a software engineer. He moved the mouse at his workstation, and my eyes flicked down to his massive hand. I remembered how strong those hands felt on my body. First time for everything. He fixed me with his intense eyes. Weston was sexy, no denying that. I was probably crazy to resist the temptation. I was sure he had women fawning all over him all the time. He had a confident, masculine air about him that was intoxicating. But I'd been hired for a specific reason, to get his little girl caught up for her dance audition. I didn't want to sabotage this gig for anything, including another makeout sesh with my boss of all people. It was almost as if Weston didn't see the invisible line drawn between us. Or maybe he did and just chose to ignore it, because he seeped confidence from every pore. Boundaries, Ellie. Stay strong, girl. My voice had an underlying rattle as I spoke. I think it might be a good idea if we have some ground rules. Weston linked his fingers together. He set his eyes on me. I'm listening. First of all, we can't kiss again. Weston's upper lip twitched, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, but his posture remained stoic. Okay. It's just not a good idea for us to get involved like that. How will we know unless we try it out first? The charisma in his smile made me feel like I was evaporating into thin air. I'm just trying to do what I was hired to do. I set my jaw. There. That should be a direct enough explanation. So, you're saying you want to keep our relationship strictly professional? There was a hint of disappointment in Weston's voice. Yes, please. Weston sighed and leaned back in his chair. He didn't speak for a moment, and my pulse hammered through my temples. Finally, he stood up and walked to the corner of one of his built-in shelves on the wall behind his desk. His index finger traced along the spines of several records tucked into the nook of a shelf. He plucked one from the middle and pulled the record from its protective sleeve, glancing at me over his shoulder while holding the record in his right hand and the sleeve in the left. Do you like Brahms? I'm sorry, what? Brahms, the composer. I thought we were still talking about the ground rules, but apparently Weston had gotten bored with that and decided to move on to another topic. Brahms. Do you like to dance to it? Yes. I mean, sometimes. He inhaled, his breath slow and precise. I've always found Brahms very relaxing to listen to. I frowned and webbed my fingers together. Okay. He placed the record on the player and pressed a button. A crackling noise followed as the record began to spin and the needle rubbed against the vinyl. Walking back to his desk, he sat down at his chair, his expression smooth and unreadable. He reached into one of the side drawers of his desk and lifted a glass and a bottle of whiskey out of it. He twisted the top open, and the amber liquid smoothly poured into the empty glass. If I was keeping tabs, I still didn't have a confirmation that we were going to keep our relationship professional. Weston returned the bottle to the drawer and closed it. His face was calm as he lifted his gaze to me.
I'm going to work now, and you can dance.
I was too frozen to move at all, much less dance. Weston? His eyebrows formed into curious half circles.
Yes.
What about the thing we were just talking about?
The professional relationship?
Yes. The air in my lungs tried to escape, but my throat tightened and refused to release it.
If that's what you wish.
I do. Why was I stammering? I wanted it this way, right? Weston waved his right wrist.
Now, please, if you don't mind, carry on.
That was it. If Weston said jump, I was supposed to ask how high. No, scratch that. If he told someone to do something, they weren't supposed to ask questions at all. Trying not to panic, I scrambled to think of choreography on the spot. My eyes shuttered closed. Just pretend he's not in the room. You can dance to your heart's content if you just pretend you're alone in the studio. It was easier said than done. Even with my eyes closed, Weston's blazing stare was extreme, and it set my nerves on edge. Every part of my body became electrified. Adrenaline pumped through my veins. With my eyes still closed, I began to move my arms and legs. My movements were delicate at first. I fluttered around in one spot, careful not to get too carried away because I didn't want to knock anything over. After a minute or two, I heard the clacking sound of Weston's keyboard and I relaxed. I got more into the rhythm. He wasn't looking at me anymore. His eyes were rooted on his screen as he focused. I secretly wondered if he'd notice if I twirled myself out of the room. Best not to press my luck. The tension in my muscles released, and the beauty of the music flowed through me. I did my best to channel the notes and time them to my body's movements as gracefully as possible. His office was large, with a minimal aesthetic, so I was relatively free to move about the ample space, and I tried some more complicated spins.
Yes, very good. Keep doing that. You're doing a phenomenal job.
Weston's voice was enthusiastic, and the speedy keyboard clicking continued. He still didn't look up from the screen. Maybe he had a point. Maybe I was just a creative muse for him after all. Was that really so bad?
Your dancing is working wonders for my thought process,
Weston said after a few minutes, his voice appeased. I brimmed with confidence at his praise, wondering why I cared so much about impressing him. Only moments ago, I was adamant we needed to keep our relationship as platonic as possible. Weston kept me guessing. Allowing myself to get lost in the music, I danced. Dancing for Weston in his home office quickly became routine over the next 2 days. He chipped away at the remaining steps for his app's development program with me there dancing in the background. The second afternoon, we had lunch together in his office. I'd just done a particularly exerting dance for him while he worked, and I was tired and happy for the break, not to mention starving.
How do you eat so much and stay so thin?
Weston asked between bites of the leftover spaghetti we'd had for dinner last night. I arched an eyebrow and twisted the pasta around on my fork. Weston grinned.
Relax, it's a compliment.
Could have fooled me.
I'm not flirting.
Oh, really? I grinned.
Hand to God.
Weston raised his palm over his head and swallowed down a giant bite of pasta. I don't know, I sighed. I probably stay thin because my boss makes me dance for him in his office around the clock. Weston laughed and brought the napkin in his lap up to his lips. He wiped his mouth with it.
I'm not forcing you to do it.
I smiled. I don't remember having much say in the matter. Your dancing has brought my concentration back from the dead, Weston said.
Too bad you can't patent it, I teased.
His eyes widened with enlightenment. Don't plant ideas in my head.
I thought that was the whole point of the dancing, I laughed.
He laughed too. I walked right into that one.
You sure did.
Anyway, I appreciate that you're willing to help me out.
His jaw relaxed, and he glanced down at his plate.
I'm grateful for the effort.
I chewed a small bite of pasta and swallowed, trying to stifle the warm sensation swirling in my belly. Thanks. He looked pensive a moment as he took a sip from his glass of soda. What's your favorite food? I asked. His bottom lip jutted out, and he scratched his chin, pondering.
Besides spaghetti?
I chuckled. Yeah, sure. Shrugging, he said,
I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of guy.
How very cliché of you. He tilted his head to the right and studied me.
Is it?
I shrugged and crossed my legs, leaning forward over my plate to take another bite. I don't know. Maybe. I was having more fun spending time with him than I'd expected, but I was sticking to my guns about the no intimacy policy. I strictly enforced it, and I was grateful that Weston did his best to respect my wishes, although he did try to get away with a little flirting whenever he found a way to sneak it in. Most of the time, I let it slide. I couldn't deny that it was a rush to have a hot guy interested in me. Every time I felt myself slipping, I reminded myself that my heart had no more room in it to be broken again. I'm just glad to see you eating, I mentioned.
I eat.
He frowned and pushed a forkful of pasta into his mouth.
When I remember.
Ha! I readjusted myself in my seat. I have to be honest, I never expected to be having lunch with you in your office in the middle of the day.
I hope you aren't too disappointed, he choked.
No, it's been nice. His blue eyes glimmered, and his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. Don't get any ideas. It's just lunch, I reminded him with a light laugh. Setting his fork down, he raised his arms by his sides.
Don't worry, you won't let me forget.
There was a moment of silence between us before Weston broke it.
Just out of curiosity, what did you expect from this arrangement?
I took a sip from my glass of soda and thought about it, as the carbonation fizzed on my tongue. I guess I just expected to stay in the guest house and trek to the dance studio whenever it was time to give a lesson to Tegan.
So you expected to be a hermit, he teased.
I laughed. Well, when you put it that way. His features became subdued as he chewed, and examined me with an analytical stare, as if I were a programming puzzle he had to solve.
You were hiding, though.
What do you mean?
Before I found you, you were hiding from something.
Weston posed it as a statement rather than a question. The food in my mouth suddenly took on the flavor and consistency of cardboard. I swallowed it down. It was heavy sliding down my throat and sank into my stomach like a rock. I cleared my throat, wiped my mouth on my napkin, and stared at my plate. He frowned.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
No, it's okay. I forced myself to look at him, because his apology was sincere. To be honest, it's been a rough few months for me.
Do you want to talk about it?
Now that you've opened the can of worms, I laughed.
I can seal it back up.
He smiled. His blue eyes looked worthy of my trust, so I decided to leak some of my past. Maybe it would be good for me to vent a little to someone other than Danny and Brina. I was certain they were tired of my complaining anyway. I went through a pretty bad breakup. My stomach nodded. I left out the engagement part of the story. No need to hash out every little detail.
I'm sorry to hear that.
His face wrinkled with concern, and his eyebrows knitted. I hugged my arms around my waist. It's fine. I'm doing a lot better now.
Is it because of the spaghetti?
Weston's eyes flashed with humor.
It's the spaghetti, isn't it?
I laughed. 1,000% yes. I don't think I'd be the same without it.
No one would.
Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. He sure didn't act like a stiff, number-crunching guy when he was around me. However, maybe it was our environment. He was at home, in a safe place in his own office. He had a former ballerina dancing on a whim for him. Either way, I liked this softer side of Weston, and it was nice to see him break down some of his barriers in front of me when we were alone. I'd begun to cherish times like this. We seemed to be striking up some sort of friendship. I unswaddled my arms from around my waist and pulled in a deep breath. Anyway, sorry for being a buzzkill. Weston didn't tear his eyes away from me.
You're anything but a buzzkill, trust me.
Thanks. Yeah, I chuckled, the jitters shaking in my voice. Anyway, I'm ready to get back to work if you are.
You're a real go-getter, aren't you?
His dashing smile made my heart pound. Learning from the best, I gestured to him. He pretended to bow.
Stop, or you'll give me a swollen head.
Don't you already have one?
You can never have too much male ego as far as I'm concerned.
An explosive laugh erupted from my chest. Spoken like a true male.
I'm just teasing, he said.
You better be. I gave him a playful smirk. We stared at each other for several moments, neither of us daring to be the first one to break eye contact. Part of me wanted to explore a friendship with Weston, but my more practical side told me to take a few steps back and think it over first. He was my boss and my landlord. It was like leverage constantly being dangled over me. However, I just shared a very personal piece of my history with him, and he reacted with empathy. It made me feel closer to him, trust him. He put the music back on and returned to his desk. I started with some light, gentle moves, connecting with my breath as I stretched. My heart was thudding in my chest as my thoughts swirled. What was I doing, letting myself get closer to Weston King? I was a mess, trying not to drown as I swam across this treacherous territory with Weston. I was desperate to regain solid ground.
Chapter 10. Weston. I think we're in good shape, everyone, I told my team. We sat in a conference room at the company headquarters, laptops open, projector screen down, PowerPoint presentations displaying the fruits of our labor. Josh rubbed at his facial scruff with his fingers. I also had some stubble brewing on my face, even though I normally liked to keep it fresh and clean. I just hadn't had time to put in the effort. Way to go on hitting this milestone, Josh said. I nodded at him, standing at the front of the conference table. I'd taken off my jacket and rolled up the sleeves of my white-collared shirt. While I still wore my blue and gray striped tie, I'd loosened its oppressive knot around my collar. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, man. I scanned the room. I couldn't have done it without any of you. Looks like we're ready to move into Phase 5. Cheers erupted throughout the room. Phase 5 meant we were in the home stretch. Morale was certainly up from where it had plummeted in the darkest hour of the storm. We were at the finish line, and I couldn't wait to celebrate. There are still a few loose ends to tie up, but we have everything ready to go otherwise, I explained, using the remote to shut off the PowerPoint screen. I glanced at the end of the long conference table to the head of my programmer team. How are we looking on testing and debugging? We're making progress, Zoe said. We should have it all completed in the next day or so. Excellent. I loved it when solid effort produced monumental results. We had time to spare, too. The official launch was still a few weeks away.
After congratulating the team some more, I said goodnight to everyone and headed home. As I drove, my thoughts moved from the app to Ellie. I hadn't seen her yet today, since I'd gone into the office to work early. I couldn't take her to the headquarters, and I missed seeing her. The woman lived rent-free inside my head. I pulled up in the driveway to find Ellie and Tegan playing in front of the garage. Both were dressed in their dance clothes, Ellie in a black leotard and Tegan in pale pink, sporting ballerina buns. I also noticed Ellie was not wearing tights as she stood with her feet bare in the center of the driveway. Seeing her without shoes, her legs bare, her leotard leaving little to the imagination, it was enough to make a line of sweat form at my hairline. I parked, then pretended to type something on my phone so I could try to calm down. Tegan squealed with glee and raced toward my car. Ellie was 2 steps behind her, jogging. I licked my lips and tried to look away as Ellie's supple breasts rounded out the chest of her leotard, her nipples hard and poking through. Mentally focusing on computer code while I stared at my phone for another moment, I finally cooled down. I took a deep breath and popped my door open. "Tegan!" I exclaimed, opening my arms wide to receive my bouncing 5-year-old. "Be careful, Tegan," Ellie gently lectured. "Don't spill your bottle of bubbles all over your dad and his car." I glanced at Tegan's hand. Sure enough, she had her fist tightly coiled around a container of bubbles. Ellie and I made eye contact as she took the soapy bottle from Tegan before it spilled everywhere, and she smiled shyly. "We were just out here enjoying the lovely afternoon sun before we went inside," she explained. "It's nice out here," I agreed, climbing out of the car with Tegan hanging off my shoulders like a little monkey. "I was chasing the bubbles, Daddy," Tegan squealed. Her eyes were ablaze with excitement. "I'm glad you're having fun, Half-Pint." Tegan still had her arms roped around my neck. I held her at her waist to support her weight. She tossed a glance over her shoulder at Ellie. "Yeah, I'm having fun with Miss Ellie." Ellie clapped her hands together behind her back, her cheeks as rosy as Tegan's leotard. "We're finished with class for today. I think it's important to let her mind explore. That way, it becomes even freer for dance," Ellie explained, as if she half expected me to argue. I nodded at her, my smile still in place. "I think that's an awesome idea." Ellie took a step backward and gestured toward Tegan and me. "Well, I'll go back to the guest house and let you guys enjoy some quality time together." "Bye, Miss Ellie," Tegan waved at her dance teacher. Ellie blew Tegan a kiss, but it was me she stared at as she backed away. This woman was driving me crazy in the best way possible. Was I just imagining the friskiness in her eyes, or was she toying with me? Either way, I needed more. I carried Tegan inside, where Martha was preparing dinner, and I took Tegan into her room upstairs to help her get changed out of her dance clothes. "Did you have a good time in your dance class?" I asked. Tegan sat on the edge of her white bed, her legs dangling over the edge. She swung them as I attempted to remove her ballet shoes. "I sure did." She nodded. "That's great, Half-Pint. I'm glad you're enjoying Miss Ellie's company." "I am." Tegan grinned and propped her hands behind her on the mattress. "But I'm also excited for Mommy to come back. I'll still like Miss Ellie, though." My heart jumped, and my throat instantly dried. I placed my hands on Tegan's lap and gave her a gentle smile. It was time to take some of Ellie's advice and broach the subject of Rebecca with Tegan more thoroughly than I'd done before. "Half-Pint, I need to talk to you about your mommy." I sat beside her on the bed. "Okay." Tegan's eyes, big and bright, searched mine. I inhaled a deep breath, but my lungs felt starved for oxygen. Holy shit, I was nervous. I never wanted Tegan to think it was her fault her mother had left. That kind of thing could scar a child for life. I needed to do it as carefully as possible, sparing Tegan's feelings the best I could. You know how I've told you your mother is gone? She nodded. Yeah, you said she lives somewhere else. Ava's daddy was gone too, but he came back. And now he lives with Ava and her mommy. So my mommy must be coming back too. I just don't know when. I put my arm around her shoulders and tried again. Tegan, sweetie, I'm sorry I didn't explain things better. I thought you understood. She blinked at me. Tegan, your mommy. She's not coming back, Half-Pint. Tegan's eyebrows knitted. Ever? I shook my head. No. I'm so sorry, baby. Tegan's face fell. Her eyes turned red, but didn't fill with tears. She shrugged my arm off her shoulders and stared at the floor. I promise you will never go without anything you need, including love, I said. I have more love to give you than I could ever explain. The earth isn't even big enough to contain the love I have for you. Tegan continued staring at the floor. Her upper lip twitched, and she scratched at it. Sweetheart, your mother had some problems. She thought she could fix her problems by leaving. And one day, she left. It was a mistake, but sometimes grown-ups make mistakes. Even really, really big ones. I brushed a strand of hair off her face. It had nothing to do with you. You are a perfect little girl, and I am so proud to be your father. I'm so sorry that your mom isn't here with you. I put my arm around her again, and that time, she leaned into me and broke into soft sobs. I held her, pulling her into my lap as I rocked her for a long while. My heart was breaking right along with hers. Anything that hurt my daughter hurt me too. The worst part was that I'd failed her. I'd thought I'd made it clear to Tegan that her mother was out of the picture. I'd assumed she'd understood enough for her age. Obviously, I hadn't done a good job explaining it to her. Guilt stabbed me in the chest. I hated seeing my daughter suffer. I'd dropped the ball big time. Right then, I decided to start looking for the best child therapist money could buy. Dance had been a kind of therapy for Tegan, but she needed more. She needed help from a professional who could assist her in processing her grief. Fuck. I was supposed to be so smart. How could I have been such a damn fool when it came to my daughter? Finally, she calmed down a bit and blew into the tissue I held at her nose. I know it hurts. I wish I could take away the pain. I love you so much, baby girl. I love you too, Daddy. She gave me a big hug, resting her face against my chest. Half-Pint, let's not tell strangers that your mommy is coming back. Tegan's eyes lifted, her expression solemn as she stared at me. Miss Ellie's not a stranger. I stroked my daughter's pink cheek. She was losing some of her baby features, making me wish I could rewind time. Maybe I could have convinced Rebecca to stay, or at least not to abandon her daughter forever. No, she's not a stranger anymore. But if you have questions about your mother, you should come to me instead, and I'll try to answer as best I can. Tegan inhaled a small breath and nodded. She was being brave. You're a strong girl. You can get through this, and I'll be right here with you whenever you need me. Yeah, I know, Daddy. Tegan cut me a meager smile. I'm sorry. You don't have anything to be sorry about, baby. I'm sorry that I told Miss Ellie that my mommy was coming back when she's not. I'm sure Miss Ellie understands. Tegan's face was etched in concentration. She's nice. I smiled and stroked my daughter's arm. Yes, she is. She cares about you a lot. So do I, and Martha, too. We're all on your side, Half-Pint. Tegan's eyes twinkled, Thanks, Daddy.
Are you okay? Tegan's nod wasn't as convincing as I'd hoped.
I think so.
I wished I could confront Rebecca, scream at her, ask her why she showed us no mercy and left her 2-year-old daughter. But of course, I could never do that. I didn't even know where to find her. I was sure if I really tried, I could locate her, but part of me didn't want to. If she wanted to be in her daughter's life, she knew where to find us. I didn't want to track her down, only for her to hurt Tegan again. The past was in the past. The only thing I cared about was keeping my daughter's mental health intact. Digging up the ghosts of our past wasn't exactly a healthy way to do that. I cradled Tegan's hand in mine. What can I do to make you feel better? Tegan's posture perked up.
Can we invite Miss Ellie to have dinner with us?
That came as a surprise, but I tried not to show it. I trailed off, trying to think of a response on the spot. Tegan's eyes narrowed.
Why don't you want Miss Ellie to have dinner with us?
I was cornered. I didn't say that. She brightened once again.
Then can she eat with us?
I walked into this trap myself, and I had no choice but to honor her wishes and invite Ellie to dinner. I'll go ask her, sweetie, I said, patting Tegan's little knee. She might be busy, though. I don't want you to feel sad if she says no. Tegan wrapped her arms around my neck and yanked me closer for a bear hug.
She won't say no.
Okay, half pint, I chuckled.
Ouch, Daddy.
Tegan pulled away from me.
Your face is scratchy.
I laughed. I know. I'm going to take care of that soon. I removed Tegan's arms from around my neck and kissed the tip of her nose. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
A quizzical frown formed on Tegan's mouth. To ask Ellie if she wants to have dinner with us, silly goose. Tegan laughed until she snorted. I placed my hands around her waist and tickled her until she laughed harder. She lifted herself to her knees on the bed, squirming away from me while cackling,
Stop it, Daddy! No more!
I wished I'd thought of it sooner, inviting Ellie to eat with us. I felt like a schmuck because I hadn't done it already. While I had issues with social interactions, it was even worse when it came to Ellie. She had my emotions in a chokehold, but I was trying to respect her wishes to keep things professional.
Can I come with you?
Tegan jumped off the bed. Of course. I felt a flush of excitement, knowing that Ellie would accept the invitation with Tegan by my side. Who could say no to her sweet face? We trekked to the guest house together. The light was on in the front window, but the blinds were closed. Tegan balled her tiny fist and rapped it against the door. A moment passed, and then the sound of the lock clicked. The door swung open, revealing Ellie in a pair of black leggings and a white tank top. Even in lounge clothes, she was insanely hot.
Hey, guys.
She stood in the doorway with one hand clamped over the door, her smile lighting up her face.
What's up? Miss Ellie, will you come have dinner with us?
Tegan said, planting her palms together in a prayer position. Ellie looked at me and I shrugged. It was her one request of the evening.
Please don't break my heart,
Tegan said, scrunching her face into a pitiful look that would melt steel. Ellie leaned down to eye level with Tegan.
I would love to have dinner with you. Thank you so much for offering.
If you aren't busy, of course, I said. We don't want to impose.
I'd love to.
Ellie's smile was sincere as she rose and met my gaze. My muscles relaxed, and my heart stopped galloping like a wild horse. That's great. Thank you. It'll make Tegan happy. I paused before adding, and me. She flashed me a grin, her green eyes enchanting. I hadn't even realized how much I was hoping to see that smile again this evening.
Chapter 11. Ellie.
Steak and mashed potatoes. I smiled down at the plate. I would have never guessed. Weston laughed.
Am I that predictable?
I pressed my lips to my glass of Merlot and gave Weston a private smile over the rim. I'm not sure yet. I just remember you telling me that was your favorite meal.
Oh, right.
Weston's blue eyes shimmered.
I forgot about the spaghetti thing. You have a good memory.
Tegan poked her head up from where it was bent over her plate. Up until that point, she'd been prodding at the mashed potatoes with her fork. Her steak was cut into tiny pieces so she could chew it better, a careful consideration done by her father. "What spaghetti thing?" she said.
We had spaghetti for lunch the other day,
Weston said, reaching out to tousle the top of Tegan's little head. It was just the three of us at the dining room table. Martha had apparently prepared the side dishes earlier before going home. Tegan and I had set the table, while Weston cooked the steaks. "I had peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch today," Tegan piped up. "Martha made it for me before school." "What else did you have for lunch?" I asked, turning toward the little girl. Her eyes, blue and piercing just like her father's, lit up under the attention. "I had milk and chips, and Martha put a special treat in for me, too." "What kind of special treat?" I grinned at the adorable child. "A chocolate chip cookie," Tegan exclaimed. "Chocolate chip cookies are my favorite of all time," I said. "Really?" Tegan's smile beamed through the room. "Uh-huh," I nodded. "I love anything chocolate." Tegan's grin widened. "Me too."
Well, for now, let's focus on dinner. Then we can talk about cookies.
Weston chuckled, pointing at Tegan's full plate. I looked at him, and we both smiled. Tegan seemed to notice, her eyes panning between us.
How was school besides lunch?
Weston cleared his throat and took a sip from his wineglass, distracting Tegan before she had a chance to ask any questions about what the smile between us meant. Tegan pushed a piece of steak around on her plate with her fork and shrugged. She sighed and placed her chin in her hands. "It was okay."
Don't slouch, Half-Pint. Weston gave Tegan a light tap on the shoulder. Remember your table manners, especially in front of our guest.
Tegan straightened her posture, and her mouth puckered. "I got in trouble." Weston drew in a breath of patience, as if he was used to having this conversation. I couldn't hide a tender smile just thinking about it. He was such a gentle dad from what I'd seen so far.
What did you do to get in trouble?
I put Play-Doh on Michaela's chair so she would sit on it, and it would get on her dress.
Tegan, that's not very nice,
Weston scolded, his jaw set. "She started it. She tried to push me on the playground," Tegan countered, her voice higher than normal.
Did you tell your teacher? Weston asked.
"Yes, but she just told us to play nice," Tegan rolled her eyes.
Well, I'm happy you stuck up for yourself, Weston said, and popped a piece of steak into his mouth, giving his daughter a playful wink.
"You aren't mad at me?" Tegan asked, casting her father a doubtful frown. Weston chewed and contemplated.
Not really. If she was mean to you first, you get fair retaliation. Just don't use violence. Do your best to concentrate on the lessons from the teacher. Stay in your lane and don't bother the other kids too much.
"Daddy, I'm only in kindergarten," Tegan argued. His eyebrows raised in mock surprise.
You're kidding.
Tegan giggled, her blue eyes sparkling. "Daddy, you forgot what grade I'm in?" He shrugged and winked.
It must have slipped my mind.
Tegan planted on an adorable smile, like she knew she melted her daddy's heart. "I swear, you are so silly, Daddy."
Don't swear.
Tegan grumbled. "Fine, I promise then. You are a silly goose." Weston nodded with approval and chomped down another bite of steak.
I'll wear the title proudly.
I thought that maybe Weston should have spent a little more time addressing the topic of Tegan's pranking instead of just joking around with her, especially since it had gotten her in trouble more than once. He skated around the topic surprisingly fast. Then again, who was I to give my opinion on the matter? I wasn't Tegan's mother. I wasn't even her nanny. I was just acting as her fill-in dance teacher, preparing her for when better dancing opportunities came along. After sitting at the table with us for a while, Tegan's eyelids began to droop, and her shoulders slumped in her chair.
Are you getting tired, Half-Pint?
Tegan's eyes popped open.
I'm never tired.
Weston stood up, took his daughter into his arms, and swung her around.
Yeah, right. You can't even hold your eyes open.
He set her down and gave her bottom a light tap.
Go on upstairs and get your pajamas on and brush your teeth. I'll be up to tuck you in after I clear the table.
Can I get a bedtime story too?
Tegan's eyes widened with hopefulness.
Sure.
2 bedtime stories, she bargained.
1 bedtime story, Half-Pint.
He gave her a coaxing pat on the back.
Now go on. Hustle up the stairs. I'm going to time you to see how long it takes you to get ready for bed.
Daddy!
1, 2...
Okay, I'm going!
Tegan squealed with excitement and started racing up the stairs.
Works like a charm.
Weston grinned, his eyes enticing and sparkling with mischief. I smiled and stood up from my chair at the table.
You know all the tricks of parenthood, don't you?
Weston lifted a plate from the table and smiled pensively.
I've got a few cards up my sleeve, yes.
What can I help you with?
You don't have to help.
Weston waved his hand dismissively, walking back to the kitchen from the dining room. Are you sure?
Positive.
I gave him a polite smile and reached for my phone and keys that I'd placed on the counter by the back doors. I was about to thank him for dinner and say goodnight when Weston pointed at my wine glass.
Would you like a refill?
No, don't do it. It's a bad idea. I hesitated, then answered, Yes, please. Way to take your own advice. Weston's charming smile made me feel woozier than the wine, but I couldn't say no to him, even though my brain was screaming otherwise. I didn't want to go back to my guest house, though. I was having fun with him. He was clearly inviting me to stay, so why not accept the invitation? I wasn't trying to sneak into his heart or life. I wasn't looking for a fling, much less a relationship. We were just 2 friends hanging out, or a boss and his employee. Whatever. At least take it slow with the wine and don't guzzle what he's pouring you. Weston refilled my Merlot and proceeded to carry more dishes from the table to the counter, while I stood there feeling useless. He stacked the dishes neatly into a tower on the counter, rinsed them individually, and started methodically placing them in the dishwasher in perfect rows. I feel like I should be helping you do something. My arms hung stiff at my sides. I felt awkward, out of place. Weston glanced up at me and shook his head.
You're fine. Just enjoy your wine.
Thanks. I took a sip, careful not to spill any on my knee-length pink floral dress. It was a fairly conservative outfit, appropriate for a family dinner. Still, though, I caught Weston checking me out when he thought I wasn't looking. A minute later, Tegan reappeared at the top of the stairs, and my heart melted. She was wearing a purple nightgown and holding a stuffed brown bear in her arm. She rubbed at her sleepy eyes and gazed down at us from the landing.
Daddy, I'm ready for my story,
her tiny voice squeaked.
I'll be right there, sweetheart,
Weston called, placing the last glass into the dishwasher. Good night, Tegan, I waved up to her.
Good night, Miss Ellie.
Chapter 12. Ellie. Weston jogged up the stairs, plucked his daughter from the floor, and the 2 disappeared down the hallway. Their voices carried down the steps, though I couldn't make out what they said. My more domesticated side secretly swooned over Weston, and how he cared for his daughter,
making sure all her needs were met above everything else in life. I looked around for something to occupy myself with, to keep my jitters down, and began wiping down the stove and the gorgeous counters, noting the immaculately organized spice rack and taking in the sight of an enormous, well-stocked pantry. Everything about the home was beautiful and luxurious. I'd never been in such a fancy house like this, and it all had Weston's touch. To top off everything perfect about Weston, the guy could cook. The steak was delicious, and I could tell by his carefully curated spice selection that he knew his way around the kitchen. When there was nothing left to tidy, I began to pace, brushing my fingers through my hair and smoothing the skirt of my dress. Anticipation stirred inside me. I didn't know what to expect or where this evening would go when Weston came downstairs. When he reappeared several minutes later, he refilled both our wine glasses, his eyes holding mine. He didn't ask me if I wanted another glass, nor did I protest when it was poured.
"Let's go sit in the living room,"
he suggested. My stomach flipped, but I nodded and followed him. Okay. We sat down on the couch, keeping a safe distance between us. My muscles were tense with nerves, and Weston fidgeted his hands in his lap.
"Forgive me, it's been a while since I've had a woman over for dinner."
There was a vulnerability in his smile that softened me. It's fine. As I said, I just went through a painful breakup, and I'm not looking for anything now. I won't be for a long time. I paused and squeezed my fist around the stem of my wine glass. I peered down at the burgundy liquid. Maybe not ever.
"We're kind of alike in that way,"
Weston mentioned.
"In the not looking for anything department."
I glanced up at him. Yeah. Because of Rebecca, his ex-wife who left him. We were both thinking it, but neither of us said it. Weston sighed and rested his back against the couch cushions. He took a slow sip of his wine and stared at the fireplace in front of us. I wanted to talk about something less depressing. Maybe Weston was waiting for me to break the ice. It's nice to see you unwind and not buried in your work for once, I said, offering a kind-hearted smile so he'd know I wasn't judging him. He chuckled and crossed one leg over the other.
"What are you trying to say?"
That you work too hard? I grinned. But I get it. I'm the same way. You don't get to pro ballerina level without intense dedication.
"I'd imagine so. What happened, by the way? Why'd you stop dancing professionally?"
I swallowed, then drew a deep breath. So much for avoiding heavy subjects. Car accident. 2 years ago. Major trauma to my hips and pelvis. I noticed my voice grew a bit shaky, and I tried to keep my sadness from welling up. It ended my career. I can't move the same way, and there are certain jumps I simply can't do anymore. He blinked, watching me for a long moment. Sorry, I said awkwardly. Here I go with my sob stories. He just kept staring at me, and I felt my cheeks go warm. Finally, he spoke.
"Don't apologize. I'm glad you told me."
He shook his head sadly and stared ahead.
Fuck.
I blinked at him. What?
It just fucking sucks is all. Life is not fair, that's for sure.
I nodded, looking down.
I'm sorry you went through all that. You must have been pretty early in your career, too.
I was 27. Most ballerinas can dance professionally until age 35 or 40. I still had some good years left. He nodded, giving me a sympathetic look. I sighed. I guess we've both been dealt some bad hands.
Yeah, I guess so.
We were quiet for a moment. I wanted desperately to lighten the mood. Tegan is such a talented little dancer, I said, turning to him with a grin. He smiled. And you've been doing exceptionally well with her. I've noticed a remarkable difference in not only her attitude, but her focus. She's really blossoming under your instruction.
You're going to make me blush. I smiled and glanced at my lap, but I felt Weston's hot gaze scorching me.
Nonsense. You deserve the praise.
Well, thank you.
We thank you, too,
Weston said. I suppose you're speaking on behalf of the half-pint? I asked with a laugh. He smiled.
Yep.
When did that nickname start, out of curiosity? He peered at the ceiling, his features concentrated.
You know what? I can't remember.
We both laughed. It's cute, I said.
She doesn't seem to mind it.
At least for now. She might not like it when she's 14. Weston winced.
I don't even want to think about having a teenage daughter.
I don't blame you, I laughed. I remember those days well, even if they were 1,000,000 years ago.
You're talking like you're old.
Sometimes I feel like I am. The fact that I had hip issues because of the car accident didn't help much. Most people who weren't professional dancers didn't notice the stiffness in my body, but I sure did.
Having a kid makes me feel old, he gazed at me. Were you a handful to your parents growing up?
I weaved my fingers through my hair and twirled a strand around my index finger, propping my elbow up on the arm of the couch. I'm sure they'd tell you that, but then I'm not super close with my family.
That makes two of us. Estranged is putting it mildly.
I hear you. He narrowed his eyes at me.
But I don't buy that you were a handful, Ellie Stanton. You were probably a Miss Goody Two-Shoes.
A hard laugh burst out of me. Speaking from the nerdy tech guy.
Nerdy?
He feigned offense. Okay, fine. I grinned. Geeky. His laugh was genuine and amused.
I'm not sure which is worse.
I shrugged. Neither is bad. Nerdy guys can be sexy. Shit. What did I just say? My heart dropped, and my cheeks turned as hot as fire. Weston met my gaze, but I wasn't brave enough to hold it. The wine was going to my head, making me lose my inhibition. I'd never usually crank up the flirting to that level. My attraction to Weston was growing out of control. I had to calm my emotions before I got myself into serious trouble. He took a sip from his glass and looked at the fireplace again, but I noticed the curve of his lips in his profile. He was smiling. Why wouldn't he be? Who wouldn't want to be called sexy? I guess what I mean is, my voice low and breathless from a mixture of wine and nerves. I like seeing this softer side of you outside of work when you let your guard down. He turned, his smile still intact.
Don't try to change the subject now.
What? I laughed, but my cheeks still felt warm.
You just called me sexy.
Do you want me to take it back?
No.
Then don't chastise me, I said playfully.
I can't ignore it because I think you are sexy too.
I took a deep breath, but it did little to pacify my thumping heart. I took another sip of my Merlot, praying it would wash away my nervousness. As I drank, I became warm and fuzzy all over, and my inhibition faded even more as the tension in my chest eased. At least someone likes me, I said with a laugh.
What do you mean?
His forehead wrinkled. Once the laughter started, I couldn't turn it off. Everything suddenly seemed hilarious.
What is it?
Seeing me cackling, he leaned forward and smiled. Andrew, he sure didn't like me enough to keep me around. His features faded into something dark and serious, and he leaned back against the cushions again.
Andrew, is that your ex?
I nodded and took another large sip of Merlot. I was in too deep now. I'd have a killer hangover in the morning, but it was too late to stop. The damage was done. Yep.
He sounds like a jerk.
I looked at him and erupted into another fit of laughter. He is a total jerk.
Anyone would be a complete idiot to let you slip through their fingers.
His voice was stoic, as were his features. I stopped laughing and swallowed hard, glancing down at my lap. I'd soon need another refill. What a lush I was turning out to be. I blamed stress and sexual tension. I stared straight ahead, grinning again. I was standing in a wedding dress when Andrew had the audacity to call and break up with me. Weston's features drained into horror.
No way. He left you at the altar?
I shook my head and smacked my lips, tasting the wine residue on them. No, I was at the bridal shop trying on dresses with my best friends. He scoffed.
Oh, hey, at least you didn't marry the guy.
I studied him. His jawline was tight, but his blue eyes shimmered in the light, and he looked peaceful. Unlike you and Rebecca.
Right. After 3 years of marriage, she just left an ambiguous note.
He stared straight ahead, his features more pensive than wounded. I offered him a sympathetic smile. You're right. Yours is worse. His laughter chimed through the room.
Consider yourself lucky.
I pretended to wipe sweat from my forehead and grinned. Yeah, I really dodged a bullet. Even though it wasn't my decision at first. I'm relieved about it now. Sucks to be you, though. Weston let out a delighted belly laugh. At least our humor was on the same page. Then he clamped his fist around his wine glass and set his jaw again, staring straight ahead.
You won't believe what I did after she left us.
Try me. Turning his head, he gave me a look of anguish and enlightenment.
I hired a private detective.
To do what?
To track her.
My stomach rolled. Did it help give you closure?
At the time it did. It just ended up making me angry, though, so I haven't looked her up in a long time. I figure it's better that way, than not knowing.
Probably. I don't think I would care to know what Andrew was doing.
Anyway, I found out that she married an actor.
Anyone I would know? Weston placed his glass on the coffee table and propped his elbows on his knees. I resisted the urge to reach out and stroke his back.
No, he never really hit the big time.
So, in the end, she made the wrong choice. His laugh was bitter, and his face darkened.
Part of me thought she might realize her mistake and come crawling back to me. Then I became angry when I realized that she didn't even want to return for her own daughter's sake.
His voice became tight, and he cleared his throat, sighing hard. I stared at him, unsure of what to say or how to comfort him, if he even wanted to be comforted. I was skating a thin line with him now, boss and employee, or were we more than that now? It was hard to tell if I'd already crossed the invisible threshold. That sounds so difficult. I'm sorry, Weston. And here I am complaining about my broken engagement. Guilt plagued me. His eyes were kind as he looked at me.
You're allowed to grieve your own losses. No one here has free rein over your emotions but you.
Wow. I took a moment to digest his statement.
Too heavy?
It's sound advice, I admitted. I'm going to remember it.
I'm happy to help.
He relaxed his shoulders and rubbed his palms against his thighs. My heart broke for Tegan. No wonder the poor little darling had been so optimistic about her mother coming home. If I were 5 years old, I would cling to that hope too, for as long as I could. Tell you what, I said as a spontaneous epiphany hit me. How about we make a pact?
I like pacts,
he said, looking at me with an intrigued expression. The alcohol was speaking for me, but I rolled with it. How about we both promise to never fall in love again, or get married? It's not worth it to ultimately get our hearts smashed to bits by someone who doesn't even deserve us.
Yeah, Weston shouted, and then cupped his hand over his mouth, realizing the loudness of his error. I mean, yeah. He whispered it the second time, sending me into another laughing fit. Why should we set ourselves up like that? He shook his head, his eyes unfocused. We shouldn't. I leaned in, narrowing my eyes as the wine swirled around my head. I felt powerful, in my element. We owe it to ourselves to find true happiness, I said. Happiness can only be found from within, if you ask me. Weston raised his wine glass, as if ready to celebrate a toast. I couldn't agree more. I reached up and clinked my glass against his. When I was in close, our eyes locked. He looked down at my lips. You're so gorgeous, he murmured. He leaned in, his breath warm on my face. I felt fevered from the alcohol and the excitement. His exhale came out as a half-chuckle. He kissed me fast and then pulled back, making eye contact with me to see how I reacted. Seduction swam in his eyes. I was surprised at first, but I let him kiss me because it felt so good. He pressed his lips to mine again, more compelling and possessive the second time. His tongue was in my mouth, massaging it as his fingers webbed through my hair. Groaning, he leaned in closer to me, his movements dominating. I wanted to fight against the euphoric sensation, but I was frozen, if only momentarily, with lust.
Chapter 13. Weston. Every fiber in my body was electrified. My senses awakened for the first time in what felt like forever. Ellie was the first to pull away, her features twisted with indecision. My brain screamed at me to stop when she did, though my heart pounded, impulsive and impatient for me to keep going. A current of desire jogged through me, but I gave her space and watched her. She placed her hands on my shoulders and studied me, her eyes roaming over my face. Her lips were red and raw from my nibbling and sucking. "What's wrong?" I asked. Her breathing was hard, her eyes wide with longing, deepening my confusion about why she'd stopped. She frowned and clamped her mouth shut, as if she wasn't sure what she wanted to say. "Are you okay?" I asked again, after she failed to continue. She nodded and waved a hand through her hair. "I'm fine." "Why did you stop?" Her eyes hit the floor, and she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. For a moment, the silence was deafening. I felt rejected, but the hard bulge in my pants was stubborn, refusing to unstiffen. Her forehead wrinkled. "What was that kiss about? I thought we made a pact." "We did." I nodded. Her frown returned, bigger. "Then why did you kiss me?" "Because it felt right." I swallowed. "Did you not enjoy it?" The suspicion in her eyes faded. "I loved it." "Then what's the problem?" I planted my hand on her thigh and traced her knee with the tips of my fingers. She watched my hand patrolling over sacred ground. Her muscles clenched. "I'm just not sure it's a good idea to keep going." I leaned back and removed my hand. "I understand." I wasn't happy about it, but I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to. She cupped my shoulder and gave it a tender squeeze, perhaps as a peace offering. "I just can't fall in love again." "No one said you had to." The taste of her lips, the touch of her tongue grazing mine, it lingered, and I craved more. She watched me as I continued. "You don't have to be in love to enjoy intimacy with another person. That's what life is all about. You need that connection sometimes to thrive. Otherwise, the loneliness eats you up inside." "I suppose you have a point." She nodded,
her eyes flashing with understanding. I maintained eye contact with her. I said I never wanted to fall in love or get married again. I never said I wanted to give up sex. Giving her a sentimental smile, I placed my hand over hers. If you want to stop because I'm your boss and it feels awkward to you, I totally get it. But if you think fooling around means we have to commit to each other, I want to set the record straight. We only get one life. Might as well live in the present and in the company of people we like. Her mouth curved upward. That's true. There's no pressure on my end, and you don't owe me anything. We'll stop if you want to, I promised. I don't want to stop, she whispered. I smiled and stroked her cheek. Good. Ellie leaned in, her eyelids lowered, and grabbed my hand, placing it back on her thigh, just at the hem of her dress. I caressed her soft skin, slowly venturing farther north between her legs. I met her gaze, waiting for her to protest, but that time she didn't. Burning desire shimmered in her eyes. Fuck. I'd wanted her so bad from the moment I laid eyes on her. I could barely contain myself. Her lips were on mine again, and when her mouth opened to let me in, she released a soft moan that made my cock hard as steel. Her hands were in my hair. She raked her nails across my scalp and nibbled on my bottom lip. Her breath was quick on my cheek. My heart hammered as I reached around to grasp her tight ass. Weston, she trailed off with a whimper. Do you like it when I touch you? I whispered back. She nodded, another quiet moan escaping her lips. You're so soft, I breathed against her cheek, before burying my face into the warmth of her neck, where I kissed her. The beast within me stirred to life. I had a thundering need to fuck her hard, but I held back. Restraint would get me further. However, as Ellie climbed in my lap and straddled me, I didn't know how much longer I'd be able to resist her. We can't do this here, I said, as Ellie lifted my shirt over my head. I let her take it off, but I planted a hand on either side of her hips and squeezed. We need to go upstairs, to my bedroom. She didn't respond with words. The urgency with which she kissed me one last time did all the talking for her. She stood up and reached for my hand, her eyes compelling me to move faster. We scurried up the stairs, trying not to laugh or make noise. Our hands were linked together as we stumbled down the hallway. Ellie's insistent gaze hammered into me. You aren't too drunk, are you? I asked, once we were safely inside my master bedroom at the end of the hall. We were both out of breath. Ellie shook her head. Nope. I feel good and buzzed, but I know what I'm doing. I grinned and cradled her chin in my hands, leaning down to kiss her delicate lips again. I couldn't get enough of them. I feel good, too. Let's see if I can't improve on things, she said, with a seductive bat of her eyelashes as I locked the door behind us. She backed me up against the wall, her eyes sparkling. I'd never felt so alive in my life as I let her explore me the way she wanted. She kissed me and shifted her gaze down toward the button of my pants. There was hunger in her features as she pushed her body closer to mine, pressing our hips together. Then she unbuttoned my jeans. The zipper was next to come down. We were still kissing as she slipped her hand beneath the waistband of my boxers. I groaned as her hand explored uncharted territory. All boundaries of boss and employee had been stripped away, literally, as I stood with my pants around my ankles. Her fingers coiled around my shaft, and she smiled. She was delicate with my cock, brushing her fingers up against it. Her palm was warm and felt phenomenal against my swollen flesh. Do you like it? Ellie lifted her chin and eyed me, eager to please. I nodded. Yes, I stammered. It feels amazing. As her hand stroked my shaft, The tingles of ecstasy began to flood through me. She knew what she was doing, and she was egged on by my groans. I was trying to keep my voice down, but it was becoming harder to do with how her hand pumped up and down on my shaft. "I need to take this dress off you, now." She smiled. I reached around to unzip her dress and slipped it off her shoulders. It fluttered to the floor, and she kicked it away with a flick of her ankle. She wore a lacy pink bra with panties that matched. It couldn't be an accident. Who wore lingerie like that if they weren't expecting to get some? I didn't ask. I slipped the straps off her shoulders and unhooked her bra from behind. She looked at me expectantly, almost daring me to continue. Removing the bra, I tossed it on top of her dress and beheld the sight of her perfect breasts. Round, perky, beautiful. I moved my hands across them and bent to suck on each nipple, dragging a moan from her. As I pleasured her, she continued to stroke my cock. Then she did something that stunned me in the best possible way. While keeping her eyes locked on mine, she lowered herself to her knees. I swallowed hard. I knew what she was getting ready to do. She cradled my balls in the palm of her hand, opened her mouth, then took me inside. When she did, I had a divine experience. I leaned against the wall, my thighs quivering. My eyes slammed shut. I opened them again to see her looking up at me, eager to please with my throbbing cock in her pretty mouth. "Fuck," I groaned. This woman was unbelievable, in the best way. I'd never experienced this kind of chemistry with anyone before, not even the woman I'd married. Ellie's lips coiled around my shaft, making me so hard it hurt. I had to breathe through it so I wouldn't come right then. Blowing my load in her mouth would be amazing, but I still wanted to fuck her. I reached down and rolled her nipples in my fingers. She moaned, but continued blowing me, sliding my cock to the back of her throat as far as she could take it. I moved my hands to her head, running my fingers through the velvet strands of her blonde hair. The veins of my cock bulged as she mouth-fucked me. I was reaching the edge. I had to do something fast before I exploded all over her sweet face. And besides, I was dying to taste her silky wetness. I took her chin and lifted it. "Hey." My voice was raspy with desire. "Let me go down on you now." She stared at my cock as if she wanted to deep-throat it again, but I knew if she did, I'd come instantly. I lifted her to a standing position and moved my hands over her hips and thighs. We shared another steamy kiss that rocked my soul. Then I stroked between her legs, relishing the warmth and dampness seeping through her panties, before picking her up and carrying her across the room.
Chapter 14. Ellie. Weston laid me down on his enormous bed. His fingers were spread out as he canvassed my sensitive skin, and he licked his lips with hunger. Stroking my inner thighs, he brushed his fingertips between my legs, stopping every time he got too close to the sensitive flesh between my legs. He was teasing me, driving me crazy. "Weston," I trailed off, my voice a breathless whine. "What do you want me to do to you?" His voice lifted. He wanted me to say it. "Go down on me," I whined. "You need to ask nicely." A naughty twinkle flared in his eyes. "Say please." "Please," I begged and arched my hips upward. He pressed them down to the mattress again. "You'll get what you were promised," he said, his voice low and smooth as he got to his knees and pushed my legs apart. "But you have to be patient." Wrapping his arms around my waist, he pulled me closer so that my bottom poked off the bed an inch. I wiggled,
desperate to feel his mouth on my most secret, alive places. My breath caught in my throat as Weston buried his head between my legs. I coiled my thighs around his shoulders and dug my nails into his scalp. He parted my swollen lips with the tip of his tongue, causing me to moan and arch my hips, unable to control my bodily movements. Weston's tongue massaged against my clit. I whimpered with delight. The world felt wavy, and my senses tingled. I felt like I was melting into the mattress. A puddle formed underneath my bare bottom as Weston continued caressing my clit with his tongue. He used delicate strokes at first, then picked up the pace. I was doing my best to stay quiet, biting my lip to contain the moans. My clit was engorged. I was so wet that his tongue slid around. He gave me tender kisses, sucking and teasing it until I reached the point of no return. "Please," I begged. "I need to come." He devoured my pussy, edging me to the last possible second until I lost control without warning. I suffocated him with my thighs, pulling him closer as I climaxed. Warmth electrified me. My mind went blank. For a moment, I forgot everything. A rush of ecstasy shot up my spine. My muscles clenched and the world blurred around me. I squeezed my eyes shut as ecstasy pulsed through every nerve ending in my body. I was drenched, but Weston kept going until the orgasm drained out of me like a violent storm suddenly ceasing. Once I was spent, I finally collapsed and allowed him to come up for air. Weston was beaming as he moved me farther back on the bed and leaned over me. His eyes were wide with excitement. His mouth and chin glistened, and I felt his cock against my inner thigh. "You taste amazing," he said, bending to leave a trail of kisses over my belly and breasts. "That was—" I trailed off, panting hard, my voice weak from the orgasm. "Incredible." His eyes flashed with desire, and he pinned me down on the bed, brooding over me, breathing in deep. His eyes were on my naked body, taking in my every curve. "I want to fuck you so bad." His voice vibrated like the deep growl of an animal. My legs parted again, and we locked eyes. "I'm waiting for you." He put his whole life into the next round of exceptional kisses. When he pulled away, his eyes had a glazed shimmer like a wolf on a hunt. I brushed my fingertips across the carved definition of his muscular arms and torso. "I'm clean," he said. "I just got checked out after the last time." "I'm clean too. I haven't been with anyone since." I trailed off, not wanting to utter my ex's name aloud. "There's no risk of pregnancy. If you don't want to use a condom, you don't have to." A grin spread across his face. I didn't have to say anything more. He grasped his huge, swollen shaft in his hand and aimed it between my legs. I trembled, my sensitive flesh tingling with anticipation. And as soon as Weston's length rubbed up against my opening, I was ambushed by another wave of euphoria. He pushed his thick cock inside me slowly, one glorious inch at a time. I gasped as I felt the massive cock enter my body, and I forced myself to take deep breaths. Slowly, I relaxed, letting him in. He brushed my hair off my cheek. "Does this feel good?" "It feels amazing." "Do you want me to go deeper?" "Yes, please," I moaned, roping my arms around his neck and digging my heels into his thighs. "Fuck me, Weston. I want to feel all of you inside me." I pressed my forehead to his and bit my lip. He buried his cock inside me with a grunt. As he began to thrust, it sent shivers of pleasure quaking through my pelvis.
I moaned in his ear and hugged his chest close to mine, wanting to feel his heart pounding. Passion swam around in the depths of his eyes. He groaned and nibbled on my earlobe, picking up the rhythm of his thrusts as our hips ground together. I reached around to squeeze his behind, pulling him deeper inside me. His breath intensified on my cheeks and neck, and he clasped his hands with mine, leaning down to kiss me. Then he picked me up by my hips and changed positions, sitting on the edge of the bed and placing me in his lap, facing him. He pushed his stiff length inside me again, wrapping his arms around my back. I began to ride him, bouncing up and down on his cock, enjoying the sensations of this angle. He kissed me again, and I coiled my legs and arms around his neck and torso. He took my naked breasts in his hands and squeezed them, sucking my nipples. "You're so sexy," he whispered. "You're going to make me come." "I can't wait to feel you come inside me," I whispered back. His eyes were electrified as he reached down and rubbed my clit. Another orgasm was already building, and his fingers sent me over the edge fast. My muscles spasmed and contracted. "I'm coming again," I whispered as I clamped my eyes shut and surrendered into the release. He stiffened and let out a low, guttural groan. He couldn't help himself. It felt too good. As he held me tightly against him, I felt his cock throb, and then he gasped. His hot cum released inside me, filling me up. We sat together, me in his lap for several minutes, catching our breath. I caressed his back as he stroked my hair. We kissed again, more tender after our release. His eyes burned into mine, and he offered me a contented smile, his eyelids drooping. "You are phenomenal." I grinned. "So are you." "I'll never be the same." His smile became boyish for a moment. I laughed. "Really?" "That was life-changing." "Wow, that's a lot to live up to," I said, cradling his face in my hands. "I'll have great dreams tonight," he said. "Me too." His smile was contagious. I'd never experienced pleasure like that with Andrew. I craved more, but I didn't want to get too ahead of myself. It was just casual sex, right? I couldn't even let the idea of staying the night enter my head, not even if I snuck out before Tegan saw me. After I got dressed, I said goodnight to Weston. It was dark and I couldn't make out his expression, but I assumed he was sleepy and content. He walked me back to my guest house and kissed me goodnight, just as if we'd been on a first date. I collapsed in bed, wishing I was still in his arms, but I pushed that sentimentality aside. This is just a little fling. You can have fun with him without getting attached.
Can we make a toast?
Brina asked, raising her cocktail glass. I'm up for one. Danny lifted her glass. Sure. I set my fork down and grabbed my margarita. I was at happy hour with my girls, glad to be at a trendy bar with them on Friday evening. Brina's eyes sparkled.
Ellie, this toast is for you, girl.
Me? I looked at Brina, then at Danny, who nodded, her smile giddy. Mm-hmm, that's right, Danny said. I chuckled. Why me?
Because, babe, you look so happy and healthy lately, Brina exclaimed. And that means we are happy for you, too.
Wow, ladies. I don't know what to say. You're so sweet. They weren't wrong. I was feeling happier and healthier lately, and a lot of it had to do with my new environment. I think it's the new boy toy, Danny declared, winking at me and exchanging a high five with Brina. What? My jaw dropped open, and I stared between my friends. I don't have a boy toy.
Weston King?
Brina asked, her eyebrows lifting. Hearing her say his first and last name threw me off. It made him feel like a stranger and not a man I just shared an intimate evening with. Brina was familiar with Weston because she worked for the city in the IT department. Their paths had crossed before, regarding computer stuff from before I started working for him. When I'd begun working for Weston, Brina had given me an earful about his reputation, telling me that he was nothing more than an emotionless executive who had tunnel vision when it came to money and success. I didn't want to take her word for it at the time, because I'd assumed she didn't know him well enough to make that judgment. I wanted to make my own assessment after giving him a chance and working for him a little while. The back of my ears burned. I picked up my fork and cut into my penne pasta. "He's not my boy toy," I insisted.
"Yeah, he's no boy," Brina said. "Isn't he around 40 years old?"
37? I cleared my throat. "And anyway, he's my boss." "Boss with benefits," Danny teased. "Stop it," I said, the warmth on my ears spreading to my face.
"Look at you! You're totally blushing!"
Brina pointed at me, her face glowing with excitement. "I am not," I lied, blushing harder. I fixed my eyes on my plate, refusing to look at my friends. I knew that only made them more suspicious, but I wasn't brave enough to meet their inquisitive stares.
"I think it's sweet," Brina mentioned.
"Oh, really?" I tilted my head and frowned at her. "I thought you told me to stay away from him and that he was a computer junkie." Brina's smile grew wider. She planted one elbow on the table.
"I didn't say that."
"I'm pretty sure you did." I grinned and stabbed at another penne.
"Well, clearly, he's more than just a machine," Brina declared. "To have this effect on you."
"Or maybe he's just a machine in the bedroom," Danny cackled. "Can you guys stop seriously?" I sulked. Danny reached for my hand across the table, and I let her take it. "We're just teasing you because we have your best interests at heart." "You have a funny way of showing it," I teased back.
"No, we're being for real," Brina said, her features turning stoic.
She took another sip of her drink.
"I'm happy for you, but I still want you to be careful."
"There's nothing to be careful about," I said. Brina gave me a skeptical look.
"Weston only cares about fame and fortune."
"You don't need to worry. No one is breaking through the fortress I've built around my heart."
"Famous last words," Brina said,
bringing her drink to her lips for another sip. "Well, maybe we should give him the benefit of the doubt. He's been nothing but kind to me and very hospitable." Danny's grin caught my attention. She twirled a strand of her hair around her index finger. "Look at you, girl, defending your man." I rolled my eyes and groaned. "He's not my man, okay? I don't own him." "Own up to the fact that you have a thing for him," Danny said. "It's not like we've set a wedding date or something. We're just friends." I felt a strong urge to defend myself and Weston. "Friends with benefits," Danny said. I rolled my eyes. "You guys just won't quit, will you?" "We're just curious to know what it's like to be with Mr. Moneybags," she said. I relaxed the tension in my shoulders, but my stomach still felt tangled with knots. Smirking, I looked between my friends. Can't a woman enjoy a little rebound fun and not be chastised for it? My friends erupted into laughter.
"No one is chastising you,"
Brina promised. "Can we just drop the Weston subject for now?" I asked. "Last time I checked, we were at a bar, not an interrogation room." My friends laughed, and Brina took a long sip from her drink.
"All right, we'll leave you alone about it for now. But someday you'll have to give us the delicious details."
I chuckled. "We'll see how it goes. I just want to enjoy my night before I have to go back home." Brina and Danny nodded, but thankfully they hadn't caught my error. I just referred to the guest cottage behind Weston's house as home. Was I really getting that comfortable there? That was a silly question.
It felt more like home than the tiny apartment I rented ever did. My eyes pulled, thinking about cute and feisty little Tegan. Our time together had a shelf life. Eventually, I would have to say goodbye to the Kings, and it made my stomach tight. I wasn't ready to cut ties, and I hoped I would be able to keep in touch with her at least, and hear of her progress with ballet. I had to come to terms with the fact that I was just the temporary dance teacher hired to get Tegan ready for her school audition. Even Cinderella's carriage turned back into a pumpkin at midnight. Why should my situation with Weston be any different? He wasn't my Prince Charming. He was my boss. Now, if only I could convince my heart to believe it.
Chapter 15. Weston. I picked up my whiskey and twirled the amber liquid around before guiding it to my lips. It was my second glass, and it was going down rather quickly. I was waiting to talk with Ellie, and my nerves got the best of me. It was a little after 10. I'd already put Tegan down for the night, and I was standing in my kitchen with nothing to keep me company but my destructive thoughts. 2 days had passed since that amazing night with Ellie, and I hadn't stopped thinking of her, even though I hadn't seen her much. She'd spent Friday night with her friends. The next day, I'd taken Tegan to a birthday party and run some errands. Tonight would be the first chance Ellie and I had to talk. I'd kept the text invitation brief, explaining that I had something important to discuss with her. Now I was just waiting for her to arrive. It would work out better for me in the end to have this conversation with Ellie, even if it was a tough pill for both of us to swallow. I'd done some thinking about what was best for Tegan and how to move forward with this Ellie situation. Tegan was the most important factor at play here. She'd already been hurt enough in her very brief life, and I didn't want to damage her further emotionally. I couldn't afford to slip up and make mistakes that I wouldn't be able to fix. I could solve any computer snag out there, but when it came to emotions, I was nothing more than a clueless idiot. I had to right the course of this ship before it crashed into an iceberg and sank. Ellie's shadowed, slender figure approached the back sliding glass doors. She was so beautiful that I had to catch my breath. Her hair was damp and hung across her back and shoulders, and she wore a gray tank top and black shorts that showed off her gorgeous, tanned and toned legs. She waved at me through the window and then pushed the door open. "Hi." I gulped the remaining whiskey in my glass, set it down on the counter, and approached her. "Thanks for meeting me tonight."
No problem.
Ellie's eyes gleamed, and her smile lit up the room. She had a radiant presence that held an inexplicable power over me. "Can I get you something to drink?" She waved her hand through the air.
No, thanks. I'm fine.
Her smile now seemed forced, but she put in the effort anyway. Maybe she was just nervous because she thought I would reject her. It was the last thing in the world I wanted to do, but I had Tegan's best interest at heart. I pulled out a bar stool. "Please sit."
Thanks.
I sat down next to her. A hint of her perfume wafted through the air as she moved, and I tried to place it. Gardenias. There was a strange silence between us before I sliced through it. I cleared my throat and adjusted myself in the uncomfortable metal stool. "Well, the other night was fun," I began, "but I have some reservations about what might happen if we're too reckless and Tegan finds out." Ellie's smile warmed, and when it reached her eyes, I had to do everything in my power to keep my self-control and not kiss her.
You're right. That could be tricky.
I let myself get carried away. I turned to face her and took her hand. It was small and warm, sending a rush through me. I love what we had the other night.
I'm having a great time. I hope you are too. If you aren't, I am, she declared, without a single ounce of hesitation. My ego climbed another rung up the ladder. Good. Some of the tension between us dissipated. I want to continue getting to know you. I trailed off and looked deep into her eyes, in an intimate way, as long as you're happy with that. Okay, Ellie trailed off, with a cautious gleam flaring in her eyes. I just think that if we do continue down this road, then it's best if we keep it a secret from Tegan. Is that all you wanted to talk to me about? I nodded. Oh. Her shoulders relaxed, and she crossed her legs, breathing out a sigh of relief. I thought you... Never mind. I'm 100% on board with the plan to keep this away from Tegan. You are? Absolutely. Thank God. The burden lifted from my shoulders. I was so worried you would be mad at me. Look at the confident Mr. Weston King. Her smirk was delicious. Caring about what his lady friend thinks of him. I grinned at her, astonished by the effect she had over me. I'd already moved past the horny teenager phase of my life, but Ellie brought it back in full swing. She laughed, and I realized I'd worried for nothing. I couldn't help it. I was clueless when it came to predicting how people, especially women, would react emotionally. Thanks for being so cool about this. As I told you before, she explained, I'm not looking for anything serious. We're just having fun and exploring our options. I would never want to damage the relationship I've built with Tegan. I would never want to cause any of her suffering. I appreciate it. And I agree. It would be a shame to compromise what you have with her. You've tamed her a bit. That's not easy to do. She's my wild child at heart. She wants to spread her wings and fly. Thanks to you, she'll get that opportunity. Ellie paused, a smile of gratitude shining on her face. It means a lot to me that you would say that. I only say things I mean. She blushed and looked down. Then her face lit up, and she spoke rapidly. We've been working really hard in the dance studio. Tegan is making tons of progress. She'll nail the audition if she continues to apply herself. I try to weed out all the distractions before our lessons each day, and when I notice her getting tired, I let her take a break. I never bring her to the point of exhaustion because I don't want her to resent me. Ellie paused again, and our eyes met. I wouldn't want her to resent me for any other reasons either. You mean like sleeping with her dad? I joked. She rolled her eyes but kept her smile. Yes. Can I share a little secret with you? I asked. Her eyebrows arched. Does Weston King, the big shot CEO, have dish? Is he really going to spill the tea? I frowned and glanced at the counter. I'm not drinking tea. She groaned and laughed. God, you're hopeless at being a person, aren't you? That's not what you said the other night, I teased. You got me there, she said, her posture poised. Her hair was drying, causing the blonde lightness to return to it. But I'll bet that in your next life, you'll come back as a computer. I laughed. Tegan would say I already have. Ellie grinned. Now, what little secret were you going to share with me? If Tegan gets into that performing arts school, there will be a side benefit. I'm secretly hoping for a little vindication with that holier-than-thou dance teacher she had before you. She always told me Tegan was a pranking bully, but if you ask me, she was the real bully for not being patient with Tegan and kicking her out of the class. I hope you get your chance to get that validation, Ellie declared. Her features lit up in earnest. Me too. I yawned and stretched. Tegan isn't a bad kid. No one said she was. Aside from her former dance teacher. She doesn't count. Tegan just needs a lot of stimulation. I think she might be hyperactive. The same thing happens in her kindergarten class. The teacher says Tegan finishes all her work before the other kids do. I know that's why she wants to pull those silly pranks. She's bored while waiting for everyone else to catch up to her.
You may be onto something there,
she agreed. She's a handful. A little ball of endless energy and surprises. I chuckled. She makes my head spin so much, sometimes it feels like there's two of her. I can't imagine actually having more than one kid. Then I remembered something else I wanted to discuss with her. So, I take it you're on birth control? She looked down at her hands. Her mouth tightened. Shit. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to make sure there was no danger in having an unexpected surprise.
No, it's okay.
She took a breath.
I'm not on birth control because I'm infertile.
I looked at her. Oh.
The scarring from the car accident messed up my reproductive organs.
I wasn't sure what to say. Was she upset about this? Her eyes darted down, and her mouth flattened. Yes, she seemed a little upset. I'm sorry to hear that, Ellie, I offered, hoping it was the right thing to say.
Thanks,
she said, her eyes brightening a little.
At least I get to work with children.
Like Tegan. I swallowed, and we were silent for a moment. I reached over and grabbed her hand, squeezing it. Her eyes met mine, then looked away.
Well, the good thing is that we don't have to use condoms,
she said quietly. Fuck, I wanted to bury myself deep in her right there. That's true, I said.
Well, I won't keep you,
she said, standing up. My heart sank as she headed toward the door. I rose to my feet and placed my empty whiskey glass in the sink. I wanted to ask her to stay over, but I didn't want to impose. It was Saturday night. Maybe she had plans with her friends. Thank you for coming by and allowing me to vent, and for keeping our situation under wraps for now, I said.
I'll do anything to help when it comes to Tegan,
Ellie said. I appreciate that. Her smile widened.
Well, have a good night.
Do you want me to walk you back to the guest house? I asked.
No, I'll manage to walk the 20 steps back by myself, she joked.
I chuckled. Good night, then. I loved how she always made me laugh. She was like Tegan in that way, always wanting to lighten the mood and bring a smile to someone's face. After she left, I trudged up the stairs and plopped into bed. Lying on my back, I stared up at the ceiling. My cock started coming to life as I recalled the incredible sex I'd had with Ellie. I wanted to do it again. I couldn't get enough of her. Even when she was sitting next to me at the kitchen bar, wearing workout clothes with damp hair, I wanted her. I couldn't think about anything else. My fixation on her was even getting in the way of my focus at work. But there was one major problem. I wanted more than just sex. I wanted to spend time with her outside of the bedroom. And that thought scared me. Was I catching feelings for Ellie? I'd just agreed to a pact to never become attached to any woman, for crying out loud. And there I was, thinking about how Ellie made me, and my daughter, laugh. Ellie was becoming a pillar in Tegan's life, and Tegan was already attached to Ellie. And if I was being honest, I loved the times the three of us shared. My mind skated over the idea of us being a family. Maybe it could work. Maybe Ellie was one of the good ones. Stop right there. You're not getting hung up on your daughter's ballet teacher. This is just a fling. I agreed to the pact for a reason, and I planned to stick to it. I couldn't fall in love again. I'd be setting myself up for heartbreak in the long run. And worst of all, I'd be hurting Tegan. I couldn't see Tegan get hurt again. "Get your head out of the clouds, dummy," I mumbled and groaned, turning onto my side. I stared at the wall with a heavy sigh. Tegan comes first. You can't ruin her relationship with Ellie. Your kid needs Ellie more than your cock does. You're just horny. That's all. Visions of our passionate moments flashed through my brain. Ellie's breath on my cheek, her nibbling on my bottom lip as we kissed, the way she arched her back as she came. Desperation sank its teeth into me. I needed to feel Ellie's warm skin pressed up against mine, breathe in the feminine scent of her hair. I craved to feel her legs wrapped around me as she moaned breathless whispers, pleading for me in my ear. It was as if an unseen presence took over my body, forcing me to climb out of bed. I shuffled down the stairs, slid the back door open, and crossed the pool patio. My mind was a blank canvas as I walked to the guest house. The doormat was scratchy under my bare feet. I inhaled the balmy LA air, lifted my hand, and rapped my knuckles against the door. No guts, no glory, Weston King.
Chapter 16. Ellie. The knock on the front door was so faint that I had to strain my ears to listen and make sure it wasn't the wind. When it happened a second time, I sat straight up in bed, my heart racing. I threw the covers off my legs and jogged to the front of the guest house as the knock came a third time. "I'm coming!" I shouted. I raised on my tiptoes, squeezed one eye shut, and peered through the peephole with the other eye. Weston was standing on the doorstep. His shoulders were straight, and he was wearing a navy blue t-shirt that read Anaheim 5K in bold yellow letters. The shirt stretched across his massive chest, leaving little to the imagination about the rock-hard muscles contained within. His brown hair was tousled, as if he'd been lying in bed trying to sleep. I opened the door and smiled. "Miss me already?" His blue eyes dazzled under the soft canopy of aqua-colored pool light. "Sorry, did I wake you?" I shook my head. "Nope, I was just reading." "What were you reading? The Kama Sutra?" I laughed. "Wouldn't you like to know?" He chuckled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. He seemed serious, intent on something, driven to distraction. I tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, curious why he'd suddenly appeared at my door after saying goodnight. I'd been sad to return alone to my guest house, but it was what he wanted. A pang of jealousy had flared when I realized he might have had a date planned with some gorgeous woman. But I told myself to cut that out. After all, we weren't exclusive. And now here he was, standing at my door. "At any rate, I'm glad you're still awake." He licked his lips, his eyes locked on my mouth. He took a step forward, and I froze in place, my heart pounding from being so close to his sharp jawline. A tingle traveled down to my core. "Why's that?" I whispered. Weston reached his hand up, his fingers stroking my right cheek with light brushes. Then he bent down, and his mouth was on mine, spreading a wildfire of yearning through my veins. He gave me fevered kisses, hard and urgent. We couldn't keep our hands off each other. It was as if something possessed us both, an unstoppable force pulling us together. He groaned with pleasure. His hands were in my hair, pulling my head closer to him as if he couldn't get me close enough. My hands reached under his shirt, and I fanned my fingers out across his sculpted stomach, tracing the ripples of his washboard abs. His biceps were like boulders as I moved my hands across his chest. He pressed me into the doorframe and gripped my ass hard. His cock was stiff and throbbing against my inner thighs. "Why is it so hard for me to resist you?" he murmured in my ear, nibbling my earlobe. "I can't get enough either," I whimpered, coiling my arms around his neck.
"You're sexy as hell," he said.
I reached out to close the door behind us. We could barely come up for air or keep our hands off each other long enough to move from the doorway. As soon as the door shut, I lifted his shirt over his head, and he did the same to my tank top. My bare nipples instantly became pebbled. His hands were warm on my breasts. He cupped them in his palm and squeezed them, making me pant harder with longing. His head burrowed into my neck and showered my flesh with delicate kisses as I weaved my fingers through his dark hair. It was soft against my skin, tickling my cheek as he dropped lower and planted a row of kisses across my breasts and naked belly. Rising, he took my head in his hands and kissed me as we scurried over to the couch. I pushed my shorts down with rising urgency as Weston climbed out of his at the same time. We stumbled over the arm of the couch. He landed on me, his knee digging into the right side of my stomach. "Ouch!" I laughed as I hit my head on the other side of the armrest. He rubbed the tender area at the top of my head when I lifted my hand to it, then linked his fingers with mine and started laughing too.
"Sorry about that. I'm very eager right now."
I can tell. We locked eyes, and our laughter died down as we stared at each other. My eyes patrolled south between his legs and feasted on his giant cock. It was veiny and pointing erect toward the ceiling. He noticed my wandering gaze.
"Do you like what you see?"
I nodded. With every beat of my heart, my sexual appetite grew. Yes. He rubbed my inner thighs, never taking his eyes away from mine. Well, tonight is turning out a lot better than I expected. I'd been in bed trying to read and distract myself from my erotic fantasies about Weston. Then, there he was, like a dream turned to reality, caressing and worshipping my naked body like I was a goddess. I reached between his legs and cuffed my fist around his swollen shaft. It throbbed in my hand. He groaned, and his eyes rolled back in his head.
"Oh my God, that feels so good."
"There's more where that came from, big soldier. Now, feed me. I'm hungry." I pouted and roped my legs around his back, digging my heels into his round, sensational ass. I couldn't believe I was behaving like this with a man. I was usually so reserved in the bedroom. Something about Weston made me feel safe. He made me feel cared for and protected. I felt like I could open up and embrace my sexuality with him.
"Patience,"
he warned, with a grin of satisfaction that lit up his face. He was leaning over me, his eyes possessive, his carved arm muscles pinned on either side of me as I lay under him on the couch. He moved forward to kiss me, groaning with delight as I continued to tug on his hard shaft.
"Do you want me to fuck you?"
he asked. "Please," I whined. "I don't want to wait anymore."
"I don't know. You've been so naughty and impatient,"
he said, and stroked my cheek, brushing my hair off my shoulder to kiss my neck again. "It's not fair for you to hold out on me," I protested with mock upset. "I don't deserve all this teasing."
"Oh, you'll get what you deserve. Trust me."
He reached between his legs, took his cock in one hand, and then pushed my legs open with the other. I gasped as he fit his large cock between my pussy lips. I arched my back and pushed my breasts upward.
"Is this what you wanted?"
he whispered, licking my nipple. "Yes," I panted.
"You're dripping,"
he groaned.
"Did you get this wet from me?"
I bit my lip and nodded. "Just for you."
"That's right, baby. Just for me."
He slid right in, burying his cock deep inside me slowly as I gasped for air. "You're so big," I whispered. He shut his eyes, reveling in the moment.
And you're so fucking tight.
His shaft brushed against my clit as he started grinding into me. Our hips pressed together. I squeezed my legs around his torso and pulled him closer. We kissed again, and he pulled away to look at me. It was a level of intimacy I'd never experienced before, and I loved every glorious minute of it. As he thrust into me, he bent down to suck on my nipples. Then he pushed himself up so he could pump into me hard and fast, knocking the breath out of me. It was amazing, and my orgasm grew with every thrust.
I want to see that beautiful ass of yours,
he murmured as he pulled out. He lifted me by my hips, flipped me over, and raised my rear end. Then he pressed his hand into my back, bending me over the edge of the couch. I felt his cock gliding into me again, but from behind. I loved the switched position and how Weston held on to my ass so tightly. "Weston!" I cried out, grabbing the couch cushions with my fists. He railed into me, reaching around to feel my breasts bouncing in his hand.
You like that,
he growled. "It feels so good," I wailed, grateful that we could be as loud as we wanted in the guest house. I submitted to him, knowing the result would leave me mind-blown and paralyzed with pleasure.
Tell me to fuck you harder,
he commanded. "Fuck me harder," I gasped.
Beg for it.
"Please fuck me harder," I moaned, feeling flushed on the inside in the most fantastic way. Weston spared me no mercy. He slammed into me from behind, hitting all the right spots. I would come if he kept it up. How could I warn him? I couldn't. I could barely breathe through the ecstasy, much less speak. "Gonna come. It's close," I stammered.
Wait for me, baby,
he commanded. "I can't," I whined. I couldn't explain how much I loved it that he called me baby, twice.
You're going to have to. I'm not ready for you to finish yet.
"It feels so good," I moaned.
Hold on.
He drilled into me harder, but not faster. He knew what he was doing. I felt his possessive presence as he clenched my hips. He was barreling toward the finish line. His pulsating cock finally sent me over the edge, and euphoria surged through my body. I was high in seconds, and Weston's cock was my drug. The orgasm convulsed through my muscles. I screamed as tingles exploded like fireworks within me. Waves of pleasure drowned me. I felt everything all at once. Weston let out a guttural groan, and I realized he'd reached climax too. He bent over me, shuddering as he pumped his seed deep inside me. His warm release spilled out of me, too much to contain. It was the most erotic moment of my entire life, an experience I would relive over and over again in my mind long after it ended. Resting his chin in the indent between my shoulder and jaw, he pressed his sweaty chest to my back without placing his whole weight on me. His arms wrapped around my abdomen, with his cock still wedged deep inside me. He kissed the back of my neck and stroked my hair. He was trembling, bless him. He pulled out a second later.
Sorry, it's dripping, he said.
It's your couch, not mine, I teased. He paused.
Oh, wait, you're right.
We erupted into laughter, making my soul feel mended and complete. Finally standing up, Weston hobbled on shaky legs over to the kitchen and began spinning the paper towel roll. He attempted to rip off a length, but it didn't tear completely, and he ended up dragging the entire roll across the kitchen before he realized what he was doing. "You're leaving a trail," I pointed, perching my head on the couch cushion. "Did your orgasm impair your fine motor skills? Or are you so proud of how much cum you just pumped inside me that you got flustered? He glanced behind him. Oops, can it be a little of both? His answer sent us both into another laughing fit. Weston clutched his stomach and hunched his back as the laughter consumed him, and I watched him with admiration as he stood naked between the living room and the kitchen. Who knew I would be the one to crack through Weston King's hard exterior? We were both acting like we were intoxicated, but maybe we were just drunk on each other's company. As his laughter trailed off, he picked up the roll and began feeding it back to the wooden spindle where it belonged. Then he tore off a reasonable amount, returned to where I waited for him on the couch, and rubbed the paper towel across my bare bottom and between my legs. Does that feel better? He asked, as he dabbed with a fresh length of paper at the wet spot on the couch. Yes. Our eyes burned into each other. Then he stood and threw the paper towels into the trash, before coming back to the couch to sit next to me and take me in his arms. We lay together, naked, spooning for several minutes. He rubbed my back and sighed with contentment. It was heaven. How are you feeling? He whispered after a few minutes of serene silence. Amazing. Me too, he said, cuddling me closer. I nestled my backside into his groin, and he swung one muscular, hairy leg over mine. I wish we could stay like this forever. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. I traced my fingertip across the knuckles of his hand. Me too. I'm glad I decided to come over tonight. I glanced up at him and smiled. Yeah, this was incredible. I'm addicted to it. I tucked my chin down and stared at the floor, afraid to admit I felt the same. Me too, I finally said. My voice was barely an audible whisper, and my eyes brimmed with tears that I didn't want Weston to see. I didn't want him to know how hard I was falling for him. I closed my eyes to suppress the tears, and I let the rise and fall of his chest calm me down. We were quiet for a long while. I must have fallen asleep completely, because when Weston stirred, I startled. I gave him a dazed expression and blinked. What's wrong? His eyes were groggy and half open as he responded. I fell asleep. So did I. I can't stay here, though. He crouched in front of me and cupped my hands in his. His eyes flashed with remorse. I'm sorry. It's okay. I stretched and sat up. The seafoam green throw blanket hung haphazardly off my stomach and legs, dangling toward the floor. Do you want me to tuck you into your bed? He asked before kissing me on top of the head. Yes, please. I fought the urge. No, you don't have to. I need to be in my own bed by the time Tegan wakes up, he explained. I understand. I was tougher inside than I gave myself credit for, but I felt like I just lost one of the emotional pillars holding me upright. I promise you I'm not trying to smash and dash, he joked. I pressed the bottoms of my palms to my eyes to rub some of the sleepy sensation out of them and laughed. You didn't come over to pounce and bounce? Hit it and quit it? He arched an eyebrow. You know more of those sayings than I do. I've got a million more of him up here in this noggin of mine. I tapped on my temple. Weston gave me an endearing smile. I'm going to miss you tonight. My humor sobered and I swallowed hard. Yeah, I'll miss you too. He was giving me everything I needed, physically. Emotionally, well, that was a different story. There was a missing puzzle piece. I just wished I could find it and click it into place where it belonged inside my heart. As I walked him to the door, swaddled in the throw blanket, I resisted the urge to tug on his hand and beg him to stay a little longer. I knew I couldn't be needy like that in front of him. I had to downplay my emotions. If I didn't, I risked losing him forever. I had to be grateful for what I already had. His face disappeared in the shadows of the night, but his eyes shone under the silver moon.
Good night,
he whispered. Good night, I returned. I shut the door quickly, so he wouldn't see me falling apart. Chapter 17. Ellie. I took a deep breath as Weston's front tires rolled across the curb leading to the valet parking at the restaurant.
You look nervous,
Weston said, giving me a sultry glance as he tapped the brake and waited in line for our turn under the awning. I shook my head and smiled. I'm not nervous. He scoffed, but his eyes twinkled with playfulness.
Yeah, right.
You really think you can read me that well? I asked. He scratched the side of his jawline and glanced at me, his sharp blue eyes piercing through me. His black dinner jacket and salmon-colored tie made him look ridiculously handsome. What? His grin was infectious, and I found myself laughing.
Have you ever eaten at this restaurant before?
I almost snorted. Are you insane? He frowned, but the joyful twinkle in his eye remained.
Not the last time I checked, but my employees might have another answer.
The car in front of us moved forward, making us next in line for the valet. I clamped my hands in between my thighs and crossed my legs. The vents blew cold air on my face and helped soothe some of the electric heat burning inside me. I glanced out the passenger side window, just as the valet driver gave the elderly couple in front of us a number for their car. I've never been anywhere this nice before, I admitted.
Well, you're going to love it,
Weston declared.
They have amazing food.
I'm excited to try it. He took his hand off the gear shift and hovered it over my thigh for just a moment before thinking better of it and placing it back on the gear. Just in time for us to pull up to the entrance. I'd been with the Kings for a couple of weeks already. Things with Weston and me were still so new. We were in that awkward phase where we didn't necessarily know how to act around each other. Nor did we know how to define our relationship in the first place. We were still trying to navigate through the emotions of our intimate connection. Well, I couldn't speak for him, but I knew I was, and it was seriously making my head spin. When Weston had asked me if I wanted to go to dinner with him, I was flustered. So I'd made jokes to cut through some of the pressure. I'd told him that usually you have dinner first and then sleep together. But we were doing it backward. He'd laughed and said that maybe it was time he started doing things the unconventional way. We both promised that we wouldn't make any public displays of affection to each other and that we would keep the dinner light and friendly, just as a way to get to know each other better. I sensed he was worried he would bump into someone he knew, a business associate or something, and that if he did, he didn't want to have to explain we were on a date. This didn't bother me because it took some of the pressure off me, too. Of course, Tegan didn't know we were going on a date. She was at home with Martha, and she believed Weston and I were doing separate activities for the evening. Weston held the door for me as we walked inside the restaurant. It was called Lucci's. Their menu had all kinds of interesting options on it. I knew. I checked the menu before I'd even gotten dressed. I'd also called both Danny and Brina to get their last-minute advice on how to behave like a sophisticated woman and not like someone meeting a person of the opposite sex for the first time in her life. Just be yourself, Danny had declared.
Touch his thingy under the table,
Brina had said. I'd laughed. You're naughty.
Just trying to find a way for her to wake up the robot,
Brina had said.
He's not a robot.
Well, now's your chance to find out for sure, Danny had added right before I ended the FaceTime with the pair. And good luck. Now there I was, walking into a swanky restaurant, wearing the fanciest dress in my closet. It was a pale lavender spaghetti strap dress with a tulle hem that reached just above the knees. I paired it with strappy black sandals with 4-inch heels. The outfit was my go-to for fancy occasions. Not that I had many of those. The lighting in Lucci's was ambient, which helped me relax. Each table had a white tablecloth, complete with a single white candle in the center. As Weston and I approached the hostess station, Weston stood behind me and placed his hand on the small of my back. It was a subtle gesture, but it wasn't lost on me that it was a more-than-a-friend gesture. My heart raced as the hostess directed us to a table in the back, where it was darker and more secluded. Brina had told me it was difficult to get a table at the restaurant, but Weston was able to get a reservation, making me wonder if he'd pulled some strings to get in on such short notice. Either way, I was excited to be here, and I tried to work up an appetite through my nervous jitters. Once we were seated, Weston ordered a whiskey, straight, and I ordered an apple martini. As the server left to fill our drink orders at the bar, I noticed Weston wasn't inspecting the menu as I was. Lifting my eyes from behind the cardstock paper displaying the night's specials, I asked, "Why aren't you looking at the options?" His smile lit a fire inside me.
I don't need the menu. I already know what I want.
I set the paper down and gawked at him. "You're using your telepathic sense?" He laughed.
I get the same thing every time I come here.
"You never want to branch out?"
Too risky.
Though our conversation paused as the waitress returned with our drinks, our gazes held. Once she departed, I raised my martini glass to my lips and took a sip of the deliciously fruity liquid. "So, what is the meal that just can't be replaced?" I asked, returning to our conversation.
Steak and mashed potatoes.
"How extravagant of you."
I'm a simple man.
"If you say so." I offered him a provocative smile as I brought the rim of the glass to my lips again. "Be careful with this drink, Ellie," I told myself. "Just be yourself," Danny's words echoed through my brain. I inhaled a long breath, my eyes darting around the restaurant. The waitress returned to take our meal orders, then left again. "So, what does Weston King like to do for fun?" I asked. Weston took a sip of his whiskey and then smacked his lips together as he squinted and pondered. "Wait a minute," I chuckled and leaned forward against the table with my arms folded in my lap. "Do you even have fun?" His eyes went alive with amusement.
Well,
"I'll take that as a no."
I have fun hanging out with Tegan," he said. "But the life of a single dad CEO doesn't leave a lot of free time for hobbies or guys' weekends in Vegas."
"Fair," I conceded. I took another sip of my apple martini as the world began to feel like a lazy blur around me. I relaxed as the alcohol swirled through my bloodstream.
My business partner, Josh, is married with kids, but he's always going on some adventure or another. His wife takes care of the kids, while he's out hiking in the mountains or whatever the hell he does.
He rolled his eyes.
Knowing my luck, a mountain lion would eat me if I tried that.
I broke down in laughter. All of a sudden, everything Weston said or did seemed equally hilarious and charming. I was in love with life and everyone around me. That was the sneaky thing about alcohol, but for the moment it calmed my nerves and I didn't mind it. Weston studied me, smiling. "What?" I asked.
Nothing.
He shook his head and readjusted the napkin in his lap. "No, you have to say what you're thinking."
I'm just wondering if you're a lightweight.
"How did you ever guess?" I asked, raising my glass and finishing the cocktail.
Need a refill?
I hesitated and reached for my water glass to my right. I sipped, relishing in the cool liquid sliding down my throat, reviving me. "I'm good for now," I said, as I pulled the water away from my lips.
Just say the word,"
Weston declared. "You're trying to get me tipsy," I grinned.
"Don't tempt me,"
he said, his eyes burning into mine. It was a possessive gaze that flipped my world inside out. The waitress approached our table with a tray of food a few minutes later and set a flaky, perfectly grilled fillet of salmon in front of me, complete with wild rice risotto and sautéed greens. "Wow, this looks amazing," I said, as I wasted no time digging in. I moaned with appreciation at my first bite, then felt embarrassed. A sophisticated lady didn't moan at the dinner table. I dabbed at my mouth with the napkin and looked up to see Weston's look of amusement. He probably thinks I'm uncultured, like I don't fit in here. I knew the world of fine arts, but I didn't know the world of the uber-rich. I danced in ballets. I hadn't schmoozed with people who had enough money to build performing arts centers. "How's your steak?" I asked, watching Weston's knife slice through the pink, juicy center. "It's delicious," he said, taking a bite. "My salmon is pretty good too," I said, as I grabbed a roll from the breadbasket and generously spread butter across it. "I love to watch you eat." "He does? You do?" "I love to see a woman enjoy her food as much as you do." His smile was mischievous enough to make my heart hammer. "You're able to eat whatever you want and still have a perfect body." "Oh, thanks," I said, blushing. "Dancing gives me a big appetite." "Or do you have a hollow leg?" "Yeah, maybe," I laughed. "You're lucky," he said. "Well, you look damn good too," I said. After all, we'd seen each other naked several times. I'd gotten to know his body pretty well. "Thanks," he beamed. "But I have to work for it." "How does Weston King ever have the time to hit the gym?" He planted on a false frown and leaned forward. "The secret to success is insomnia." "Ah, the insomnia card. I know it well." I stabbed some greens with my fork. "You suffer from it too?" "Sometimes." "It's the worst. I'll feel better once this app launch is over. The same goes for Tegan's audition." Weston swirled the whiskey around in his glass. His eyes were fixed on his plate. "But it helps knowing that Tegan is in good hands." After he spoke, he lifted his gaze and stared at me with his captivating blue eyes. My face grew hot, and I looked away, too awkward to maintain eye contact. I was terrible at taking compliments. "Thank you. She's so adorable. She really loves dancing. A girl after my own heart," I admitted. "Tell me," Weston said. "What else goes after your heart?" "You want the real truth?" I arched an eyebrow. He rested his arms on the table and leaned forward. "I insist on it." "Oh, well, if you insist," I said and waved my hand through the air. "Allow me to oblige." "I want to know what Ellie Stanton's passion is in life." "Is this an interview?" I teased. "No, we already did that," he smirked. I picked up my water glass and gave him a naughty smile. "Among other things." "That's true. Are you saying that is one of your passions?" "You could say that." "What else?" he said, smiling delightedly. "Besides ballet?" He nodded. "I love dancing to country music. It was how I met my friend Brina, actually. She's really into line dancing." "So more dancing," he laughed. "Country music, eh?" "Yep." I smiled and narrowed my eyes. "And don't you dare make fun of me either." He raised his hands. "Hey, I didn't say a word." "Let me guess. You don't like country music?" "It's not my favorite, but I can tolerate it." "I also like classical music." I shrugged. "And top 40.
"So basically everything."
"Yeah, pretty much. If I can dance to it, I like it."
"I like jazz and blues," he admitted. "Especially the classic stuff from the 50s and 60s.
"Are you an old soul?"
"Probably."
He leaned his back into the booth cushions and stretched his arms out in front of him.
Most people just call me a robot.
So you have heard the rumors, I said teasingly.
Have you?
Maybe, but rumors don't mean much in my book. He leveled his gaze at me.
What's your biggest weakness?
Infertility, losing my professional ballet career, being a hopeless romantic, and not being able to see the red flags before it's too late. Chocolate, I said instead.
Chocolate?
He looked surprised. What's so bad about that? I asked.
I can see you being a chocolate lover.
You think you have me all figured out, huh?
I'm getting there.
I thought you said you were better with numbers.
Oh, I am. Believe me, I'm just winging it here.
We laughed, and he took another sip of whiskey while I drank more water. It charmed me to see him letting some of his vulnerable, softer side shine through. I think you're doing pretty well tonight, I said. He did a slight bow of his head.
Thank you very much.
I was comfortable around him, and judging by how he acted, I was fairly confident he felt the same. The server came to remove our dinner plates and asked if we were interested in seeing the dessert menu. Weston and I looked at each other and said in unison, "I am." My heart skipped. We were on the same wavelength.
What are you thinking? He grinned. Something chocolatey?
I nodded, smiling. The way his gaze pierced right through me made me squirm in my seat. I looked down at the table, feeling my cheeks flush with warmth. I was terrified I'd get lost in those eyes forever. Weston was amazing, and I was absolutely smitten with him. Damn it. Why was I falling for the one guy I couldn't have? Chapter 18. Ellie. 1 month later. Oh my gosh, Tegan! I shouted. Tegan's sweaty, red face spun around the final time as she finished the routine she'd performed for her school dance audition. With her arms suspended over her head, she had one foot out in front of her, her toes poised and pointed perfectly in her ballet shoes. Her bright blue eyes were wide with shock.
Miss Ellie! She exclaimed. Did I do it?
I jogged over to her, knelt to her level, and swung my arms around her tiny frame. You did it! You're a superstar! She squealed. Her eyes glistened with tears.
I can't believe it!
You nailed it, I proclaimed. She hopped up and down, and I lifted her around the waist and carried her, dancing in circles with her on my hip as she giggled with delight. You're amazing, I told her. I lifted my palm and slapped it against Tegan's for an exuberant high five. Way to go, hot stuff.
Do you think I'll be able to do it this well at my audition? She asked.
I think you'll be phenomenal, I said. Her grin widened with pride. She coiled her arms around my neck, hugging me tightly.
Thanks to you, Miss Ellie.
You did all the work, I said. Pulling away, she looked into my eyes.
Thank you.
I bet your daddy can't wait to see you dance your final routine, I said.
I can't wait to show him.
I set her down on the floor, and she began strutting across the room, waving her hands like a beauty pageant contestant, sauntering like she was headed down a runway as a model. I laughed and clapped, whistling for her. Girl, you have so much sass, and I'm living for it, I declared. She had all the room in the world to gloat if you asked me. She'd worked hard and had overcome a lot of challenges to complete the routine. There were lots of nights where she'd wanted to give up, where the tears had rolled down her cheeks and she'd balled her fists with frustration. But she'd never given up. It worried me that she wasn't thriving in other settings, especially in the classroom. She was too smart for her own good. If only there were gifted options for her. I wanted to address the topic with Weston, but I knew it wasn't my place. I have had so much fun with you, I told her, embracing her in another hug. Tegan flashed her pearly white baby teeth when she grinned.
Me too.
The past 6 weeks with Tegan had flown by. We were nearing the 2-month mark, which would mean the end of my time with the Kings. It was bittersweet, because I felt like the more time I spent with Tegan and Weston, the closer I felt to them. I wanted to be a part of their life.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Lives forever. But if I couldn't, I hoped I could leave a mark on their hearts at least. Come on, I said. I think you've earned a treat.
A treat?
Tegan squealed.
What kind of treat?
I don't know, I shrugged. Maybe a big bowl of chocolate ice cream?
Can I have 10 scoops?
10 scoops, I laughed. How about a compromise? 2.
5?
Tegan tilted her head and pinched one eye shut as she stared at me with hopefulness. We'll see, I said, laughing again. Depends on how much is left in the container.
Are you going to have some ice cream too?
She asked. Of course, I declared. You know I can't resist an opportunity to eat chocolate.
Let's celebrate.
Tegan placed her tiny hand in mine as we walked out of the dance studio together and traipsed down the hallway.
I want to try something,
Weston said one afternoon while he was at home before it was time to pick up Tegan from school.
What is it?
I asked, stuffing the last of my turkey sandwich in my mouth. I'd been fighting nausea all day, and it was the first time I'd had an appetite. I eyed him as I took a large gulp from my soda.
I think we should practice driving.
You already know how to drive, silly, I joked. Secretly, a stirring of anxiety began to sour the food sitting in my stomach. I knew what he was getting at.
Don't use humor to change the subject, he said.
I'm not. I gave him a feigned, innocent smile.
You should face your fears, he said. It's called exposure therapy.
How very psychological of you, I teased. His lips curled into a smile, but his expression was sheepish.
You're doing it again.
What?
Trying to joke around when I want to talk about a serious topic.
I groaned and pushed my empty plate across the counter. I can drive.
But you rarely do.
I don't need to, I shrugged. I work where I live. I wanted to say that I worked from home, but the King house wasn't my permanent home, was it?
Ellie.
His voice was gentle as he reached over and placed his hand over mine.
I'll help you.
You will? I blinked up at him, trying not to appear pitiful, but it was a hard sell. He already knew this was a sensitive topic for me.
Sure.
His tone was casual.
We can just practice right here in the neighborhood.
Okay. I trailed off, giving him a skeptical frown. I guess that doesn't sound so bad.
It'll be fine, I promise. You'll drive my car.
You have a fancy car, though, I said. What if I crash it?
You're not going to crash it, he laughed. The speed limit is 20 around here.
I can do some damage at 20 miles an hour, trust me.
Prove it then,
Weston said.
I bet you can't crash my car within the first 10 minutes of trying.
Now you're using reverse psychology on me, I said. Are you sure you're in the right field?
Whatever works.
He hitched his shoulders in a nonchalant shrug, and grabbed his keys from the brown wicker basket on the counter beside the garage door. "I don't even have shoes on," I protested. "You're just stalling," he called out over his shoulder without even bothering to glance back at me. He opened the garage door and stepped out. "I'll be waiting out here." Through the open garage door, I could see his SUV. I swallowed hard and stared at it. The car was shiny like a candy apple, fast and sleek. To me, it was a steep mountain to climb. With a deep breath, I slipped on my sandals and followed him into the garage. He opened the driver's side door for me, and I climbed in. He sat beside me on the passenger's side. It was hard to breathe in the cramped space, and my stomach turned.
"All right. So you press this button to turn on the car," Weston instructed.
"A button? What are the keys for?"
"Just in case we need them for something."
"This car is too smart for me," I said. "I need a dumber one." He laughed.
"Stop being silly."
"No, I'm being serious," I said. "It doesn't even have a gear shift." I was sweating through my clothes. "Can we turn on the air? It's so hot in here." I fanned myself with my hand, but it did little to cool the inferno blazing inside me.
"You don't need a gear shift, and yes, I'll turn on the air." Weston pointed to a control panel. "That's what these buttons are for. Just try to relax and breathe through the nerves."
"This car is living in the year 3047, I said. "I'm not up for these crazy robotics."
"Do you want to try on your own car, then?" he asked.
I contemplated. "No. People might see it and call the police because it looks so out of place in your neighborhood."
"Nonsense. Now come on, you can do this. I have faith in you. If you try it on an intimidating vehicle like this, then it will be even easier for you to drive your own car. Plus, this car does a lot of the work for you."
"I guess."
"Now put it in reverse and the backup camera will pop up to assist you."
Placing my hands on the wheel and my foot on the brake, I did as he instructed. The car began to glide out of the driveway slowly. I steered it, gripping the wheel tightly as the SUV turned around, so I could drive it down the driveway forward instead of in reverse. When I reached the end of the driveway and pulled out onto the side of the empty street, I put my foot on the brake and looked at him. "Are we done?"
"What do you mean? We're barely even out of the driveway."
"So that wasn't it? Pulling out of the driveway wasn't the end of the lesson?"
"No, it wasn't the end of the lesson."
He smiled as he shook his head and put his hand on the wheel.
"Now come on, straighten the wheel and press the gas."
I took a deep breath and placed my hands on either side of the wheel.
"That's right. Keep breathing through the anxiety. It will help calm you down," he insisted.
"If you say so."
"Now start pressing the gas until you hit about 15 miles an hour. The road is all yours. No one else is out here this time of day. You can relax."
He was right. The further I drove, the easier it became.
"You're doing awesome," he said, smiling with approval.
"Thanks," I beamed at him. His support meant the world to me, and the fact that he cared enough about healing my fear of driving was the icing on the cake.
"We can go home if you're tired," Weston said after about 10 minutes of driving in the neighborhood. "We can do these driving practices more frequently to get you used to being behind the wheel. And we should drive your car next time, so you'll get more comfortable in it."
I smiled at him. "It's really sweet you want to help me feel better about driving." He reached out and stroked my cheek. I had no idea what to expect when our time together ended for good, but for the time being, it was really nice.
"I'm happy to help."
After I parked the car in his garage, Weston and I made plans for dinner later. It was Tegan's therapy day, so we didn't have dance lessons. I returned to the guest house, saying I needed to decompress. Really, though, I was exhausted. I ended up falling asleep for an hour. I woke in a daze, still bone-tired and slightly concerned that it was the third day in a row I felt like that. I looked at my watch. just in time for a chat session with Danny over the phone. I dialed her number and she answered. She could tell right away my voice sounded weak and exhausted, and she cornered me. "What do you mean you've been feeling off?" she asked. I slung my arm over the side of the couch, and it hung there, limp as a noodle. I gazed up at the ceiling and sighed. "I don't know, just more tired than usual." What?" "I'm just thinking about what could be wrong with you. I mean, the list is already pretty long, but—" "Oh, shut up," I laughed. "So tell me what's wrong." I inspected my nails and placed my phone in the crook between my ear and shoulder. "There's just been a lot going on. That's probably why I'm feeling under the weather lately. It's been a whirlwind ever since I moved into Weston's place. I've been draining my body and soul out every night with Tegan in the studio to get her ready for her dance routine." I paused and chewed on my bottom lip. "And then there's the sex." I didn't mention the private dance sessions for Weston in his home office, my muse services. That was even more embarrassing than me sleeping with my boss. "Aha!" Danny exclaimed with excitement. "There it is. You're tired because you're staying up all night playing in bed with Mr. Moneybags." "Don't call him that," I rolled my eyes. "Weston's not a stuck-up snob. He's down to earth." Danny teased. "When he's not down somewhere else." My cheeks burned. "You're bad." "Not as bad as you, apparently," Danny quipped. "Maybe I just need a good night's sleep." "Well, are you worried enough to get checked out by a doctor?" "I'm not sure." I chewed on my lip again. "My stomach has been bothering me lately. I actually threw up this morning. I got really lightheaded and dizzy, and then I just got sick. I thought it might have something to do with the fact that I skipped breakfast. My blood sugar was probably low." Danny was quiet a moment. "Has that ever happened to you before?" "No." More silence. "Can you say something?" I asked. "You're starting to freak me out." "I'm just thinking." "Think out loud, then. And Googling." "You know that WebMD will just tell me I'm going to be dead within the hour," I joked. "I'm not on WebMD." "Well, share it with the class," I said. "You might not like what I have to suggest." My stomach did a bigger twirl than Tegan's legs on the dance floor. "Just spit it out." "All the symptoms you're describing sound like pregnancy." Danny's voice was flat and cautious. Mine, however, was not. "Pregnancy?" I shrieked. Danny was fully aware of every microscopic detail of my past, including the pelvic trauma I suffered and the subsequent infertility issues. "Danny, you know I can't get pregnant." "I know, it's a head-scratcher." Danny sounded as puzzled as I felt. "I can screenshot the Google search if you want, so you know I'm not lying." "I don't think you're lying." I pinched the bridge of my nose and squeezed my eyes shut. "There's only one way to find out for sure." "What's that?" "A pregnancy test, of course." My stomach did another Olympic-sized flip. "It can't be pregnancy. My doctor showed me the ultrasound images and pointed out all the scars and adhesions that prevent the fertilization of an egg. I'm infertile." "Doctors can be wrong sometimes." "It's the whole reason Andrew broke off our engagement." "Did you miss your period?" I sat up straight. Up until that point, my brain felt like it was sloshing around inside my head. But then, all the fragments fused together. "Hang on." I put Danny on speakerphone and went to my calendar app. I looked at it, then checked the current date. "Oh, no." "I'll take that as a yes." "What am I going to do?" Dread nestled itself inside my head. The pregnancy test." "I've missed periods sometimes, though," I said. "I've been irregular since the accident, especially when I've been doing a lot of strenuous physical activity, which I have lately." "Don't you want to know for sure?" "I'm sure your missed periods weren't accompanied by vomiting, fatigue, and dizzy spells." I scratched the top of my head and swung my legs over the side of the couch to plant them on the floor. You're right. Just go get a test. Call me as soon as you know, either way. I will. I was already halfway out the door before I ended the call. Danny? My voice was panicked as I heard her pick up. Well? Danny's voice shook with excitement. I stared at the 4 pregnancy tests I'd taken in the last hour. They sat, face up, arranged in a neat line across my kitchen counter. Beside the tests were the empty bottles of apple juice I'd drained to keep my bladder full. I took 4, I squeaked. And? My eyes welled with hot, burning tears. They're positive. All of them? I nodded. My head felt like a bowling ball on my shoulders. All 4 of them. How is this possible? You're the one who told me doctors could be wrong sometimes, I exclaimed. I know. Danny's voice was calm. Let's just think about this. I collapsed into a bar stool and bent my knees, propping them up on the counter. I placed my palms to my forehead. What am I going to do? It's going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Danny's voice was comforting, but it didn't bring me much solace. I tried to tell myself that everything that was meant to be would be. Maybe this was one of those occasions. I was looking at a miracle in each pink line. But if it was a miracle, why did I feel like my entire world just got turned upside down? Chapter 19. Ellie. I have a proposition for you, Weston said. He stood on the doorstep to the guest house, wearing coral blue swim trunks and a green t-shirt with the Oakland A's logo in the center, and looking as handsome as usual. Oh, really? I asked. It was the day after my positive tests.
Tegan is away today at a friend's house for a playdate. I don't want to presume you don't already have your own plans, but if you don't, I'd love to take you somewhere fun.
Somewhere fun? I arched an eyebrow and propped one shoulder against the side of the doorframe. I'm listening.
Does that mean you don't have plans already?
The hopeful ring in his voice made him impossibly adorable. I laughed. Maybe I'll decide that once you tell me where you want to take me. He shook his head.
No, we can't do it that way. It will take the fun out of it. It has to be a surprise.
I scanned him up and down. You're wearing a bathing suit.
That's the only clue you get.
Do I need to wear a bathing suit too?
It's highly recommended. You might get wet.
I might get wet? I laughed. His eyes shimmered with mischief.
In more ways than one, if you agree to come along.
I'll admit your pitch game is strong.
I'm relieved to hear that.
What else will I need?
Nothing.
Weston stood with his legs shoulder-width apart and his hands clasped behind his back. His chest was solid and muscular, and his smile was proud.
Just wear a bathing suit and bring yourself.
Towels? Sunscreen? I asked.
I've got it all.
Wow. You must have been really confident I would say yes, I teased.
I was hopeful.
All right. Can you give me 20 minutes to get ready? I asked.
Meet me at the car, Weston said. I'll be waiting for you.
There was something intimate about how he looked at me then that stirred me up and turned me on. Why not do something fun with Weston if he was offering? Otherwise, I'd spend the day fretting about my new development. Besides, my new plague of morning sickness had reached somewhat of a lull, and I needed to take advantage of that while I could. Who knew when it might decide to come roaring back to life? Hopefully not during this little excursion Weston had planned. Or at least it would hold off long enough for me to break the news. I wanted us to have some fun today before I dropped this bombshell. An hour and a half later, Weston pulled into a line of cars waiting to get into Crystal Cove State Park. Wow, I said from the passenger seat. Weston King really upped his game.
Did I score bonus points, Ellie Stanton?
He turned to smile with me, with his left hand cupped over the top of the steering wheel. Major bonus points, I said.
I figured we could walk some of the nature trails and then have a picnic.
A picnic? I asked. That sounds amazing. I glanced in the back seat and frowned. Where are the supplies?
The cooler, towels, blankets, and everything else is loaded in the trunk.
You really do think of everything, don't you?
It's wired in my DNA to be organized.
Ha! At least one of us is.
It's okay,
he said.
I'll forgive you for your shortcomings.
Oh, thanks so much. I laughed and rolled my eyes. As we approached the front of the line, he took out his annual pass. The ranger scanned it and let us in with a cheery, "Have a lovely day." I was having a great time with Weston, but I was still nervous. Here I was, harboring a huge secret, and I had no idea how I was supposed to tell him I was pregnant. I knew I'd have to do it eventually, but every time I even thought about it, it made me dizzy. I didn't want to ruin the mood of the day-date either. I didn't know how he would react. Maybe I just needed to blurt it out, rip it off like a Band-Aid. If only it were that easy. A minute later, Weston parked in a parking spot next to a yellow sign that said, Trail 3.
Here we are,
he exclaimed with so much enthusiasm that I winced with guilt as I climbed out of the seat and into the warm sunlight. He had no idea what was in store. He pointed to the sign.
This trail is just over a mile. Do you think you're up for it?
I hadn't been feeling great ever since I'd found out I was pregnant, but I knew I had a mile in me at least. I was born ready. Weston pitched his eyebrow upward.
Maybe I underestimated you.
You might learn a few things today.
I can't wait.
Oh, great. You'll learn I'm pregnant with your baby. And then what? We left everything in the car and locked up, prepared to loop back around for the picnic supplies and head to the beach after we finished our hike. The trees provided a shady canopy, but the slivers of sunlight still cracked through the branches, sending beams of light splashing across the ground. It's peaceful out here, I said, as a bird chirped nearby.
I love getting out of the city,
Weston said as we strolled. I never would have guessed. He turned toward me, his forehead wrinkled with curiosity.
I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not.
No, really, I said.
You just think I'm a numbers guy like everyone else.
He laughed, tossing me an eye roll. No, I don't, especially now that we're spending more time together.
I like spending time with you.
As Weston admitted this, he reached out and took my hand in his. Just the simple touch he provided with his sturdy grip leveled my emotions. We walked in comfortable silence for several moments. The hike was easy, and by the end of it, I found myself in a more tranquil state of mind. Back at the car, we got the picnic items and headed down to the beach. I took mental pictures along the way, wishing that the day would never end. However, the pregnancy development had me reeling. I needed to find a safe place to land with Weston, but I couldn't find my footing. How was I supposed to tell him without seeming like I was taking a sledgehammer to his dreams, his life? What if he thought I'd lied about my infertility? I shoved my worries to the back of my mind and forced myself to enjoy the time with him while it lasted. The right time to spill the secret would come. Weston insisted on carrying everything down to the beach. I only carried my water bottle and purse. Are you sure you don't need a hand? I asked.
Positive.
Weston scoffed as the brown soil beneath our feet transitioned into sand. We picked a stretch of beach near a cluster of rocks, where the waves crashed at a safe distance away. Weston laid out a red checkered picnic blanket and opened the cooler.
I brought cheeses, fruits, nuts. There are sandwich fixings, too.
I sat down next to him and tucked my legs underneath me. He'd packed silverware, cans of my favorite soda, and assorted chocolate bars. I was completely taken with the effort he'd put into this picnic. I want you to know how much I appreciate you planning this. His blue eyes sparkled in the radiant sunlight.
I thought we both could use a day away.
A little fresh air never hurt anybody, I agreed. And a change of scenery, especially for me who never drives anywhere.
We're still working on that,
he advised. I know. I breathed out a long, slow breath, thinking about our last 2 practice sessions.
You're getting better with the practice drives. You're more confident.
Thanks.
The ocean is my go-to place for mental therapy,
Weston admitted, and reached for an apple inside the cooler. He held it up.
Want one?
Sure, I smiled as he tossed it to me. I dropped it in my lap, then I propped my arms behind my back and sighed, stretching out my legs in front of me. This is the life. I turned toward Weston. Couldn't you just stay here forever?
Just say the word.
Yeah, right. I wish. I pushed my finger through the sand and traced it in a line.
Yeah, it's too bad that things like responsibilities get in our way, huh?
I adjusted my sunglasses on the bridge of my nose and grinned. Such a buzzkill, right? Speaking of buzzkill, boy, do I have a bombshell to drop on you.
Want a sandwich?
He asked. I'll take some grapes and cheese.
Have at it.
Weston pushed the cooler in my direction. Thanks. He began piling roast beef and salami on a slice of bread.
If you're up for it, we can go for a walk down by the rocks, he said. I need to look for some shells for Tegan.
He rested an elbow on his propped-up knee and nudged his head in the direction of the rocks. That's so sweet, I said. Tegan was the apple of Weston's eye.
She collects them, he said. She has a giant box in her closet.
I like collecting shells too, although I tend to lose them before I can put them away for safekeeping.
Maybe you could find some new ones today, he said, holding my gaze for several seconds.
I'd love that, I said, surprised when my voice came out as a low whisper, almost too quiet as the seagulls cawed around us.
Somebody's hungry.
Weston pointed to a small gull with its wings tucked to its sides, inching towards us with its white, fluffy chest puffed out. You can give it your crust.
No way,
Weston grinned.
I'm eating the crust.
You like the crust? Are you a sociopath? I teased. He chuckled and shrugged.
I hope not.
No one likes the crust.
Except me.
I pointed a thumb over my shoulder. And that seagull. Weston laughed and took a bite of his sandwich. He glanced at me as he swallowed.
Aren't you hungry? This is the first time I haven't seen you scarf down the food in front of you.
I smiled. Yeah, a little. I picked at the bunch of grapes. Tell him now. My brain wouldn't let me relax and have fun. I peered out at the teal-colored ocean. The waves crashed, foamy and white, and then absorbed into the wet sand. A family played nearby. A pair of toddlers squealed with delight every time the waves splashed across their feet. Their parents were close at hand, wrangling the 2 energetic children. Now was the time to tell him. I shut my eyes, summoning my strength.
What are you thinking about?
He asked. I'm thinking about how important it is to live in the moment, I said. It was the truth.
That's a great mantra to live by,
Weston agreed. How about you? He shrugged and nodded his head at the young kids.
I was remembering when Tegan was that age. It was an insane amount of work. I'm glad we're past the stage where she's dependent on an adult for everything.
I swallowed. But don't you miss those years when she was so little?
Yeah, but to be honest, I wouldn't want to do it over again with another kid.
Shit. I couldn't look at him, couldn't speak. My throat closed up. Thankfully, his phone rang. When he pulled it out of his pocket, he squinted at the screen and looked at me.
I'm sorry, I need to take this. It's the woman who has Tegan for the playdate.
Of course, I said. Weston pressed the phone to his ear.
Hi, Anne.
I tuned out for a moment, my heart hammering. His words echoed in my mind.
I wouldn't want to do it over again with another kid. Did she hurt anybody?
Weston said into the phone. That caught my attention. I sat up and looked at him as he continued the conversation.
Are you okay with keeping her until I get back to the city? I can pick her up in a couple of hours. Okay. Sorry about this. I'll definitely be having a chat with Tegan about this later.
He let out a polite laugh, then hung up, sighing, and slipping his phone back into his pocket. What's going on? I asked. That sounded bad. I silently cringed. Maybe it was none of my business to ask. Weston groaned and crossed his legs.
No, it's fine. Tegan was just being a little priss on the playground. She'd only let certain kids join her game.
Ouch. Weston met my gaze and nodded. His features had sobered.
Yeah. Her friend's mom was super nice about it, though. She assured me that Tegan and her daughter, Harlow, are still playing well together, and that Tegan isn't a burden to her. She told me not to worry about it.
Weston looked at me with a flicker of helplessness in his eyes.
I know she's just saying all the polite things she's supposed to say.
Tegan is such a great kid when she's with me, I said. I couldn't understand how her behavior tended to fluctuate.
That's because you're a miracle worker,
Weston said. Hey, it came as a surprise to me too, I joked. He smiled absently, still distracted and flustered. The news had changed his demeanor.
She's been seeing this child psychologist, he said. I thought it was making a difference, but I don't know.
Maybe it just takes time. Tegan's a good kid. She's just going through a lot. He nodded.
Yeah, you're right.
I couldn't tell him about the pregnancy when he was stewing about his first kid. I'd missed my window. Should we walk down the beach and find some shells before we have to get back to Tegan? I suggested. Weston smiled.
That sounds fantastic.
I'd tell him later when he wasn't so distracted. It wouldn't hurt to wait another day to break the news. Fear gnawed at my insides. I had a feeling telling him would change everything between us, and not in a good way. Best to just enjoy one last day with Weston before I turned both our lives upside down.
Chapter 20. Weston.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Ellie's cheeks were flushed, and her hair was in a disheveled ponytail when she pushed her way through the sliding glass doors. That's okay. I set a basket of buttered rolls on the table. I was a little annoyed she was so late, but my irritation faded as soon as I saw Ellie. Tegan had already eaten and was upstairs brushing her teeth. Martha had made a beef stew for dinner that had cooked in the crock pot all day. Delicious, savory smells wafted through the kitchen. I was starving and couldn't wait to eat. I opened the crock pot and reached for a serving spoon.
I feel terrible about this.
Ellie rolled her eyes as if she were mad at herself as she approached me. She was still out of breath.
I'm so sorry to keep you waiting.
Don't worry about it, I said, and pointed to the table. I was just finishing putting everything on the table, so you're right on time. A little white lie never hurt anybody. Ellie tossed a disinterested glance at the food. That threw me for a loop. Would you like a glass of wine? I asked. Ellie shook her head.
Not tonight.
Oh. My heartbeat pulsed through my eardrums. All right.
I'll take ice water, though,
Ellie said, her voice gaining vigor. Sure, I'll pour you a glass, I said. I poured our drinks, served our bowls, and we sat down at the table a few moments later. I noticed right away that Ellie was distant. She picked at her food,
staring at her bowl as she shuffled a carrot around in the gravy, but she didn't bring the carrot to her mouth. "Is everything all right?" I asked, hoping I hadn't done something disastrous to upset her without even realizing it. Ellie lifted her gaze and sighed. "I haven't been feeling well today." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Now I felt a little guilty for internally chastising her about the lateness and distracted behavior. "I've been to the doctor, though," she said. My stomach clenched. "Is everything all right?" My instincts told me something was off, but before Ellie could explain, Tegan pattered into the room. "Hi, Daddy," she said in a squeaky voice. I pushed back from the table and wiped my mouth with my napkin. I opened my arms, and Tegan nestled into them. "Hi, Half-Pint." I kissed the top of her head. Her hair was still damp from her bath, and her hair smelled like her lavender princess shampoo that came in a shiny, hot pink bottle. "Hi, Tegan." Ellie smiled. "Hi, Miss Ellie." "Do you want me to read you a bedtime story?" I asked. I was just having dinner with Ellie, but
"I want Miss Ellie to read me a story tonight instead."
Tegan cut in before I could finish. I tossed Ellie a surprised look. Ellie's cheeks were a little ashen, but her smile stayed in place. "If that's all right with her, it's fine with me," I said.
"I'd love to read you a story," Ellie said. "I'd be honored."
Tegan's eyes sparkled, and her grin lit up her whole, adorable face.
"Thank you."
I shoved my hurt feelings to the side. I was happy that Tegan was branching out, but part of me wished she would choose me above anyone else. For anything. "Is your dear old dad not cool enough to read you a bedtime story?" I teased, and tickled Tegan under her armpits to make her giggle.
"You are cool, Daddy."
Tegan's eyes flashed to Ellie.
"I just want Miss Ellie tonight."
I tousled her hair. "All right, Half-Pint." I winked at my daughter. "I guess I could share you this once." As Ellie excused herself and left the table with Tegan's tiny hand cradled in hers, I sat there and let the silence swallow me. Tegan was too young to remember Rebecca leaving her, but that didn't mean she wasn't suffering the damage every single day. She needed a maternal presence in her life. Sure, she had Martha, but Martha was older. She was more like a grandmother than a mother figure. If Tegan wanted to bond with Ellie, who was I to stand in the way? However, there was a time limit to that bonding. Ellie's employment would soon be coming to an end, and I couldn't bear to see Tegan get hurt again. I'd need to address the situation with her soon, so that she'd be prepared when the time came. I ate a few more bites of the stew, but had lost most of my appetite. Standing, I sighed and rubbed my forehead with the tips of my fingers as a headache began to fester between my eyes. I started clearing the table. A methodical routine would help prevent me from slipping into an emotional funk. As much as I cared about Ellie, Tegan was number one and always would be. Then again, I couldn't just erase the memories and bond I shared with Ellie. I stacked the dishes on the counter and padded up the stairs, listening as Ellie's feminine voice floated out into the hallway. I tiptoed down to Tegan's door, which was open. I didn't want to impose on their time together, so I stayed out of sight. Every now and then, Tegan cackled at something in the book. Listening to how Ellie nurtured Tegan sent my thoughts skewing in a million different directions. She would have been a wonderful mother, but I couldn't forget the pain I'd already gone through with Rebecca. I would never do that to myself again. I also couldn't just assume Ellie would want to step into the role of mother for Tegan. It was one thing to give her dance lessons. Being a maternal figure to her would come with a much larger set of responsibilities. There was another problem, though. I had already fallen hard for Ellie, and I wasn't sure I could say goodbye when her employment period ended. As I listened to her tuck Tegan in, kiss her goodnight, and whisper her a lullaby, my heart throbbed for more. I wanted to explore the possibilities of a future with her. But I doubted Ellie wanted the same from me. After all, she'd come up with the idea for that damn pact in the first place. She never wanted to fall in love again. Chapter 21. Weston. Dude, are you sure you know what you're doing? Josh scratched his head. He clutched a beer bottle in one hand and peered at the grill I was manning on the deck. I laughed and flipped one of the burger patties. The smell of flame and meat filled the air as a plume of smoke released. It's hamburgers and hot dogs. How could I screw it up? I don't know. Josh's lips curved into a downward frown, and his forehead wrinkled. I'm sure you'd find a way. I punched his arm. I'm the grill master. You have no idea. We'll see, Josh teased, and then glanced over my shoulder. His eyes went huge, and he snapped his fingers in the direction of the grassy yard. Hey, JJ, stop that! JJ was Josh's 7-year-old son. Everyone called him JJ, short for Josh Jr. Don't do that, buddy. Don't climb that. No! Josh groaned and rolled his eyes. I glanced over my shoulder to see what all the fuss was about. JJ was trying to climb onto the roof of Tegan's playset and jump off, while Tegan and a little girl from next door, Sierra, were cheering JJ on. I cupped my hands over my mouth and shouted, Tegan, don't encourage him to jump. He could get hurt, or land on one of you. I swear I can't take him anywhere. Josh sighed. I scoffed. It's not like my kid is any better. Josh made a step in the direction of the playset to intervene, but Ellie was standing near the commotion and jogged over there. It's okay, I can handle it, she said over her shoulder to us, flashing a sweet smile. Her blonde ponytail bounced behind her, and I couldn't stop staring at her ass. I wasn't even subtle about it. Dude. Josh slapped my arm so hard I almost dropped the spatula in my hand. What? Josh's eyebrows lifted, and he stared at the spatula. He put his hand on my wrist and steered my hand back over the flame. You were about to drop that hamburger patty. Oops. I scratched my temple and placed the patty gently down on the grate to cook on the other side. You're that infatuated? Josh asked, chuckling as he raised the neck of his beer bottle to his lips and took a glug. My heart did a nosedive. What are you talking about? Hello? Josh laughed and smacked me on the back. You're totally into your babysitter. She's not my babysitter. Sorry, Josh droned dryly as he corrected himself. Your daughter's babysitter. She's not Tegan's babysitter, she's her dance teacher. Josh brought the beer bottle to his lips again, and I did the same with mine. If Josh was onto me about Ellie, I might need to drink faster. It's a technicality. His expression shifted to boredom, and he waved his hand through the air. It's really not. I glanced in Ellie's direction. She'd redirected the kids' attention to a bubble-making machine. They were all huddled around her, jumping to catch the bubbles and shrieking with joy. You can't even stop looking at her for 5 seconds, Josh exclaimed. My eyes met with his. Do you think you could say it any louder? I hissed. I don't think the guy grilling on his porch the neighborhood over could hear you. Calm down, man. It's just a joke. There's nothing going on between us, I lied, and busied myself in rolling the hot dogs on the grate with a pair of tongs. I pointed to them. Do you think these have enough char on this side? Don't change the subject on me now, man. He snickered. I glared at him. I'm not. She's totally hot, he said. If I were single, I'd bang her for sure. I laughed. What makes you think you could get her? These, he said, lifting his arm and pulling up the sleeve of his short-sleeved t-shirt to flex his bicep. That wimpy thing? I slapped the top of his arm. Easy there. he said, and put his arm back down. You don't want to bruise the meat. What meat? I jeered. Josh sighed and looked in Ellie's direction. I think you should go for it. There's nothing to go for. It's a professional relationship. Another little white lie couldn't hurt. You're crazy. You're married anyway, so it's a moot point. I gestured to Stephanie, who was talking to one of my female employees and Sierra's mother from next door. There she is, right there. Remember her? I taunted. He rolled his eyes. I still love my wife. It wouldn't hurt for you to say it once in a while. I grinned, poking fun. You're an ass. Takes one to know one. What are you, in the 5th grade? Ha! Says the guy who wants to get with the babysitter, I said. I thought she was the dance teacher, Josh said, pinching his fingers into air quotes. I smiled. Technicality. He glared at me and sighed. I need to have a talk with JJ before he breaks anything. I laughed as he walked off and focused on the task at hand for the next while, trying to limit my glances in Ellie's direction. Josh was right. I couldn't keep my eyes off her for long. Burgers are done, I shouted from the deck and started flagging everyone down in my direction with a beckoning wave of my hand. Come and get the grub. Do you need any help with getting the tables set up or anything? Ellie asked. I think we have everything covered, I said, smiling at her. She looked so pretty today. I had to restrain myself from squeezing her rear end. It looked damn fine in her teeny shorts and the pink tank top that hugged her flat tummy. The shirt accentuated her supple, round breasts. Her taller friend, Danny, approached us and swung a slender arm around Ellie. She had a beer in her hand that she swirled through the air as she talked in a spirited voice. Ellie loves working for you, Danny proclaimed. She was tipsy, on the border of becoming sloppy. Ellie's smile sharpened, and she released a delicate laugh. She cut Danny a cautious look as if she were a toddler who needed gentle reprimanding in public. Okay, lady, Ellie said, removing Danny's arm from around her shoulder. Calm down. What? Danny exclaimed. It's true. Danny met my gaze. She talks about you all the time. Maybe you should be cut off now. Ellie's laughter went from patient to nervous in 5 seconds flat. Nuh-uh. Danny shook her head. The night is just getting started. I laughed and set a tray of burgers and hot dogs in between the buns, mustard, and ketchup. More drinks are in the cooler, I said. Ellie cut me a look. Please don't encourage her. Danny gave Ellie a light smack on the backside and whistled. See, he knows how to throw a good party. He's not just brains and beauty. Ellie's cheeks turned crimson red as Danny ran off toward the food table. I took it all in stride. She seems fun. Oh, yeah. Ellie's sarcasm was clear. She's a real trip to Disneyland. Behind us, all 3 of Josh's kids, along with a squealing Tegan, jumped into the pool in unison while they shouted, Cannonball! At the top of their lungs. Ellie and I exchanged a smile. Seems like everyone is having a good time, Ellie said, slipping her hands into the back pockets of her shorts. Are you having a good time? I asked, and bumped my shoulder against hers. I'm having a blast. Thank goodness. I placed a hand over my chest and sighed. If you weren't having fun, I would have to turn the whole party around. Oh, yeah? Ellie's eyebrow pitched upward with inquisition. How much more fun could it get? I could fit a DJ back here, I said, pointing to the patch of grass beside the playset. Huh, that would be great. I'm sure your neighbors would love it. They're all over here anyway, I said. Nice. Ellie nodded. Let me just go call my guy, I joked. You have a guy? Ellie asked. You don't believe me? I laughed. Nope. Ellie shook her head. Not to stereotype, but IT guys don't generally hang out with DJs. You only listen to music recorded before 1970 anyway.
Ouch, that burns. I sucked in a breath through my teeth. She flashed me a smile and broke out in laughter. Then I clapped my hands together and shouted to the partygoers, "Let's eat!"
"Daddy!"
Tegan shouted from inside the pool. She swam up to the side and propped her elbows up on the concrete lip of the pool's edge. A flood of water went with her. "What is it, Half-Pint?" I asked.
"I don't want to get out of the pool yet."
Tegan's bottom lip jutted out. "You can wait a few minutes," I said, and glanced at my watch. "I'll set a 5-minute timer. Then you'll need to get out and eat before the food gets cold."
"Can we still play too?"
Josh's 2 daughters asked. They clasped their hands together to beg. "You'll have to ask this old man right here." I jabbed my thumb in Josh's direction. 5 minutes, then you dry off for dinner," Josh agreed. "And no whining either." The kids cheered and went back to swimming. Tegan showed off with a handstand, and JJ dunked his sister's head under the water. When she came back up, she screamed. "Don't make me stop the timer," Josh lectured without looking up from his phone. "Stand up parenting there, bro," I said sarcastically to Josh.
"Fuck you,"
he muttered under his breath. I walked over to the cooler and reached for another beer just as Ellie approached to get a soft drink. Our fingers brushed up against each other. My heart pounded. She straightened, gave me a shy smile, and tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. She had removed the ponytail, and now her pink elastic hairband was wrapped around her left wrist. "After you," I said.
"No, that's okay."
"I insist." I planted on a charming grin.
"Oh, fine."
Ellie laughed and plucked a can of soda from underneath the ice. "So, are you a hamburger or a hot dog kind of gal?" I asked. Her smile was flirtatious.
"Both."
"Both?" I lifted my eyebrows, twisted the top off my beer. "Wow, I'm impressed. You know I can pack some food down," she boasted. Among other things.
"Are you flirting with me, Mr. King?"
Ellie leaned close enough for me to smell her flowery perfume. "I'm trying, at least."
"You're not doing as bad as you think."
"I'll take that as a compliment." Ellie began walking away, strutting her hips. My eyes followed.
"Keep up the good work,"
she called over her shoulder. I stood there like a love-struck puppy. I didn't even realize Tegan was tugging on my hand.
"Daddy?"
"Huh?" I blinked myself out of the fantasy world. Tegan was dripping wet and peering up at me with bright blue eyes.
"Can I have a hamburger?"
"Of course, Half-Pint," I said and smiled at her. "Let's go get you fixed up." There was nothing like a 5-year-old needing attention to snap me back to reality. But in the back of my mind, Ellie was there, whether I liked it or not.
Chapter 22. Ellie.
"So, have you told him yet?"
Brina asked. No. I cringed and looked at my friends, who sat opposite me in the living room of Weston's guest cottage. He was at work, and Tegan was at school. I'd spent the morning trying to figure out what to do about the pregnancy situation. I'd worked myself up into a frenzy, so I called in reinforcements. Danny and Brina were kind enough to come over on their lunch breaks to talk me off the edge. Brina's eyes enlarged at my admission.
"What? Ellie, how long are you planning on keeping him in the dark?"
"I'm not keeping him in the dark," I countered. "But he doesn't know about the baby yet," Danny said. "I'm going to tell him."
"When?"
Danny and Brina asked in unison. I leaned into the couch cushions and tucked my knees up to my chest. I pressed my palms to my forehead and stared downward.
"Sorry to pressure you,"
Brina apologized. I gave a weak smile. "No, it's fine. I'm well aware that the longer I keep this a secret from him, the worse it will be when I actually do tell him. Are you keeping the baby?" Danny asked, her eyebrows arching. Yes, I blurted out. I never considered anything else. Whether he wants to help you out or not, Danny added. I didn't think he would leave me hanging, but I supposed I couldn't know for sure. Either way, I declared, I'm having this baby. I thought I was infertile. It's a miracle that I'm pregnant in the first place. I support your decision, Danny said, nodding her head with approval.
You'll be a fantastic mother, Brina added.
I know it probably sounds crazy, but I already feel like I'm bonding so much with this baby. Ever since I went to the doctor and got the confirmation I was pregnant, I keep thinking of this little peanut floating around in there, growing every day.
That's so cute,
Brina squealed. She seemed just as excited as I was. The difference was I had nervousness unsettling my stomach, along with some residual morning sickness. Just talk to Weston about it, Danny encouraged. You'll feel better after you do. You won't be left wondering anymore about what his reaction will be. I'm sure he'll be willing to support you. I hope you're right. I sighed and leaned my head into the cushions. I thought about the massive mess I'd gotten myself into, but the prospect of happiness lingered in the back of my mind. I winced as I stared at my friends. What if he freaks out? Danny rolled her eyes. He's not going to freak out. I feel like I'm spinning in a tornado and my emotions are swirling all around me, I said.
That's pretty deep,
Brina teased. I chuckled. No, seriously, I'm excited, but I'm nervous. I just don't know what to do. I just can't seem to get the timing right. What timing? Danny asked. The timing of telling Weston that I'm pregnant with his baby. Even saying the words aloud made my stomach flip. He might hate me, resent me. What if he wanted nothing more to do with me or our child? The thought made a lump grow in my throat, and it was hard to breathe all of a sudden. I groaned and rocked back and forth to console myself. I need to get over this hurdle. It feels more like a mountain. Brina squeezed my hand, and Danny gave me a consoling smile. I know, babe, Danny said, but you'll get through this. Thank you both so much, I said. Your support means the world to me. Just promise me you'll tell him about the baby before you go into labor, she added. I burst into laughter. Will do.
You're so tiny, you won't be able to hide it for long, Brina said.
You're probably right, I agreed. Stuffing you with carbs never seems to make you gain an ounce, Danny teased. It will be funny to see you with a belly.
You won't be able to shop in the juniors department anymore, Brina said.
I rolled my eyes, but I was laughing along with them. You guys are crazy. Crazy in love with you, Danny declared, her eyes flashing with affection. And if Weston cares about you half as much as we do, then he'll be thrilled to support you no matter what.
Tell him, you fool.
We sat side by side in lawn chairs by the pool deck, holding hands. It was the first moment we'd had alone in days. It was now or never. I inhaled, braced myself, and opened my mouth. Let's skinny dip, were the words that came out.
Seriously?
Weston's blue eyes lit up. Really? I shrugged. Sure, why not? No matter how worried I was about breaking the news to him, my horniness took center stage lately. I was feeling frisky at all times. I didn't know if it was pregnancy hormones or what, but it was bad. I was hard up. I got turned on just by walking. My clit throbbed every time I crossed my legs. Weston's eyes twinkled, and his smile widened. He was so good-looking. Why did he have to be so gorgeous? It made it harder for me to resist him. Just that morning, I decided I shouldn't have sex with him anymore. It would just complicate things further. It was one thing to say it, but it was harder to actually apply it to real life, especially with how bad I wanted Weston all the time and how handsome he was. Come on, I was the first to stand up. My heart raced with excitement. I had sex on the brain, and I could scarcely think straight.
You mean right now?
I tossed him a flirtatious smirk. What's the matter? Are you chicken? He roared with laughter.
Chicken? Are we fifth graders?
I shook my head and pouted seductively. No, sir. We are two very grown adults who are going to play a very naughty game. Finally, he stood, still holding my hand.
I like naughty games.
He tossed an apprehensive glance over his shoulder.
But it's still daylight.
It was late afternoon. Martha had taken Tegan shopping for new clothes, and I wanted to take advantage of the alone time with Weston. So what? We have the whole house to ourselves, I said, dialing up the flirtation by swaying my hips as I moved. I led him to the edge of the pool, keeping my eyes on him as I lifted my shirt over my head. I removed my bra next, then shimmied out of my shorts. My panties were last to go. I stood in front of Weston, naked and excited. Something about being exposed like this gave me a thrill. Weston's erection bulged beneath his shorts. His eyes were glued to my naked breasts and bare pussy. His eyes flickered with longing and thirst.
Wow.
Do you like what you see? I asked. I wasn't even in the pool yet, but I was already soaking wet. He nodded, his jaw slackening. He didn't tear his eyes away from me. I bridged the gap between us. With my eyes still locked with his, I cuffed my fingers over the waistband of his gym shorts and pulled them down. His hard cock was huge and standing at attention. I coiled my fist around the stiff rod. Weston groaned with delight. I stretched on my tiptoes to kiss him as Weston's hand searched between my legs. His index finger pushed apart my sensitive folds and found my clit. I moaned as a tingle of pleasure shuddered through me. His tender touch brought magic to my world. He bent to his knees. His mouth was curled into a mischievous grin, his eyes wild and enticing.
I need a snack,
he declared. Are you hungry, baby? I asked.
I'm starving.
My clit throbbed harder. Weston clamped his hands on my ass cheeks and pushed my hips toward his mouth. I moaned as his tongue slipped beneath the swollen folds. He licked everywhere, leaving no crevice unattended. He kissed and sucked my clit until I felt like my world would collapse in the best possible way. Just when I thought I was going to lose my mind, Weston pushed his index finger deep inside me, all the way up to the knuckle. I grabbed his hair in my fists and buried his head between my legs, stiffening as I let the orgasm consume me. Weston showed me no mercy. His mouth was all over me. My palms pressed into his broad shoulders. I panted hard, gazing down at him in awe, trying to keep myself grounded. I was dizzy with euphoria. My knees wanted to cave, but I managed to keep myself upright by holding onto his shoulders. His chin glistened with my juices. He satisfied me in every way.
That was delicious,
he proclaimed. I'm glad you enjoyed it. My voice was low and breathless. It was my turn. I bent to my knees. I want to return the favor. His massive cock was in my mouth before he had a chance to realize what was happening. I stroked his rock-hard thighs and inched my hands toward his bare bottom. His ass was toned, yet cushiony. I loved touching every part of him. I deep-throated his swollen cock, wrapping my lips around it as he groaned.
It feels so good,
he said. He tried to pull me up.
Stop,
he begged. I took his cock out of my mouth. Why?
I'm too close.
Weston's thighs shook.
I want to fuck you.
You want to fuck me? I purred. He nodded and swallowed hard. If you want to fuck me, you'll have to catch me, I teased as I sprang to my feet. I ran toward the pool and jumped in the water. Weston jumped in after me. I splashed water at him and tried to swim away, but he was too fast and his arms were too long. He caught me in seconds.
Come here, you naughty girl.
He breathed into my neck, pulling me close. He wrapped his arms around my chest and hugged me tightly. We were up against the edge of the pool. I cupped my hands over the lip of the concrete wall as I felt Weston's cock teasing against my inner thighs.
You're going to get punished for trying to swim away,
he murmured in my ear.
Chapter 23. Weston. Am I going to get it? Ellie asked. You're going to get it all right. Can you feel it pressed against you? Yes. She bit her bottom lip. It feels really big. I spread her legs apart under the water and guided my cock between her engorged pussy lips before burying myself deep inside. Our hips ground together under the water. The pressure began to build again, and I was on a fast track to climax. Ellie was too, judging from how her muscles started to spasm. She gripped the wall for support as I thrust. She cried out with pleasure as another orgasm rippled through her. I couldn't hang on any longer. I kissed the back of her neck and flooded her insides with warm semen. I want more, she whined as soon as we'd finished and I'd pulled out. You're really hot right now, aren't you? I asked. I swiveled her around in the water, roping my arms around her waist and bringing her to sit on my lap as I sat down on the underwater steps. Yes, I can't get enough. You're so good. She leaned into my body and wrapped her arms around my neck. You want another round already? I asked. She pressed her lips to mine. Her voice was a breathless moan. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, please, she whimpered, and nibbled on her bottom lip for a moment before jutting it out into a sexy pout. You aren't afraid to go after what you want, are you? Ellie shrugged. That makes two of us. I kissed her hard. Show me what you've got, then. Get me ready for round 2. She opened her legs to straddle me and pressed her pussy into my shaft. She wiggled her hips and rubbed her lips across my cock. Whoa! I trailed off. I hadn't been expecting her to get me hard again so fast. Are you turned on? It's working. Keep doing that, I groaned. Ellie's cheeks flushed pink. Does it feel good? It feels amazing. When I was with Ellie, the whole world disappeared. It was only us. She grounded me. She made me feel alive. The chemistry was unreal. Ellie poked her bottom out and pressed her wet, naked breasts to my chest. Her seductive smile was driving me wild. She continued grazing her pussy lips across my half-mast staff, which was quickly rising to the occasion. Be careful, or I'm going to fuck your brains out again, I warned. That's what I want to happen, Ellie said, eagerness glowing on her face. Her eyes fixed on mine. Her smile disappeared into lust. She was so smoking hot. My cock throbbed again. I was desperate to bury my shaft inside her. Ellie did things to my head and my cock that were nothing short of sorcery. I grabbed my cock just as she spread her legs. She arched her back, and her eyes fluttered shut. She let out a delicious hum as I fed my cock into her drenched pussy under the water, 1 inch at a time. Ah, I trailed off. You're so tight, so wet. Go in deep, Weston. Don't worry, baby. I kissed her cheek and then her neck. I'm going to fill you up. She looked at me expectantly. Her arms were slung over my shoulders, her round breasts in my face. Promise? I promise. 'Kay? Because you can't make promises that you can't keep. I would never do that to you. I groaned again. It was getting hard for me to talk through the pleasure. Ellie bounced up and down on my lap, slowly at first. I shivered with delight as she hugged me close. She was so sexy I couldn't handle it. She moaned and arched her back, and I gripped the back of her head, bringing her mouth to mine. I kissed her long and deep, and when we broke away, she was breathless. "I'm obsessed with you," I growled into her ear. Ellie clenched her pussy, which constricted around my shaft, and I groaned with satisfaction. "You should be," Ellie said. I grabbed her hips as she rode me. Her breasts bounced, and I sucked on each nipple in turn. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes widened. "Are you going to come?" I asked. I knew when Ellie was getting close. She whimpered. Her thighs quivered. She was ready. "Uh-huh," she whined. "Will you let me come on your cock?" "You have my permission," I said. "Go ahead, baby. Come for me." "Thank you." Her breath was rapid on my cheek. "It feels so good. I can't hold it." I rubbed her back as she rode me, and as she climaxed, her body stiffened. She pulled away from me, bucking her hips on my lap and crying out with ecstasy. When she finished, she collapsed in my arms. "Don't tire out yet, woman," I breathed into her neck. "I'm not finished with you." With a smile, she said, "Give me the grand finale, then." I planted my hands on each side of her tiny waist and guided my cock in and out. She whimpered. "Fuck, Ellie." I trailed off with a groan as a ripple of pleasure launched me to the stars. I exploded my hot load inside her, and she squealed with delight, pushing her bottom downward to receive me, all of me, inside her. "Wow," I panted. "Wow is right." She dragged her hands through my hair, staying on my lap. She gazed into my eyes and smiled. I thought I noted a sadness flicker in her eyes, but it was so faint and disappeared so fast, I couldn't tell if I imagined it. "That was exceptional," I said. "Both times were exquisite." She slumped against me, drowsy. I was still wedged deep inside her, now full of energy in contrast. "Don't pull out yet," she said. A sentimental quality washed over her features. "I want to stay close to you for a little while longer." "That's it, Tegan!" Ellie's voice exclaimed in an echo through the dance studio. "You've got it! You're doing so good!" Ellie continued praising my daughter and clapping to the rhythm of the song's beat. Occasionally, she would step in and correct a dance move. They didn't know I was watching them. I remained in the shadows of the hallway, but the door was cracked open enough for me to hear and watch them as they rehearsed Tegan's performance for her upcoming audition. I was in disbelief watching my adorable daughter. She was focused and determined. Tegan put her whole heart into each movement and dance step. She wanted to impress Ellie. It was a monumental milestone in my little 5-year-old's life. She was a real dancer now. My eyes shifted to Ellie in her blue leotard, recalling what we'd done hours earlier in the pool. Twice. I tried to fight the aggressive feelings building for Ellie, but it was becoming a disruptive challenge. "It's nothing," I told myself. "You're infatuated with her because she's sexy and fun. Sex has clouded your brain, and so has the app's launch." As I watched Ellie working so well with my stubborn daughter, I began to idolize her even more. My admiration for Ellie really was becoming borderline obsessive. Was it obsession, or was it love? However you sliced it, I was in trouble.
Chapter 24. Ellie. I stood in front of the vanity mirror in the guest house's bathroom. Morning light splashed in through the window above the jetted tub, bathing the powder blue walls and square patches. Even the guest house was 1,000 times fancier than any house or apartment I'd ever be able to afford. My hands reached my stomach, and my fingers fanned out across the flat surface of my belly, a belly that would soon swell with the growing life inside me. My heart fluttered. Every time I thought about the baby inside me, it gave me a rush of adrenaline. My phone rang from the bedroom, and I headed to where it was charging on the nightstand. Next to the phone was the paperwork from the doctor's office. Pregnancy results. Positive. Danny's number was displayed across my cell phone screen, and I swiped to answer. "Hey,
What are you doing?"
Danny asked, her voice familiar and calming. I collapsed into the mattress and sighed. My fingers combed through my damp hair. I'd just gotten out of the shower and dressed for the day. I'm sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the positive pregnancy test from the doctor. Still haven't told him, huh? Am I the worst? I placed my forehead in my palm and rested my elbow on my knee.
No, not the worst. Wimpy, maybe.
I'm just afraid.
What are you afraid of?
Are you seriously asking me that?
Yeah?
I laid down and stared up at the ceiling. The blades of the fan above my head rotated in a lulling pattern. Rejection, I answered. Never seeing him or Tegan again.
You won't know until you talk to him. If you care about him so much, I don't see what the problem is.
It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but Elle, think about it. You have sex with this guy regularly. You're intimate partners. If anything, he deserves to know.
When you say the word partners, it makes my heart skip a beat, I admitted.
In a good way?
I reflected on this question and stared out the window. The pool water shimmered with a sparkling white color under the morning light. Nervous and scared, but also joy. I mean, you know what it was like for me, Danny. You sat with me on the floor in my bedroom as I sobbed after the doctors told me I'd never be able to conceive.
I remember every tear that was shed, Danny said.
I squeezed my eyes shut. I'm just punking out.
Danny laughed.
You are. I just need to get it over with already.
Just do it like ripping off a Band-Aid.
Or ripping out stitches.
Ouch. I could almost hear Danny wince. I don't think it will be that bad.
I have to be prepared for anything. I sat up straight again and stretched my back.
You'll need him, Danny said.
My face formed into a frown. What do you mean?
He's loaded, Elle. He can help support you and the baby.
I would never put that kind of pressure on him.
That's because you're too nice. It takes two to tango. You didn't get knocked up by yourself.
Hey, I chuckled. Don't say that. This baby is a miracle.
Yeah, Danny said. Well then, maybe it's time you start treating it like one.
I swallowed. Her words jolted me to my core. My stomach swirled every time my brain reminded my body of the changes happening. I'm pregnant. I have a baby growing inside me. The doctors said I was infertile, but I have living proof that they were wrong. Day and night, these thoughts streamed through my head. Maybe you're right, I said, but I still had cold feet. I was still trying to wrap my head around how it had even happened in the first place. After all, I'd told Weston that I couldn't get pregnant. But there I was, struggling to find the words to tell him that I'd been wrong, just like my doctors. A day had passed since my naughty pool time with Weston. I was still sitting on my landmine of information, just waiting for the right time to detonate it and shatter Weston's entire world. My mind dreamed up scenarios of how he might react. In some of my concoctions, Weston was thrilled. He would hug me, we would kiss and make love for hours. Yes, I was still horny as hell from the hormones. In other scenarios, it wasn't as pleasant. In those playouts, Weston reacted angrily, screaming at me, asking me why I set him up and trapped him, right before he stormed out and slammed the door, shaking the pictures on the walls in the process.
Ellie.
I swallowed hard and turned toward Weston. Hmm? His bright blue eyes twinkled with playfulness.
I thought we lost you for a second there.
I rested my back against the chair. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. We were sitting at the dinner table. Sharing dinner with the Kings had become a regular occurrence for me. I didn't even knock when I came through the back door anymore. It was just assumed that I'd be eating with them and spending my evenings with Weston and Tegan instead of staying in the guest house like an isolated hermit. It was almost like I wasn't even really a guest at all anymore. On most nights, unless he worked late, Weston and I would spend quality time together. After Tegan's bedtime, Weston and I would always make love, usually in the guest house, where we could make all the noise we wanted. We often fell asleep together, but when I woke up in the middle of the night, Weston was always gone, which left me feeling empty. Though I tried to remind myself that Weston was devoutly devoted to his daughter, and after all, I'd agreed to keep our relationship a secret from her. I had to honor Weston's wishes, or I risked losing the trust I'd worked so hard to build with him. Yet there I was, keeping a massive secret from him. I was a contradiction to myself. Neither of us had broached the subject of the end date regarding my employment. I looked at him as he stabbed a piece of steak with his fork and dropped it into his mouth while smiling at me.
Were you thinking about anything in particular?
He asked.
Yes, about how your baby is in my belly right now, and you have no idea.
I shook my head and planted on what I hoped would read as a sincere smile. Nope, not really. Tonight, Martha was eating dinner with us. It was pouring outside, and she didn't like to drive home in bad weather. So Weston had invited her to stay for dinner. Martha turned to me.
I know Tegan is going to miss you, Ellie.
Hmm? My fork was in my right hand, suspended an inch above my plate. I blinked up at Martha, and Weston turned his head to do the same. Martha shrugged. Her left hand was folded in her lap under the table. She pushed a pea into her mouth and chewed.
I was just thinking about how your dance lessons with her will be over soon, now that it's almost time for her audition.
I swallowed hard. I couldn't tell if Martha was riling feathers on purpose, or if she was genuinely curious about how I was processing the expiration date of my employment. I inhaled a cautious breath and glanced at my plate. I felt the heat of Weston's gaze return to me.
Well,
I trailed off.
You'll be returning to your apartment if Tegan makes it into that fancy school, right?
Martha asked, as if she needed to hear me confirm it. My throat tightened. I placed my fork down as my appetite did a disappearing act. A crippling silence fell over the table. The only sound was the rain, lashing at the windows and pounding on the deck outside. Tegan was upstairs, playing with her dolls. She'd been excused from the table early, after she'd won a bet with her father that she couldn't finish her plate before he finished serving everyone's plates. Yeah, I cleared my throat. The sound echoed through the dining room, but I still forced myself to look between Martha and Weston and nod. I wiped my mouth with my napkin. Yeah, I guess so. What else was I supposed to say? Weston said nothing at all. My pulse hammered through my eardrums. I shifted my weight, and my wooden seat made a squeaking noise in protest. I suppose I should start packing up pretty soon. I couldn't bear to look at Weston. Why didn't he say anything? Maybe it was all just fun and games to him. Perhaps he had already accepted that this was just a fling, short and sweet. He was probably ready to move on to the next stage of his life, a stage that didn't include me. I had a bitter taste in my mouth, but I forced a smile. My jaw clenched so tight that it hurt. I'm confident that Tegan will get into that school, I said. She's worked so hard, and she deserves it. It didn't pain me to say those words. I meant them, even if it meant my time with the Kings would end. I was rooting for her. Weston cleared his throat. His features washed over with sterile professionalism that I hadn't seen him exhibit in weeks.
You've done a wonderful job teaching her, and I can't thank you enough.
That was it? That was all he had to say? I knew he couldn't profess his love to me at the dinner table in front of Martha, but it was the coldness in his voice that killed me. The way his eyes barely met mine. He was becoming detached. He was withdrawing from me. I was devastated. Now, how was I ever supposed to work up the nerve to tell him about the baby? His stoic demeanor proved that he was already starting to change. Soon, I might not recognize him. The comfortable, sex-drenched haze I'd been living in with Weston was just a bubble. Soon, it would pop and send me plummeting back down to reality. Chapter 25. Ellie. I almost didn't hear the front door opening, over the sound of the flushing toilet in the bathroom of the guest house. My knees were pressed against the cold, hard marble floor. My arms were hooked around the rim of the toilet bowl. I'd barely had time to come up for air when I heard Weston calling my name.
Ellie!
He shouted. I did a double take. Weston's voice sounded more jovial than normal.
Ellie, are you in here?
Weston sometimes entered the guest house without knocking. I usually didn't mind. We'd reached that level of comfort with each other. But his current, unannounced visit couldn't have happened at a worse time. I scrambled to my feet and tossed an apprehensive look at the toilet seat to make sure I hadn't accidentally sprayed any puke across it or on the floor. Morning sickness had been kicking my butt the last few days, and it wasn't specific to the morning either. "Coming!" I shouted back, cringing at how my voice broke. "Just a minute. I'm in the bathroom." Then, a horrifying image popped into my head. My laptop sat on the island counter, open, displaying a document with a mortifying list of potential ways I could tell Weston I was pregnant with his baby. With shaking hands, I turned on the sink faucet. I rinsed my mouth and washed my hands, staring at my reflection in the mirror. I dried my mouth and hands on the hand towel and pushed the bathroom door open, trying my best to compose myself before Weston saw me. But I still felt shaky. I was finding out the hard way that the early stages of pregnancy, at least in my case, made me feel like I had a constant stomach virus. I brushed the hair off my face and swept the strands over my shoulders. "Hello," I said as I breezed into the kitchen and to the island counter. I made it to the laptop by the skin of my teeth before Weston could approach it. I clamped the screen shut with a snap and planted one hand on my left hip. I crossed my right ankle over my left, still standing. Weston's eyes gleamed with excitement, a wide smile on his face.
"Guess what?"
he asked. I balled my fists so he wouldn't see them trembling. What?"
"I'm fine-tuning the final details of my app's launch,"
he exclaimed, waving his hands around with animation. "Wow," I said, relieved that the focus was on his news and not me. "That's fantastic." His giddy expression didn't falter.
"Do you know what this means?"
"Nope, I can't say I do." I parked my rear on the metal bar stool, praying that sitting would subside some of my crippling dizziness.
"There's going to be a gala,"
Weston said. He couldn't stand still. I'd never seen him that excited about anything. "A gala? That sounds fun." He nodded, his blue eyes vibrant. His handsome smile made me swoon, counteracting some of my jitters.
"It's going to be amazing. This gala will skyrocket all the hard work I've been doing and make all the late nights worth it. I can't even begin to describe the level of success I expect to get after this."
"Weston, that's incredible," I said. I watched him pace around the kitchen island. His normally subdued demeanor had been replaced by an almost childlike level of glee. He stopped walking for a minute and approached me, then cupped my shoulders with his hands and squeezed. His eyes sparkled, and his smile melted my heart. He was no longer detached like he'd been last night. That at least gave me comfort.
Ellie, you have no idea what this gala will do for the app. It's next-level exposure.
I'm really happy for you, I said with a smile. It was the truth. I was proud of him. I wanted to jump for joy and swing my arms around his neck and kiss him, but I couldn't. I was afraid that if I moved too much, I'd toss around whatever contents remained inside my already upset stomach. Suddenly, I couldn't keep it a secret any longer. I had to tell him. Weston,
LA Chronicle's going to be there, Ellie. This is huge.
He rattled on about the networking he'd do and who he thought the most important people would be to approach first. Then he went into the logistics of what kind of pitch he'd have to give to the right people who might be interested in investing in the app. I smiled, nodded along, and piped in with the occasional, "Wow," or "That's great," whenever he stopped chattering long enough for me to get a word in.
Well, anyway, I'm going to go check on Tegan.
Weston pointed a thumb over his shoulder.
She was sitting at the kitchen table doing her homework with Martha when I came in.
He paused, roped his arms around me, and squeezed, with his face buried into my hair. I tried not to stiffen. I worried I smelled horrible, but if I did, Weston was too zoned out in his own little world to notice. He gave me one last tender squeeze before pulling away. His smile was so pure that I could feel my guilt festering like a raw, open wound.
I just wanted to tell you first about the good news.
I gave him the most heartfelt smile I had to offer. I'm so happy for you, Weston. I'd have to put the baby conversation on the back burner again. I just couldn't bring myself to burst his happiness bubble yet.
Chapter 26. Weston. You're really going for the gold on this one, aren't you, bro? I was focused on my screen, but I tossed Josh a glance over my shoulder as I typed furiously on my keyboard. I have to. This is it, Josh. This is going to bring us the gold. The excitement in my voice couldn't be stifled. We were in my home office, burning the midnight oil to finish the marketing campaign for the gala. We were just 3 days away from the red-letter date. Tegan and Ellie were in the dance studio, working hard on their own to fine-tune every detail of Tegan's dance routine for the audition tomorrow. I clapped my hands and rubbed my palms together. Nothing could tear this grin off my face. It's going to go perfectly, man. Josh gave me a brotherly slap on the back. It has to. I've never seen you get so involved with an app's marketing campaign like this, Josh remarked. I glanced at him over my shoulder again, where he stood behind me. I really believe in this app. So, what does that mean? The others are just chopped liver in comparison? I laughed. Yeah, basically. This thing is like your baby. I know. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were going to give birth to it. Watch it. I laughed. My elbow is dangerously close to your nutsack right now. Josh laughed and took an instinctive step backward. Knock, knock. Ellie stepped out of the hallway and into the soft lamplight in my office. Her cheeks were red from exertion, and her hair was tied into a bun on top of her head. She was wearing a gorgeous, lacy black leotard with white leg warmers. Hey, Ellie, Josh said. I stood up immediately and approached her. I couldn't explain why, but I felt possessive over her, like I didn't want Josh to see how hot she looked in her ballet gear. Hey, you guys. Sorry to interrupt, she said. No worries, I said. What's up? Tegan stepped in after Ellie and stood in front of her. Tegan's hair was in an identical bun to Ellie's, and she also wore dance clothes. Hi, Daddy, Tegan said, waving at me with glittery nail polish. Hi, Half-Pint, I said, and patted her on the shoulder. How did rehearsals go? Stupendous, Tegan said, as she executed a quick spin in her ballet shoes. I met Ellie's gaze. Her smile reached her dazzling eyes.
She just learned that word today, and she's using it every chance she gets. Well, I think that's stupendous myself. I winked at my daughter. Tegan has a question for you, Ellie said, looking down at her. Tegan grabbed my hand and craned her neck to look up at me. Daddy, Daddy, Tegan said, her eyes sparkling. I want to be in your gala. I frowned, confused. You want to be in my gala? Yes. Tegan, her hands still in mine, started to swing my arms around frantically. Easy there, Tegan. Calm down. Can I dance at your gala? Tegan asked, as she halted the motion of our interlocked arms. My chin lifted, and for the second time, I met Ellie's gaze. Ellie averted her eyes. I couldn't be sure whether her cheeks were flushed from feeling uncomfortable or from exercise. I was taken off guard by Tegan's request and found myself staring at Ellie like a fool with my mouth hanging open. Was this your idea? I asked. Ellie's head tilted toward me, and she shook her head. Nope, it was all hers. That tugged on my heartstrings. Well, I trailed off and used my fingertips to scratch at the back of my neck. I don't see why not. You might have to practice the routine at the venue beforehand to get the feel of the place. Tegan gave me an excited smile. Does that mean yes? I looked between Ellie, who seemed more nervous than ever, to Josh, who was frowning in confusion. Sure. I threw my hands up. Why not? Tegan squealed with delight and began dancing in a circle around me while chanting, Thank you, Daddy, on repeat. All right, Tegan. Ellie reached for my daughter's arm to rein her in. Let your daddy get back to work now. As soon as Ellie and Tegan left the room, I closed it behind them and returned to my desk. I blew out a long breath to dissipate my mental cloud. Josh blinked at me with a curious look. Dude, what was that? What? I narrowed my eyes and retook my seat. You're going to let your daughter perform at the gala? How could I refuse? I stared at the screen. She seemed so excited about it. You've never mixed work and family like that before, Josh said, after a moment of hesitation. So what? So, nothing, I guess. It just surprised me. I swiveled in the chair and parked my palms on my knees. It'll be a nice addition to the gala, I suggested with a haphazard shrug. Tegan is getting pretty good, and the press will eat it up. Josh's eyebrows raised a notch, and he continued staring at me. What's happening to you, man? I rolled my eyes. Oh, calm down. Who wouldn't want to see an adorable 5-year-old in a pink tutu traipsing around on the stage? If you say so. You have kids. You know what it's like to want to give them what they have their heart set on. Yeah, but I never thought about taking them to the gala, though, especially to perform. Maybe you should, I suggested. His eyes went wide. Perform? At the gala? I laughed and turned around to face the computer again. No, dumbass, just to attend. He pinched his nose. I don't think so, man. No, really, I said. Bring your whole family. You were going to bring your wife anyway. His smile twisted into a smirk. You're acting weird, Weston. My heart skipped a beat at the mere thought of having Ellie be my date in public. I tried not to let those emotions show to Josh, so I turned my back to him again. I'm just trying to oblige my darling daughter who has worked hard on her dance routine. That's fair, Josh said. Maybe it's time to step up, I said. Like how? I could hear the frown in Josh's voice without even looking at him. I work hard to support my family, but sometimes I feel like I fall short in the dad department. I want to give Tegan a reason to get excited and show her that I support her and her interests. I can understand that. Totally, Josh agreed. Then he paused. Maybe I'll take you up on your offer to bring my family. Sure, I exclaimed. Bring little Abigail and Josh Jr. Throw in Madeline, too. I turned around and grinned at Josh, whose mouth was hanging open in surprise. What? I laughed. He shook his head, as if to get the cobwebs out. Nothing, it's just... I had no idea you even knew my kids' names. Of course I do, I said, my smile still in place. I pay attention to everything. You're kicking ass and taking names. Damn straight, my friend. I swiveled to give him a fist bump, which he indulged. And so are you. You deserve the praise too, man. I couldn't have done any of this without you. His eyes were glassy under the lamplight. Wow. Thanks, Weston. All right, let's cut the sappy stuff and get back to work. I laughed. Please, let's. An hour later, we wrapped things up, and I walked Josh to the front door. I stepped out onto the front porch and breathed in the salty Malibu air. I rocked on my heels and grinned at him. Well, we made it. We're about to rocket off into superstardom. He slapped me on the back. Don't forget me when you're famous. Nonsense. I'm taking you with me. He slanted his chin and gave me a quizzical smile. You know, maybe having Ellie around has had a positive effect on you. My stomach somersaulted. You think so? Oh, yeah. He nodded. You're actually a decent guy now. I lightly shoved him and laughed. Get off my porch before I punch you for real. Josh laughed too. Hey, man, I just call it as I see it. As I walked back inside, I stopped short in the foyer. I watched Ellie escort a freshly bathed Tegan along the upstairs hallway. It wasn't part of her job duties. She was doing it because she cared. Because she went above and beyond. Ellie always took my breath away. She was gorgeous inside and out. When Martha spoke from beside me a moment later, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I'd been so captivated by Ellie that I hadn't even realized Martha was standing there. What a sight for sore eyes, Martha said, her smile maternal. Huh? I blinked at her to clear the daze. I haven't seen you get that look on your face in a long time. Martha reached for the front door and opened it. Her tan jacket was tucked neatly under her right arm. It's good to see you so happy these days, Weston King. And with that, she walked out the door and closed it behind her, leaving me to ponder what she and Josh had said.
Chapter 27. Ellie. Are you excited? I knelt in front of Tegan and cradled her tiny, dimpled hands in mine. I noticed that hers felt clammier than usual. Tegan nodded, but her cheeks were flushed pink. Weston, Tegan, and I were backstage at the Los Angeles Performing Arts Academy Dance Auditorium. The auditions would begin in a few minutes. Tegan glanced at all the other little girls she'd be competing against, most of whom had mothers helping them prepare. Weston was one of the few dads around. You're going to nail it, I whispered, and placed a delicate kiss on the side of her plump, right cheek. You were born to be a ballerina.
Do you really think so?
Some sparkle returned to her eyes. 1,000%. Tegan's shoulders went up and down as she took a deep sigh.
I'm kind of nervous.
Why don't we do the jitter dance? Tegan's expression lit up.
I love the jitter dance.
What's that? Weston asked, his hands buried in the pockets of his khaki slacks. He was wearing a blue, long-sleeved, button-up shirt, but no tie. He looked handsome as ever. I smiled at him. It's the dance Tegan and I do sometimes to shake out all our nervousness and extra energy.
Yeah,
Tegan nodded, her grin stretching.
It goes like this.
She began shaking her torso and waving her arms around.
Come on, Ellie. Do it with me.
I started shaking around with her while Weston watched and laughed.
Well, whatever works,
he said. After a minute, I tapped Tegan on the back. Come on, silly girl. Let's get your hair pinned up.
Okay,
Tegan said. Her eyes stayed hooked on mine, as if she were afraid I would disappear. I lifted her light brown hair into my palms and began twisting it into a clean ballerina bun that I mounted at the crown of her head with an elastic and a few bobby pins that I'd brought in Tegan's bag. Just remember, I told her, if you get scared up there in the spotlight, we'll be on the right side, 3rd row from the front. I pointed to where Weston and I would be sitting as she poked her head around the curtains to look. You can always find us. We'll be cheering you on. Weston nodded.
We're your biggest fans, Tegan.
Tegan roped her hands around my neck and hugged me close. Her body felt frail all of a sudden, but she was warm, and her heart pounded against my chest. Break a leg, I said, and patted her on the bottom. Now go on, scoot.
Wait, Tegan,
Weston said, and knelt to Tegan's level just as I stood up. Tegan cocked her head.
What is it, Daddy?
Are you ready for this?
Uh-huh.
Tegan's nod was more enthusiastic this time.
Good.
Weston's jaw relaxed, and his smile mirrored the relief in his eyes.
Go get him, Half-Pint.
As we watched, Tegan got in line with the group of children waiting to audition. Then, Weston and I departed to find our seats in the audience. When he sat down, he sighed, and I noticed a bit of reservation in the way he released the breath. I wanted nothing more than to ease his mind, but I was a ball of nerves myself. I didn't have a single doubt that Tegan was going to ace her performance. There were other things that were bothering me. My thoughts kept turning to the baby growing inside me. I felt so connected to the little one already, but not telling Weston was tearing me apart. I knew I should be 100% focused on Tegan. It was her special night. I was there for her physically, but emotionally, I was distracted. And that plagued me with guilt. I was overjoyed about the pregnancy, but scared for what it might mean, not only for my future, but for my relationship with Weston. Things were going so well with him, and I knew it was because neither of us was putting a lot of pressure on the other as far as the relationship went. Weston was taking it day by day, and I was doing my best to stay at his pace. Now that I was carrying his child, I had to remind myself that I'd always wanted a baby. I shouldn't ruin this one chance at miraculously becoming a mother by worrying about the details in between. Sometimes, however, destructive thoughts took over. For starters, I worried about the prospect of becoming a mother. Teaching ballet lessons was one thing. Having a child of my own was quite another. Would I be in over my head once the baby was born, especially if I didn't get the support that I needed? If Weston wanted nothing to do with me or the baby, I'd have very few people to help out. My family lived 5 states away, and we spoke on the phone only occasionally. Even if I wanted to leave LA and move back home to live with my parents, I wasn't sure they'd even extend the invitation. I promised myself that I'd figure it all out. As far as mothering, I could learn as I went, but it was still hard to convince myself that I wouldn't screw it all up in the end. After all, having a child and raising them properly was a lifelong and daunting responsibility. I couldn't even tell my baby's father that I was pregnant, so how did I really think this would go? Plus, and this was the worry that kept me up at night, what if the pelvic trauma from my car accident gave me problems during the pregnancy? What if I had a difficult labor? There were so many things that could go wrong. And that was before I got to the thorny matter of my relationship with the baby's dad.
There's my little munchkin,
Weston said, as the group of kids walked out on stage for a quick introduction of each student. She looks so beautiful, I said. She's the most adorable ballerina in the bunch.
She is, Weston agreed. Not biased or anything.
I glanced over at him and grinned. Oh, of course not. Weston sat up straight and cleared his throat. His large hands that had roamed all over my naked body and even inside me, were now clasped in his lap. I can't wait to see her performance, I said. We watched as the group filed off backstage once more.
You both worked really hard to get her to this place.
He turned his head to level me with his gaze, and I blushed. His blue eyes were so sexy, I had to look away. Every time I looked into his eyes, it hurt. Would the baby have his personality traits? Would he or she have his eyes, his hair color? I daydreamed about it all, constantly. But I was terrified he'd leave me. The lights went out a few seconds later, and the stage floor was basked in a yellow spotlight. Beside me, Weston fidgeted and bounced his left leg as the first couple of dancers did their routines.
I see that other teacher a few rows behind us,
he whispered, glancing over his shoulder. When he moved his head away from the shadow, I noticed his jawline tighten. The one who kicked Tegan out of her class? I asked. He nodded. His eyes narrowed, and he tossed another apprehensive glance around the room.
She better not have put in a bad word with the judges about Tegan. I can just picture Miss Angelica telling them Tegan is a pranking distraction, that she isn't dedicated enough.
First of all, I whispered, and gave him a reassuring smile. That would be very unprofessional behavior for a dance teacher and former ballerina. Weston blew out a short breath and rubbed his temple. Second of all, the judges will be able to tell, based on Tegan's performance alone, that she's astronomically talented. It takes a lot of dedication to master her routine, and she has mastered it. Trust me. He shifted in his seat and started bouncing both legs.
I hope you're right.
Next up, Tegan King, a woman spoke into the microphone. My heart started pounding, and I broke out in a nervous sweat. Beside me, Weston sucked in his breath. His fidgeting stopped, and he sat bolt upright. I couldn't see any of the judges' faces. They were all perched in the front row, sitting behind a long desk, staring up at the stage with sharp, straightened shoulders. It was a nerve-wracking environment. I prayed that Tegan would be able to finish her performance without clamming up. I clamped my hands across my belly and held my breath for several seconds, watching as Tegan's dainty legs brought her out to center stage. She stood there in her pink leotard and ballerina tutu, waiting expectantly for the judges to tell her to begin. She looked so tiny, younger than her 5 years under that spotlight. Her eyes were wide and large. Her cheekbones had a baby structure to them. She looked vulnerable, and I wanted to protect her. But when the music started and Tegan moved into her opening position, all my misgivings and anxiety vanished in a single heartbeat. Her eyes became focused as she centered herself. It was as if she went to another place where only she and the music existed. She did a few opening flourishes, then gracefully lifted both arms and one leg. She balanced on a single leg, poised and steady, fluttering her arms like a swan, just as we'd practiced 1,000,000 times. Then she floated with ease across the stage in a series of leaps and twirls. Her form was elegant, her posture and fluidity perfect. As the music increased its tempo, she lifted her legs in several flouncy steps, her arms moving in perfect synchrony. She nailed every single step that we'd drilled and practiced for the past 8 weeks. When she brought it home with the jumps, leaps, and spins at the end, I was brought to tears by how far she'd come. She came to a stop with her arms outstretched and her fingers long and graceful, a big smile on her face. She knew she'd done beautifully. Weston and I stood in unison to applaud. My body wouldn't let me suppress the elation I had for this sweet little girl. Tegan had done more than nail the moves. She demonstrated artistry, which was only possible when someone truly loved what they did. All she needed was guidance, love, and attention. She just proved to everyone who doubted her that with hard work and dedication, anything was possible. Weston beamed, a proud father who just watched his daughter give her all for something she cared about. "She was amazing," I said. His eyes gleamed.
I can't believe how well she did. I'm so impressed.
When he turned toward me, I thought he would rocket through the ceiling. I fed into his infectious smile and stiffened as the expression on his face turned from absolute glee to a spark of passion. As Tegan exited the stage, Weston leaned in to kiss me while we were still standing. He'd never kissed me in public before, and it surprised me. I looked at his proud face, dazed, and we sat back down in our seats. He took my hands and squeezed them. The excitement lit up his face.
Thank you, Ellie, for being her teacher. You've helped her so much, in more ways than just dance.
I smiled, tugging the hair behind my ear. Thanks, Weston. It's truly been my pleasure. He looked at the stage and lowered his voice as the next dancer was announced.
You know, I love that girl so much more than I ever thought possible. They say having children is like watching your heart walk around without you, and it's true.
I nodded as I shifted rigidly in my seat. We watched the next dancer as she completed her routine, and everyone applauded politely for her.
It's so hard watching your child struggle,
he continued in the break between dancers.
If I had to do this whirlwind of anxiety for more than one kid, I'm certain I would lose my mind.
What? I asked absently, hoping I'd misunderstood his whispered words. I felt like I was falling through the floor, being stretched into a black hole where my body refused to yield to gravity.
Seeing Tegan dance up there tonight reaffirmed that I do not want any more kids to worry about. I don't know how Josh does it.
He shook his head.
One and done. That's enough. Finito.
Weston made a slicing motion with his hand across his neck. The blood drained from my face. My stomach turned. I had to draw in slow breaths through my nose to keep from throwing up right there.
There's my sweet girl,
Weston proclaimed. He stood up to welcome a red-faced, beaming Tegan who just walked up to sit beside us in the audience. I plastered on a happy face for her benefit and whispered my congratulations. Inside, it was as if Weston had punched me in the stomach.
Chapter 28. Weston.
Well, that was just extraordinary.
After the auditions, we milled about for a short while. Tegan was chatting excitedly to the other dancers around the punch bowl at the refreshment table, and I was helping myself to the cookies tray. I turned around to see Tegan's old dance teacher, the same one who kicked her out of her class, approaching us. Her hips sauntered from side to side as if she were personally responsible for Tegan's dancing success. The smile on her face was far too wide to be anything other than superficial. Her pale blue eyes dazzled with gluttonous hunger. I stepped in front of Tegan, my Papa Bear instincts going into overdrive. This woman was old school, and not in a good way. She'd danced at Carnegie Hall, and she dripped with snootiness. Her massive ego collided with everyone who came in contact with her. Ellie stood on the opposite side of the table from me. She looked at the teacher, Miss Angelica, with a cautious expression. As soon as Miss Angelica stopped to talk, Ellie moved to stand beside Tegan, so that Tegan was sandwiched between us. It was a protective gesture, and it made my heart melt. Miss Angelica's eyes were fixed on Tegan like a hunter ready to devour its prey. She barely seemed to notice Ellie or me flanking the elated 5-year-old. "Thank you." I adjusted my weight and grasped Tegan's hand a bit tighter. I gave Miss Angelica a diplomatic smile, but I wanted to be anything other than polite to her. She suddenly took an interest in my daughter, now that she saw how Tegan had nailed her audition. Her eyes gleamed, and she turned to me. "I'll just get right down to business." "Pardon?"
Tegan can return to my class, Mr. King. The sooner the better. Miss Angelica spoke with entitlement. Under my tutelage, I see a remarkable potential for this darling little girl. Miss Angelica stretched out her slender arm and attempted to touch Tegan's cheek, but Tegan wrinkled her nose and burrowed her face into my side. That's very kind of you to offer, but, I began. This child can go places. I see Juilliard in her future, Miss Angelica declared. I exchanged an apprehensive glance with Ellie, who looked as if she'd just seen a ghost and wasn't sure if she should try to run or engage with it. I steered my attention back to Angelica. She's 5. We haven't thought that far ahead. Miss Angelica nodded her head with enthusiasm. The sooner you start thinking about these things, the better. This is a child who needs to flourish on the dance floor, and as long as she's in my class, her opportunities will remain unlimited. She straightened her posture with an assertiveness that made my blood boil. She expected me to come crawling back to her with my daughter in tow. Her confidence astounded me. I placed my hand on Tegan's shoulder. I agree with you that Tegan is talented and can do anything she sets her mind to. Unfortunately, that's where our common interest ends. Angelica narrowed her eyes. I'm sorry, I don't follow. Tegan will not be returning to your class, Miss Angelica. Her mouth fell open in shock. She was getting ready to retort when one of the judges, a tall woman who looked to be in her early to mid-50s, breezed toward us. She gave Tegan a warm pat on the back. Miss Angelica stepped aside, but she lingered to watch our exchange. Beautiful performance, Tegan, the judge said with a wink. Then she met my gaze. You must be a proud father tonight, Mr. King. I am. I smiled so hard it hurt. I'm Ruth Tompkins. I'm one of the directors of the dance program at the L.A. Performing Arts Academy. After that stellar performance, I have no doubt in my mind that Tegan will fit in wonderfully with the other students. Really? I gawked, stunned. Oh, yes, Ruth said, as if Tegan were already one of her own. I see an acceptance letter coming your way. I looked at Ellie, whose face lit up. The judge smiled. Do some celebrating tonight. You deserve it. She looked at Tegan as she waved goodbye and walked away. Come on, I said. I took Tegan's hand and met Ellie's gaze. Let's get out of here before that leech Miss Angelica tries to wheedle her way into Tegan's life again. Good idea. Ellie was already shuffling away. The three of us walked through the parking lot to the car, Tegan practically bouncing with joy as she moved. When she wasn't looking, I took Ellie's hand and squeezed it. How about we go to Freddie's Diner to celebrate? I suggested. Tegan spun around. Her blue eyes were wide, as if I'd just presented her with a puppy. Really, Daddy? I laughed. Of course, Half-Pint. I'm sure you worked up quite an appetite with all that dancing. What do you say to a cheeseburger, some fries, and maybe a milkshake? A milkshake? Tegan squealed and clapped her hands together. Can I get a strawberry one? You name it, kid, and you've got it. The sky's the limit. Yay! Tegan exclaimed and pranced in front of us. I looked at Ellie and smiled. Want to join us? Milkshakes and burgers? Ellie asked. Her cheeks were a fantastic rosy color under the glowing silver moonlight. I wouldn't miss it for the world. We sat in one of the back booths next to a set of windows, looking out onto the street. This is a great place to people watch, Ellie said, glancing up from her laminated menu to peer through the open blinds. She pushed her back against the red and brown cushions of the booth, her smile contented enough to warm my heart. I like the booths, I agreed. Tegan sat on her knees on the seat beside Ellie. A green crayon was clutched in her right fist. The tip of her tongue cracked out from her lips, and her eyes were narrowed in concentration.
She hummed to herself as she colored in the feathers of a peacock depicted on the back of her paper child's menu. "What are you going to get?" I asked Ellie. Ellie's eyes scanned the menu and pointed to the bottom. "I think I'll go for the double cheeseburger with the chili cheese fries." She grinned and bumped her shoulder into Tegan's. "And a chocolate milkshake. You love chocolate, Ellie." Still grasping the green crayon, Tegan cupped her tiny hands in her dimpled chin and giggled. "It's my one weakness," Ellie shrugged, smiling. "My weakness is you, and I can't stop," I thought, my eyes fixed on Ellie. Ellie noticed, and her eyes fluttered in my direction. When she noticed how I was staring at her, her neck turned pink. She tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and took a deep breath. Then she patted Tegan's knee. "You, Miss Tegan, were the loveliest little ballerina on that stage tonight." "All thanks to you, Miss Ellie," Tegan chimed. I was proud of my daughter for showing the mental growth and not taking all the credit for herself. Ellie placed her right palm to her chest. "That's so sweet of you to say, Tegan. I've really enjoyed the time we've spent together." I reached my hand across the table and took Tegan's. "You were amazing up there, Tegan. I'm so proud to be your dad. You've proven that if you put in the hard work, nothing can stop you." I paused and noticed Ellie watching me. Her smile made my heart turn to mush. "And you," I began, shifting my gaze to Ellie. "None of this would have even been possible without you stepping in and saving the day. You brought Tegan's passion back to life. You deserve so much credit too, Ellie. Your kindness and patience have no boundaries. For that, I thank you 1,000,000 times over." When I paused, Ellie's eyes shimmered with tears. She nodded and squeaked out a soft, "Thank you." Then she picked up the white paper napkin from her lap and dabbed the corners of her eyes. Tegan cocked her head to the side, and her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Ellie, why are you crying?" Ellie took a deep breath and smiled. She touched Tegan's hand with her fingertips and sighed. "I'm just happy for you, that's all." Her grace on the spot impressed me. It was a bittersweet moment. We had come to a turning point. Now, Tegan would be going to the new dance school, and she'd have other dance instructors to mold and shape her. "You're so happy for me that you're crying?" Tegan didn't understand, and the question pitched high in her voice. Ellie nodded and sniffled, composing herself with a straightening of her shoulders. "I'm also crying because I'm going to miss you. My time with you is coming to an end." There it was. She said what we were both thinking. My stomach clenched like a steel fist. "Do you really have to go?" Tegan searched Ellie's eyes as if she was hoping for a different answer. Ellie's voice was stoic as she answered, "I'm sorry, Tegan. I have to." Fuck. She wanted to leave. She felt she had to. Something round and hard formed in my throat, making it difficult for me to breathe and swallow. I had no choice but to ignore it. My heart told me that I was in love with Ellie. But tonight was all about Tegan, and I couldn't detract from her happiness. I shoved my emotions away like trying to zip up an overpacked suitcase. Later that night, Ellie lay in my bed with me. I was in a t-shirt and boxers, and Ellie wore a tank top and white shorts that were tight and hugged her round behind to perfection. However, tonight was different than most nights. We were physical, but it was in a comforting way, a therapeutic way. Her cheek rested on my chest, and her shoulder burrowed into the nook of my arm. My arm draped over her body as I stroked her back. "Thank you for being there for Tegan tonight," I whispered. My fingertips traced across her shoulder blades with gentle strokes. She sighed and wiggled herself closer to me, almost as if she couldn't get close enough. I didn't mind a bit. "She was incredible," she said. "Thanks to you. I just did my job." "Which you are wonderful at, by the way." Ellie and I went quiet again. The silence was serene. The house was still, night had fallen over us, and we were all exhausted from the day. I was grateful it was finally over, and I could scratch that worry off my list. But I didn't know what the future held for Ellie and me. I held her tighter and closed my eyes as her breathing slowed in my arms and her body went still. How was I ever supposed to let her go?
Chapter 29. Ellie.
Good morning, sunshine.
I groaned and stretched, rolling onto my side, facing away from Weston. "It's not morning yet," I mumbled. It was still dark outside, but the sun was about to rise, and the pre-dawn light illuminated Weston's bedroom.
It's technically morning.
Weston poked his finger into my side, and I lurched while laughing. "Stop it!" I squirmed away from him. "That tickles."
That's the whole point.
"I'm still sleepy," I pouted. He nuzzled his face into my hair.
Why did you roll over, away from me?
"Because I'm still getting used to letting you see my morning face."
Ha! Your morning face. What is that supposed to mean?
My unfreshened, first waking up, puffy face.
You look beautiful to me.
I scoffed. "You're just saying that." He put his hand over my shoulder and pulled me onto my back. I forced myself to look at him.
No, I'm not. You look beautiful day or night, with or without makeup. You are stunning, inside and out.
A grin spread across my face. "You promise?" He nodded.
Cross my heart.
He made a crossing motion with his finger against his chest. I gave him a bright smile as he leaned down and kissed my lips. He was gorgeous himself, inside and out. Weston traced his fingers from my shoulder down to my wrist and continued the stroking motion back upward. I shivered with arousal as goosebumps prickled on my skin, and he pressed his erect cock against my thigh. God, I wanted him, but I couldn't have sex with him, not now. Not until I told him about the baby. "I have to get to the guest house before Tegan gets up," I said. He looked at the clock.
We still have time.
His grin grew a couple of inches wider. I smiled and wrapped my arms around his neck, hugging him closer. I craved the intimate connection, the touch of his warm skin on mine. It made me feel euphoric, almost high when he rubbed my back and stroked my hair. I wanted to get lost in the heat of passion with Weston and forget what he'd said at the audition about never wanting another child. Of course, that felt like an impossible challenge. How could I really forget that he said he was glad that Tegan was his only kid? And it wasn't the first time he'd said it. Last night felt different, though. He seemed more certain of it than ever. There I was, pregnant with his second, unwanted child. Weston reached down and began grazing my stomach with his fingertips. He lifted my shirt, revealing my naked torso. My stomach clenched. Would he notice? Could he already tell I was pregnant? It wasn't like I had a swelling belly yet, but soon I would. The longer I waited to tell him about the baby, the worse it would be when he actually found out. He might end up resenting me for keeping the secret from him.
You're so gorgeous,
he whispered. Okay, so he couldn't tell yet. I was wet and ready for him, but I couldn't do this. Not until I told him. Weston, He licked my nipple, sending ecstasy through my core.
Yes.
I have to go to the bathroom. He pulled back.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
I got up and padded to the bathroom, where I turned the faucet on and stared at my reflection in the mirror. What was I doing? I had to tell him. But how was I supposed to tell him? Blurt it out? Give a preamble about everything the doctors told me after the car accident? Explain how confused I was about getting pregnant? Or maybe I should focus on the future. How having another kid would be fun. How Tegan would be a great big sister. But in the back of my mind, his words came screaming back to me.
I'm so glad Tegan is my only child.
My heart skipped, and my blood went cold. I wanted to celebrate, to be able to enjoy this pregnancy. It was killing me to keep it a secret. I wanted to shout it from the rooftops. The elation and love I felt for this miracle baby were limitless. I just didn't want to ruin what I had with Weston. What I really wanted was the best of both worlds. To be a family with Weston and to love what we'd created together. The miracle of a tiny human who would be born and loved more than I could ever put into words. But what if he left me? What if he became furious with me? I turned off the faucet. I had to tell him, no matter what. I opened the bathroom door and walked back to the bed. My heart was racing. It was the moment of truth, and I had to do it before I chickened out again. Taking a deep breath, I stopped at his side of the bed. I froze in my tracks. Weston was fast asleep, his arms stretched out over my side of the bed, as if he were reaching out for me. He looked so peaceful. I couldn't stand to wake him up, especially when what I had to tell him would shatter his world. Gently, I stroked his disheveled brown hair and lightly kissed his forehead. Then I tiptoed out of the room and returned to the guest house. I couldn't bear to lose Weston and Tegan, but the fear in my chest was growing. Each missed opportunity to tell him about the baby felt like a step closer toward my doom.
Chapter 30. Weston. Dude, your eyes are doing that weird, glazed-over thing again. Josh peered at me with a puzzled frown. I blew out a long breath. I know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this launch and the gala. He scoffed, but his eyes were spirited. Hey, man, you're the one who wanted to add the gala into the mix. I know. I propped my elbows up on my desk and rubbed my fists against my swollen, burning eyes. I massaged my aching temples with my fingertips. You're your own worst enemy, he said. And you're supposed to be my friend, I pointed out. So why don't you do something useful and help me dig myself out of this trench? No way, man. You buried yourself too deep. He gave me a teasing smile. I stood up and stretched, yawning. You're an ass. I thought I was your friend? It depends, I joked. You're a fair-weather friend. I am not, I protested. Right now, it's storming directly over me, and I'm still putting up with you. Josh pressed his palm to his chest. No way, pal. It's the other way around. I'm the one putting up with you. I laughed. Well, at any rate, whoever is putting up with whom, we still have to pull this launch and gala together. They go hand in hand. I hear you loud and clear, boss man. He nodded, but then his features shifted to pensive. You want my advice? I arched an eyebrow. If I say no, does it matter? Will you just give it to me anyway? He pondered, his bottom lip poking out. Yes. I rolled my eyes and laughed. Go ahead, then. You're trying to make everything perfect. You're going against the flow. When you resist the universe, things become harder for you, rather than if you just let them unfold naturally. You came up with that universe crap all on your own? He nodded and held eye contact. Yep. It sounds like it came from your wife. Josh broke immediately. He shifted his weight from leg to leg. All right, you got me there. But I still think you should try to take the advice to heart. I'll try, but I'm a perfectionist by nature. I can't just switch that part of my brain off. And boy, does that suck.
I smiled and turned around to face my computer monitor again. You really are an ass. It was a little after 8 o'clock when I got home. I was running on fumes, my shoulders slumped, my eyes burning with fatigue. I was in a haze, just going through the motions. My nerves wouldn't calm down until the launch was all over. Then I would be able to rest and, hopefully, celebrate with Ellie and Tegan. Ellie and Tegan. It was dangerous how my brain was starting to include Ellie in family affairs automatically. My brain just assumed Ellie fit in that position inside my heart and family. I couldn't really argue with my own mind. I was head over heels in love with Ellie, but had yet to find a way to break this news to her. I was starting to think that I wasn't this tough guy I'd always assumed myself to be. I turned to mush whenever she was around. It was getting harder and harder for me to shield my emotions. I was so petrified of how she might react if I told her how I really felt about her that I clammed up like a total wuss whenever I got even the remote chance to talk about it with her. More than once, I allowed the perfect opportunity to slip right through my fingers. When I pulled up in the driveway at home that night, I was surprised to see that the light was still on in the studio window. I was even more surprised when I walked inside to find Ellie and Tegan were still practicing the routine for the gala. I stepped into the doorway and slipped my hands into my pockets. Burning the midnight oil, I see. Both Ellie and Tegan, wearing similar purple leotards, turned around at the sound of my voice. Ellie's eyes widened in surprise, and Tegan's chin wrinkled as if she were about to cry. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" I asked, inching my way into the room.
"Daddy, please let me keep practicing my routine,"
Tegan begged. "What are you talking about?" I let out a light laugh. "I thought you've had it nailed down for weeks." Ellie gave me an apologetic smile. "Tegan asked me to switch up the choreography for the gala, and I agreed. I wanted to stay open to her ideas, especially since Tegan took the initiative all on her own." Ellie clasped a hand over Tegan's rounded shoulder and smiled down upon my child with such nurturing admiration that it made my pulse quicken. She wasn't her mother, but she sure as hell acted like more of a maternal figure than Tegan's own mother ever did. "That's fine with me," I said, and glanced down at my watch before lifting my attention back to Tegan. "But, sweetheart, it's already after 8 o'clock. You need to be in bed soon."
"That's my fault,"
Ellie stepped in.
"I lost track of time. I'm really sorry."
When our eyes met, I wanted to kiss her rather than reprimand her. "You don't need to apologize." Her shoulders relaxed.
"We're wrapping up now, I promise."
I approached Tegan and planted a delicate kiss on the top of her head. "Promise you'll get to bed soon, okay, half-pint?"
"I promise, Daddy,"
she said with a smile. The truth of the matter was, I was so immersed in the launch and gala that I was just grateful to have Ellie around to help take care of Tegan. Martha was great, but there was a special bond between Ellie and Tegan that I was afraid to break once Ellie's employment ended. It was just another worry that I would have to add to the seemingly never-ending list. I was a numbers guy. Every problem had a solution. But this one, I was having a difficult time figuring out. It was the night before the gala. Everyone was at the venue making last-minute preparations and tying up loose ends. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of Ellie. She looked beautiful, wearing a pastel pink dress with a pair of flat, tan sandals. She was helping Tegan practice her choreography on the stage, and I noted her kind, encouraging tone. The woman had the patience of a saint, and Tegan responded well. Only this time, I noticed something was different with Ellie. She had dark circles under her eyes. I could tell that she was trying to keep herself together for Tegan's sake. I remembered the other night when Ellie told me she hadn't been feeling well. I hadn't followed up on it, assuming that she'd been feeling better since then. Now I was guilt-stricken for not paying more attention. Did she need a break? Sure, we all did. I reminded myself that all this would be over soon, and we could go back to living our normal, mundane lives. "Daddy, look at me!" Tegan squealed and strutted around the stage in her pink tutu, doing the series of spins for her finale. "You are doing an excellent job, sweetheart." I gave her a hearty clap. "You look amazing." My kid was a perfectionist just like me. "Do you think everybody at the gala will think I'm good at dancing and being a ballerina?" Tegan asked. "They will think you are the best ballerina in the world," I proclaimed. Tegan's cheeks flushed pink with pride, and she continued prancing around on the stage. I turned to see Martha approaching me. She had her purse on her shoulder and adjusted the strap as she stopped in front of me. "Did you want me to take Tegan home now?" Martha glanced over her shoulder at Ellie and Tegan on the stage. "It's getting late. I figured she would need to get her bedtime routine started and a decent night's rest before her big day tomorrow." "Oh." I frowned and looked down at my watch. Yikes, it is late. The time got away from me. "I don't mind taking her home, giving her a bath, and putting her to bed. I can wait for you to get home later before I leave." "Are you sure, Martha?" I asked. "That's very thoughtful of you." She nodded, her silver hair bobbing just above her shoulders. "It's no problem. Ellie mentioned she wanted to stick around and help with the preparations." I gave Martha a heartfelt smile. "I'd really appreciate that. Thanks, Martha. Good luck getting everything fixed up for tomorrow." "I'm going to try my hardest," I said, noting the nervousness in my laughter. Ellie stood beside me as I said goodnight to Tegan and promised to kiss her and tuck her in later, and she waved goodbye. "She looks so cute tonight," I said as my kid walked toward the door with Martha. Ellie's eyes were still locked on Tegan, and her smile was genuine. "She really does." "What are you going to work on?" She shifted her focus to me. "The overhead stage lights need some adjustments. It shouldn't take too long." "Sounds good. Let me know if you need a hand with anything." Ellie looked gorgeous. Her blonde hair fell over her shoulders. Her eyes were tired, but there was a dreaminess to them, too. "Actually, I could use some help moving something backstage," she said. "There's a big desk in the way of the light panel." "I'm your man." I followed her backstage and saw what she meant. After I dragged the desk out of the way, she fixed me with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Mr. King." The way she said my name and how her dress accentuated her elegant curves made me instantly hard. I looked around. We were alone back here. Only a few people remained at the venue, and I heard their distant voices as they worked on the seating in the opposite end of the building. I put my hand on her back and whispered to her, "Hey, come here." She frowned at me, her eyes wandering over me, confused. "What is it?" I smiled. "You look damn hot tonight." Her eyelids fluttered. "Oh, thanks." "No, I'm serious." I lifted her chin with my finger, leaned in, and kissed her. She yielded to my kisses and wrapped her arms around me. She gazed at me sensually, her eyes shimmering with lust. I fed her with more hungry kisses, groaning as I pressed her against the wall and moved closer. My hard cock pulsed against her inner thigh. I breathed into her neck. "Weston, I want you. Now. Let me fuck you and make you come, baby." I glanced over my shoulder. "No one is around. We can be quick about it." Her cheeks flushed red as she scanned the area. She looked at me, her eyes gleaming with desire. I pressed my mouth to hers again. Ellie softened in my arms like warmed butter, yielding after only a second of hesitation. I reached between her legs and pushed my hand up her dress, pulling her panties to the side with my fingers and finding the slickness I'd come to idolize so much.
Ellie moaned into my chest as I touched her. My fingers pulled apart her tender flesh, and she gasped when my finger caressed her engorged clit. She let out a whimper of desire. My cock throbbed between her legs. I was ready to enter her, but then she pushed me away, with her palms pressed against my chest. "Weston, stop!" The urgency in her voice made the blood in my veins run cold. I froze in place, and she shook her head. Her neck was blotchy, and her cheeks were beet red. "What's wrong?" I whispered, and tried to kiss her neck again, but again she squirmed out of my reach. She smoothed her hair down and took a deep breath before wiggling her way out from behind me and walking a few paces in front of me. "Ellie, wait. What's the matter?" Confusion spread like wildfire through my body. Her evasive behavior caused my heart to pound. Her eyes shimmered under the light. A single tear rolled down her cheek. My heart stopped as I watched her. My stomach rolled with a wave of nausea. "Tell me what's going on," I said, my voice coming out more demanding than I meant it to. I'd seen the look of lust in her eyes. I knew I hadn't imagined it. So then, why had she pulled the plug just when things were starting to heat up? I struggled to read the reasons on her face, but all I saw staring back at me were grief and fear.
Chapter 31. Ellie. I had no choice. It was time to tell Weston the truth. My head spun like a whirlpool, and it threatened to send me under. I was drowning in my own anxiety. He knew something was up. I had to bite the bullet.
Ellie.
Weston trailed off, his face constricted with worry. Seeing him like this, after he'd passionately kissed me seconds ago, caused my heart to gallop with dread. What if he yelled at me or stormed off? What if he blamed me? My stomach churned as the pulse in my temples pounded. I couldn't wait a second more to tell him the truth. "Weston?" I blurted out just as a swell of nausea came beating down on my stomach. I'm pregnant, Weston." It was as if I'd just told him I'd murdered someone. The blood drained from his face. He went as white as a sheet, and his lips parted into an oval of shock. His blue eyes went wide and dull, as if he was having trouble comprehending the information. I'd rehearsed this moment in my head over and over. I'd imagined how Weston would respond, either with joy and excitement, or maybe with confusion and shock. The worst-case scenario usually involved him getting furious. Apparently, I was living the worst-case scenario in real time. Weston stared at me blankly. Then his eyes narrowed, his jaw tightened, and he straightened his posture, going stiff. His cold demeanor sent an icy chill through me, and I wished I could melt into the floor and disappear. Anything would be better than this. Weston's reaction scared me to the core. I shivered with unease. I clamped my mouth shut, willing myself not to throw up all over him. "I'm sorry. I didn't know how to tell you."
How long have you known about this?
His stare went glacial, and his voice went so high that I cringed, praying no one would hear him and come running to see what was wrong. I was dizzy. "Weston, look."
How long?
He asked through clenched teeth. I swallowed hard. "You're scaring me."
Did you hide this from me?
His eyes roamed to my stomach.
You don't look pregnant.
"It's early," I said, my voice cracking. I wanted to sob. A sea of tears begged to pour down my cheeks, but I kept them locked inside. My chest hurt so bad from having to hold everything in. Weston was looking at me, but it was more like he was looking through me. I wanted to scream, burst into tears, wrap my arms around him, and beg him to understand that none of this was planned.
Did you lie to me before?
He asked. I tried to ignore his stony expression.
Lie to you about what?
Being infertile.
He emphasized the last word with a mocking tone. He might as well have just slapped me in the face. The sting from his words ricocheted through my bones. I shook my head. Everything seemed like it was happening in slow motion. I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that to me, I said, careful to keep my voice low. Weston, however, didn't seem to care about keeping his voice down.
Well, what am I supposed to think, Ellie? You dropped this massive bomb on me. You're really pregnant? Are you sure?
Yes, of course I'm sure. I cut him a scowl that matched the one he gave me. I've already been to the doctor. His eyes widened.
You've already been to the doctor?
That's what I just said, isn't it? I wasn't normally so defensive, but Weston had backed me into a corner. He laughed bitterly.
So, let me get this straight. You've already been to the doctor to confirm a pregnancy, but you never once thought to include me about this? Or even let me know about it? You wait until the night before my app launch in Gala to do this to me?
Do this to you? I hissed. Excuse me, but it takes 2 people to make a baby the last time I checked. His eyes narrowed again, and he stepped in closer to me. I wished he didn't look so handsome. Even when he was angry, he was so damn gorgeous. He was going to make me break.
You told me there was no risk of pregnancy.
He waved his hand through the air and gritted his teeth. He was being condescending, and it made my blood pressure rise. I didn't think there was a risk, I professed. My doctor told me that I was infertile after my car accident.
Clearly your doctor was wrong, he barked.
Obviously.
Fuck, Ellie.
He ran a hand through his hair.
You should have been more careful.
My head was spinning. I wanted to scream at him, to shove him, to release the blood-boiling frustration. I can't believe you're acting like this, I said. My eyes swelled with hot, blinding tears, but I forced myself to stay strong and not to cry in front of him. I'd have plenty of time to do that later when I was alone.
I don't know why you would expect anything different,
he said, his mouth twisted in a grimace. I didn't think I needed to be careful. And if you were so worried about it, maybe you should have been more careful. You can't put all the blame on me.
You've known for a while, haven't you? Ever since that night you said you felt sick. That's when you stopped drinking alcohol.
He bit out a humorless laugh.
What a fool I was not to put 2 and 2 together.
He turned and fixed me with a sour look. His jaw was as tight as a fist.
You should have told me sooner,
he said flatly. He had me there. I opened my mouth and closed it again, then sighed. You're right. I should have told you sooner than tonight. But I was afraid of how you'd react. Clearly, I was right to be worried.
Excuse me for not being thrilled.
Yeah, I'm glad I finally know the truth about how you feel. His expression changed from menacing to alarmed.
What's that supposed to mean?
You don't really care about me, do you? Maybe you never did. My voice cracked, but I kept the tears locked in.
That's not true.
Well, obviously it is, Weston, I said, my voice higher than normal. Or else you wouldn't be throwing a tantrum. His face twisted as if he were appalled by what I was saying.
I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm just surprised.
You could have fooled me, I said snidely. It's clear to me now where our relationship stands. You don't want to have another kid. I get it. I'll leave you alone. You don't have to worry about me bothering you for money or support. I can take care of it on my own. I've had to do it my whole life. Maybe there was a secret part of me that hoped that you would be thrilled and that we could have a happily ever after with Tegan as a big sister. I guess we're not on the same page about that either. My heart shattered into a million little pieces, shards that I would never be able to glue back together. The wounds cut too deep. I'm sorry I ruined your life, I said, hoping he would take my sarcasm as a dig. I couldn't even look at him. I had to leave, escape the pain that swallowed me. I needed air.
My throat was tightening around a solid lump in my airway. As I turned my back to him, the tears began to flow, and that time I was unable to ward them off. I gasped for air as I ran from the building. My lungs burned. My heart collapsed. I was weak all over, dizzy from heartbreak. The biggest problem was that I loved him. I really loved Weston, more than I could measure. I loved Tegan, too. I wanted to be a family with them. It had all been too good to be true. Why had I been so stupid to think I deserved a happy ending? Weston already had his perfect life mapped out, and there was no room for me or my baby inside it. I had to leave, the gala venue and Weston's home, immediately. How could I ever face Weston again, or return to his home after what he said to me? I'd never felt so rejected in my life. Not even when Andrew broke off our engagement, while I stood like a fool in a wedding dress. But it made sense that Weston's rejection hurt so much more. My love for Weston overpowered anything I'd ever felt for Andrew. I had no idea what I was going to do now. The dream of living out that happily ever after had already crumbled to the ground. It was time to come up with Plan B, whatever that meant.
Chapter 32. Weston. Ellie, wait. Don't go. My words were hollow, devoid of emotion. I was too shocked to do better. It wasn't enough to keep her from running away from me. I tried to follow her, but she was already too far ahead, bursting through the front doors and out into the street, where the darkness of the night cloaked her departure. Damn it, I grumbled, dragging a shaking hand through my hair. I paced in a circle for several minutes, allowing some of the steam to release from my body. I shouldn't have let Ellie go like that, but I was in shock, and I wasn't in the right headspace to even know what to say to her if, by some miracle, she did turn around and offer me a second chance. My heart hammered in my chest. Of all the things Ellie could have said to me, I never expected pregnancy to be one of them. How did this happen? She told me her car accident had left her infertile. So what was this? I needed proof. I needed to see a positive pregnancy test or an ultrasound, but I couldn't do it right then. The thought of it made my stomach turn over like a car engine sputtering. I walked back into the building. I was in a daze. The Gala coordinator, Shirley, approached me. She raised her eyebrows and gave me an expectant stare. When I said nothing, she opted to speak first.
Did you decide about the seating yet? She asked.
Oh, right. I blinked at her and shook my head as if to clear it, but it didn't help much. I'm sorry. Something came up. I got sidetracked.
Okay.
She gave me a wary glance.
Is everything cool?
I swallowed. Yeah, just fine. She gave me a look like she was worried I might explode if she said something wrong.
So, do you have an idea of the seating arrangement you want for this gala?
She rephrased the same question that I had yet to answer. Yes, I said, and plucked my phone from my back pocket. I'll email you the document with the seating plan.
Thanks.
She made a checkmark stroke with her pen across the notepad she held in her hands. I took a deep breath as she walked away, grateful to sidestep that landmine. My cell phone rang, and my heart jumped, hoping that it might be Ellie. Maybe she was coming back to talk to me. But it was just Josh. I swiped to answer with a sigh. Hey, what is it? I asked, checking the trace of irritation in my voice. I just wanted to let you know that I slipped out the back, he said, his voice frazzled and coming through in an echo, like he was talking through the speakerphone. Are you in your car? I asked, standing in place. Yeah, Steph called me. JJ fell out of a tree and he needs stitches. I'm going to meet her at the urgent care center. I blew out an exasperated breath and wiped the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. When it rains, it pours. Huh?
he asked. I shook my head and pressed my lips together. Nothing. I hope JJ's okay. I'll be here at the venue for a while. All right, man. Sorry to leave you high and dry like this, he said. Don't worry about it. I'll be there first thing tomorrow to get the finishing touches squared away, he promised. It's your ass if you don't, I said. He laughed. Okay, I gotta go. Shoot me a text later and let me know how JJ's doing. I will. I really appreciate that. There was a hint of relief in his voice now. I hung up and dropped my cell phone into my pocket. I glanced around the venue. It was the absolute last place I wanted to be. Later that night, I drove home in a mental fog. By the time I pulled into the garage, I could barely remember driving down a single street the whole way home. The lights in the house were out, as well as in the guest house. All was quiet, and everyone was asleep. I climbed into bed in a daze, but I lay staring at the ceiling for hours. My thoughts were a whirlwind, and sleep eluded me. Where did I go so wrong? And what could I do to fix the gaping hole in my heart? It seemed impossible. Everything was fucked beyond repair. My chest constricted when I thought of how Ellie looked at me at the venue. She was so cold and distant, 1,000,000 miles away. She was lost to me. The next morning, I went through my usual routine with Tegan, getting her up and dressed for school, giving her breakfast. I went through all the motions, and I did my best to appear normal to her, and not like a basket case who was losing his mind, one fraying wire at a time. When I pulled my car out of the garage, I tossed a glance in the direction of the guest house. All was quiet over there, and I figured Ellie was sleeping in. Or hiding out, more likely. She obviously wanted nothing more to do with me. Later that afternoon, I was sitting at my desk at work when I received a call from Martha. Thinking it had something to do with Tegan, I answered, even though I was beyond swamped.
Weston?
The shakiness in Martha's voice surged me into instant alarm. Martha, what's wrong? Did something happen with Tegan?
No,
she began in a slow voice.
Nothing is wrong with Tegan, but Ellie is gone.
Martha's voice was guarded, as if she had terrible news but couldn't find a diplomatic way to deliver it. My heart plunged like an anchor to the bottom of the ocean. I sat up straight in my chair. What do you mean, gone? She released a heavy sigh.
Well, when I went to ask her if she wanted to join me for lunch, she didn't answer the door. I noticed her car was gone. I peeked through the windows of the guest house. All of her stuff is gone, Weston.
The blood drained out of my face, and a tight knot began to clench itself into a painful fist in my stomach. I tried to swallow, but my throat clamped shut. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'll call her and try to find out what's going on. My voice was robotic and professional, but how else was I supposed to react in front of my daughter's nanny? It was all about keeping my cool under pressure. Martha didn't appear to know the extent of my relationship with Ellie, and she certainly didn't know about the pregnancy, or else she would have mentioned it. She knew Ellie was supposed to at least stay until after the gala. I hung up with Martha and stared at my computer screen. The numbers and letters blurred together as my eyes clouded over. How could I have royally screwed up yet another relationship with a woman I cared for? No, it was more than that. I was madly in love with Ellie. It was like a case of déjà vu, thinking about how Rebecca had packed all her things and left without a word. It was a nightmare I never in 1,000,000 years thought I would have to relive twice. I couldn't concentrate on work. I called Martha back and told her I would be picking up Tegan from school today instead of her. Martha didn't question me, but she told me she would be around if I needed her. I thanked her,
hung up, and grabbed my keys before heading to Tegan's school. It would be a lost cause for me to stay at work and try to be productive. My heart pounded with unease. I had to find a way to get Ellie back, or at least get myself back in her good graces. Tegan was her usual, chatty self in the back seat on the drive home from school. She talked my ear off about her day and what she'd drawn in art class. She was oblivious to what had happened with Ellie. It was hard for me to concentrate on what she was saying, but I did my best to sound enthusiastic and give her praise when warranted. Then, the other shoe dropped.
Daddy?
She peered at me in the rearview mirror, our eyes locking.
Daddy, can Miss Ellie be my new mommy? I love her.
My heart plummeted into my stomach. You and me both, sweetheart. Ellie was the one for me. I was certain of it now. And I might have ruined the one chance I had with her. I had to find a way to apologize and make it up to her, but I didn't know how. I'd already broken her heart. It wouldn't be easy to put it back together now. The damage had been done, and I was the one who held the wrecking ball. I don't know, Half-Pint. We'll see. I kept my answers about Ellie vague and close to the chest for now.
Ellie is my best friend,
Tegan said. I swallowed down the rock in my throat. It sat heavy in my gut.
Where is Miss Ellie?
Tegan asked, glancing out the window, as if she might spot her walking down the street. I'm not sure, baby. Tegan turned her head and looked at me through the rearview mirror again. It crushed my heart to lie to my daughter.
Is she going to meet us at the gala?
I hope so.
She's supposed to give me cues when I'm on the stage dancing, Tegan explained, so that I can be the best dancer possible.
I know, I said, but I didn't elaborate. I didn't want to make promises to my daughter that I wouldn't be able to keep. I pressed the button on the Bluetooth and dialed Ellie's number. It rang and rang, and then her familiar, chipper voice chimed through the voicemail greeting.
Hey, it's Ellie.
The springiness in her voice made my heart want to explode.
You know what to do.
I hung up before leaving a message. At the last second, I veered a hard left, taking a U-turn at the green stoplight. Tegan stretched her neck and gave me a puzzled look.
What are you doing, Daddy?
Making one last-ditch effort to save my relationship with Ellie. I just need to make a pit stop, Half-Pint, I explained. I clutched the steering wheel and stared through the windshield. I didn't care about the launch or the gala anymore. I just wanted to win back the woman I loved. So, Tegan and I headed in the direction of Ellie's old apartment. Every fiber of my being hoped and prayed I would find her there.
Chapter 33. Ellie. I pulled up in front of Danny and Brina's apartment. I'd already called and told them the gist of what had happened between Weston and me. They'd immediately told me to come over, and I didn't hesitate to take them up on the offer. I didn't want to be alone. This morning, I'd moved my belongings out of Weston's guest house and back to my tiny apartment. Sitting on my lumpy futon mattress, the walls of my apartment started to close in on me. My heart was destroyed. Weston was lost to me. I forced myself to keep busy with unpacking and organizing the apartment. I tried to piece together a plan for my future, but my head was swimming. I needed to purge some of my tense energy, and I was in desperate need of help from my friends. I climbed out of my car, locked the door, and walked up to their porch. Danny swung the door open and roped her arms around me in a massive hug. Her hair tickled my cheek as she squeezed the life out of me with her tight embrace. "Hey, sweetie," she said. Brina stood behind Danny and came into view as Danny pulled away. She held a wine glass in her hand and held it out for me to take.
It's grape juice, Brina smiled. I just thought you might want to pretend.
I took the glass and returned her smile. Thanks. That might help. Danny coaxed me inside and toward the couch. Come on, let's go sit over here and talk about it.
Or we don't have to talk about it, Brina mentioned. Whatever you feel comfortable with, we're here for you.
I plopped down on the couch cushion and sighed, bringing the rim of the glass up to my lips for a sip. Brina crossed her legs and tucked them up under her, sitting opposite me on the love seat. Danny took position beside me. Everything is a mess right now. I sank my back into the cushions, and they sagged in response. Sorry to be such a buzzkill. I feel like it's all I do. You are not a buzzkill, Danny proclaimed. I gave her a sheepish smile, then looked at Brina. It's okay to tell me I told you so now. Brina shook her head and wrinkled her nose.
We aren't going to do that to you.
I chuckled at the irony. It's okay. I deserve it. Danny's eyes darkened. You deserve better than to be treated like that. Better than him. She said the word him with a long drawl of disgust. I really expected him to react differently, I admitted. I leaned forward and placed the glass on the coffee table before retreating to my perch in the cushions. I wanted to lie there forever, to never face the reality of my screwed-up life. I don't know why I held such high expectations. Clearly, I was wrong.
I can't believe he wasn't more supportive, Brina said, looking pensive. It's not like he can't afford to take care of another kid.
Her eyes lifted to mine.
Or you.
It's my fault, really, I said. Danny made a scoffing sound in the back of her throat, as if she were about to hack up a hairball. Girl, please, it's not your fault. I looked at her, and my ears got hot. It's my fault for not telling him sooner about the baby. My stomach turned in disgust. Why hadn't I told him sooner? Maybe it would have gone better.
He probably would have reacted the same way anyway, Brina said gently. This isn't really about how long you took to tell him, is it? It's about the fact that he will have another kid.
Danny nodded in agreement. I recalled the fury in Weston's eyes. He was so mad at me, like I'd set out to destroy his life. It made me shudder to think about it. Yeah, you're probably right. At least partly, I sighed. He made it clear he didn't want any more after Tegan.
So you see, it's more of his issue, Brina said. I mean, sure, you could have told him sooner, but he probably would have freaked out then too.
Maybe. I guess that's what hurts the most. He doesn't want the baby or me. If that's true, he's insane, Danny said. And you're better off without him. I sighed. Are you just trying to make me feel better? Isn't that what we're supposed to do as your best friends? I tried my best to smile, but my mouth twisted in despair. To be honest, I expected you guys to lecture me. You're already going through enough. Danny squeezed my arm. I leaned my head back as fear surged through my core. I was going to be a single mom. How would I possibly survive without help? I could barely support myself on my own as it was, and I doubted heavily pregnant ballet teachers were in high demand. I'd have to find a new line of work. I'd have to start all over. My mind spun out of control with worry. But my dire financial situation seemed easy compared to the destruction in my heart. How could I go on without Weston? In such a short time, I'd grown so attached to him, and Tegan. A future without them felt cold, incomplete. Oh God, what am I going to do? You're going to rise above this mess. You'll be a wonderful mother. You're getting a second chance at life, Ellie. You'll finally get the baby you always wanted, but never thought possible, Danny chimed. I know you're right. I'm so grateful to have this second chance at a baby, I said. It's just... What is it? Danny asked. I placed my hands over my face and propped my elbows on my knees. I couldn't look at them when I admitted the next part. I love him. Danny wrapped her arm around my shoulders. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry it hurt so much. It's going to be tough in the beginning, but the way he reacted, it's better off this way.
Much better, Brina agreed. And if it's a financial thing,
I lifted my head. It's not about money. I just wanted to be a family with him and Tegan. My voice cracked as I said it. I was close to breaking down into sobs. The pain was too much.
I'm so sorry, Brina said.
You're going to be a mother, Ellie, Danny said. You'll have a beautiful baby, whether or not Weston wants to be around. And you'll always have us. I tried to stop the tears. Thanks, you guys. Your love and support means so much.
And that baby will have the best aunts in the entire world, Brina grinned.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, I agreed. He or she will be spoiled rotten, Danny added. I blew out a slow breath through my parted lips. I shouldn't have run away from Weston. I didn't know what else to do. I had to get out of there before breaking down. I collapsed into a sobbing mess as soon as I was out of the building.
It'll be awkward when you see him back at his house. Are you prepared for that?
Brina asked and took a sip of her wine. I packed up all my things from the guest house and left this morning. I glanced up at my friends, whose eyes were as wide as plates as they gawked at me.
You did what?
I groaned and put my hands on my knees. Am I a complete idiot?
No, not at all. I'm just surprised you left so suddenly, Brina said.
I was too embarrassed to stay.
Embarrassed?
Brina arched a brow.
What on earth do you have to be embarrassed about?
I shrugged. I don't know. He said he didn't want any more kids, and now here I am, dropping this bombshell on him. Tough luck, Danny said, and crossed her right leg over her left, leaning closer to me. Life throws us all curveballs. If he can't handle that, he's not good enough for you. I knew her motives were in my best interest, but Weston was as good as it would get for me. I hated that I'd destroyed what we had and left without a single explanation. I loved him. I realized that clearly now. I wanted to run to him and embrace him, to tell him I was sorry for everything. But I knew it wouldn't do any good. Weston didn't want anything to do with me. The disgust and contempt in his eyes made that clear. Tears pooled in my eyes, and my nose burned. I didn't want to cry again, but I didn't have control over my own emotions. The pregnancy contributed to that problem. Happiness was starting to seem like a lost cause. I was always chasing it. Sometimes it let me catch up, but only for so long before it charged off again and left me in its dust. I'm beginning to think that the phrase happily ever after is just a myth, I said. Oh, honey. Danny touched my knee. It's the biggest lie ever told. It's never come true for me, and Lord knows I've tried.
Yeah, same here,
Brina agreed and tossed her hair off her shoulder with a single flick of her wrist.
You know how many times I've had my heart broken? True love is a myth. Even most married couples aren't really that happy.
I sighed. Maybe she was right. But another part of me knew that my love for Weston and Tegan was true and real. I'm going to miss Tegan so much, too, I confessed. I love her like she was my own daughter. Danny frowned. Yeah, she seems like a special little girl. She is so precious and sweet and strong-willed. Weston won't have to worry about her being able to stick up for herself as she gets older. My stomach twisted just thinking about feisty Tegan and her free spirit. I looked at the clock with a sigh. I have to go get ready soon. I'm going to make an appearance at the gala. What? Danny gawked.
After Weston treated you so badly?
Brina asked. I nodded. For Tegan. She's counting on me to be there for her dance routine. I have to go, no matter how awkward it'll be with Weston. Maybe I can avoid him. I exhaled sharply. He'll probably want nothing to do with me anyway. Tegan deserved a final goodbye from me. She already knew I was leaving, so it wouldn't come as a surprise. As hard as it would be for us to part, that had been the plan all along. What more could I do? Weston clearly didn't want me in his or Tegan's life. I touched my hands to my belly. A tear rolled down my cheek. My voice cracked. I love this baby so much. I'll do everything in my power to take care of him or her and make them feel loved and cared for. I will never take this pregnancy for granted, no matter if Weston is in the picture or not. Good for you, sweetie. Danny's voice was soft. Would I rather things be different and have his support? Of course, I said, thinking out loud. But I can't let that hinder my one chance at motherhood.
I agree,
Brina said, and washed down the last sip of wine in her glass. I stood up and stretched my sore muscles. I need a bathroom break before I go. Have at it, Danny said. I trudged down the hall, my heart heavy. It would take all my courage to show up at the gala after I'd packed up my things and fled the guest house. But at least I wouldn't have to see Weston again at his house. That would hurt too much. In the privacy of the bathroom, I pulled my pants down to pee. But as I reached for the toilet paper, I noticed a red circular spot in my underwear. Instinctively, I looked between my legs and saw blood in the toilet. My heart pounded, and a wave of panic raced up my spine like a lightning bolt. I finished up in the bathroom and returned to the living room, standing in the doorway with my mouth hanging open.
What's wrong?
Alarm was etched into Brina's features. I'm bleeding. Danny's eyes widened. Are you feeling okay? My hands flew to my abdomen. I don't know. I'm freaking out. I shouldn't be bleeding now. Danny reached her arms out to me. It's okay. You're going to be okay.
Let's get you to the hospital to check everything out,
Brina said as she grabbed her purse. Good idea. Danny plucked her car keys from the hook on the wall. My legs were like jelly. I didn't want to walk. I was afraid that if I moved, something terrible would happen to my baby, if it hadn't already. Why am I bleeding? I choked back a sob. I think it happens sometimes, Danny said. It can't be normal, though, I shrieked. Brina grabbed my purse and exchanged a wary glance with Danny. She kept one hand on my shoulder as she hurried us to the door.
Let's try not to worry until we get to the hospital and figure out what's going on.
My heart pounded in my throat, and my stomach was somewhere in the bottom of my shoe. Gravity pulled me down, and anxiety made my head spin like a top. We climbed in Danny's car. I sat in the back seat with Brina beside me. Blinking back tears, I buckled up as Danny pulled out of the driveway in a hurry. I cringed as my stomach cramped. Shit, it's starting to hurt now. I couldn't tell if the pain was from stress or something worse. The car was silent for a long moment, and I knew they were just as worried as I was.
It's going to be okay, Ellie,
Brina reassured me, but I could hear the worry in her voice. As Danny turned onto a major thoroughfare, Brina looked out the window and groaned.
Shit, traffic is terrible now.
Danny shouted expletives at every car around us. Move, assholes! She yelled and honked her horn with impatience when the car in front of her didn't start rolling fast enough after the light turned green. She hit her palms against the steering wheel. Come on, idiots! Learn how to drive already! Danny merged onto the interstate, but traffic was backed up there too. I have an idea, I said, still clutching my stomach. What? Danny tossed a glance at me in the rearview mirror. Download Weston's app. I cringed. I knew my friends would protest. Brina bristled.
Why?
It's supposed to help find ways to cut corners with traffic, I mentioned. Please, just do it. I'm really worried and I want to get to the hospital soon. At my prompting, Brina caved and downloaded the app. She typed in the address of the hospital. Sure enough, it instructed us to take the nearest exit off the interstate and brought us through side streets until we'd reached the hospital in record time. "Wow," Danny said with a scowl after parking in the adjacent lot. "I hate that we had to use that prick's app to get here faster, but I'm glad it worked." I gave her a silent nod. "Thank you, guys," I said as we entered the emergency room. After explaining why I was there, I was brought to a lab in a wheelchair by a nurse. I'd begged to have Brina and Danny accompany me, and the nurse allowed it. She must have felt sorry for me. I was a total wreck, and every minute that ticked by, the worry for my baby's well-being increased. The staff ran urine and blood tests, and they finally wheeled me back to a small private room to wait for the results. I chewed on my lip as I lay on the bed in my cotton hospital gown, waiting for the doctor to come to talk to me. I held my abdomen, hoping against hope for everything to be all right. I tried to ignore the worries that kept popping up. Please be okay. Please be okay. Finally, I spoke one of my worries out loud. "I'm just so afraid this is because of..." My voice broke and I took a deep breath. "Because of the car accident. What if the doctor was right all along and I can't carry a pregnancy to term?" Danny and Brina exchanged a look. Clearly, they were thinking the same thing. The fear grew, pressing against my chest and threatening to choke me. Brina took my hand and squeezed it.
"It's going to be okay, Ellie."
Danny paced back and forth, and we were quiet for a long while. Finally, Danny broke the silence. "You know what, guys?" Danny's eyes scanned between Brina and me, and she winced. "What?" I asked. "Don't kill me for saying this, but I really think we should let Weston know what's happening." My stomach did a giant flip. I looked down. I didn't want to be the one to call him. I couldn't take more accusations and hostility from him. Not now.
"I'll do it,"
Brina whispered. "No, I'll do it," Danny said, and lifted her phone from one of the pockets of her purse. "I'm the one who suggested it." A nervous sweat broke out against my skin, and my heart thundered. Still, I looked at Danny and smiled, struggling not to pass out. "Thank you." At least I wasn't suffering through this turmoil alone. My friends carried me through the storms of life. I would be completely lost without them. I fidgeted with my free hand, worried that Weston wouldn't even bother to answer the phone. I've screwed things up with him so badly. I wished I could turn back time. I would have done it all so differently.
Chapter 34. Weston. I couldn't panic. Well, at least not on the outside. Not in front of Tegan. On the inside, I was a total wreck. My heart was lodged in my throat, and I could barely keep my hands on the steering wheel because they were sweating so bad. I made a fist and rubbed my clammy hands on my jeans, tossing a reassuring glance at my daughter in the back seat. "Everything is fine, Half-Pint," I told her. "We just need to go check on Ellie."
"Daddy, I thought we were going to check on her at her apartment," Tegan asked and scratched the top of her nose.
"Well, she had to go to the hospital," I said.
"Why?"
Tegan blinked at me through the rearview mirror. "Because she's not feeling well right now."
"Does she have a tummy ache?"
I clutched the steering wheel harder and turned into the parking lot of the hospital. "Sort of."
"Maybe she just needs some toast," Tegan said. "That's what you give me when I have a tummy ache."
I smiled at my daughter, my heart hurting but touched by her innocence. "That would be a good idea, Half-Pint." After parking the car, I helped Tegan out of her car seat and guided her inside the main lobby of the hospital. Danny had told me on the phone which room Ellie occupied while she was waiting for news about the baby. Fuck it all. She was bleeding. After I'd been such a dick to her. My pulse drummed through my ears. My hand kept slipping out of little Tegan's grasp. Come on, sweetheart, I urged, trying to sympathize that her legs were much shorter than mine, and she couldn't cover as much ground as I could. We have to hurry.
Daddy!
Tegan peered up at me with a troubled frown. Yes?
Is Ellie going to die?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. No, of course not, Half-Pint, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. She's just getting a checkup. It was a little white lie. Of course, I couldn't exactly explain the magnitude of the situation to a 5-year-old. She wouldn't understand even if I tried. Not that I wanted to add that to her list of worries anyway. As soon as I reached the room, I skidded to a halt in front of it, relieved to see Danny already waiting for me in the hallway. Hi, I said, out of breath and wiping the perspiration from my forehead. I came as fast as I could. I glanced down at Tegan and pressed my palm to her shoulder. Tegan squinted at Danny.
Hi.
Danny offered a friendly smile and waved to Tegan. Tegan buried her head into my thigh and gave a tiny wave to Ellie's friend. She's in there? I pointed to the room. Danny nodded.
Yes, with Brina. I was waiting out here to meet you when you got here. You can go on in. Brina will come out when you go in to give you guys some privacy.
Danny leaned forward and placed her hands on her knees, smiling at Tegan.
Hi, Tegan. I'm Ellie's friend, Danny. Do you like snacks?
Tegan removed her head from the fold of my jeans and nodded. Danny lifted her gaze to me.
Dad, do you care if I take Miss Tegan here and splurge on junk food from the vending machine?
I smiled weakly. Not at all.
Come on. I'll tell you a story about how my cat got stuck in the crack between my bed and the wall, and I had to call the fire department to get her out.
Really? Tegan's face brightened. Danny nodded with enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah, it was a whole big thing.
She paused and smiled.
No more cat treats for that big old beast of a lady.
Tegan let out a belly laugh.
Thank you, I mouthed to Danny.
She nodded and mouthed,
no problem,
back to me. Danny escorted her as if they were old friends, hand in hand, in the direction of the nearest vending machine in the waiting room. My nerves electrified through my body in hammering jolts as I opened the door to room 337. As soon as I stepped inside, my eyes found Ellie. My heart constricted as I saw her lying in bed, her face stark white. She recoiled as soon as she saw me enter the room. She looked so small and frail sitting there in a huge hospital gown. Her legs were covered in a white hospital sheet. Hi, I said, glancing between Brina and Ellie. An invisible tension hung over the room.
Hi,
Ellie's voice squeaked.
I'll go see what Danny is up to out there,
Brina said, pointing to the door and letting herself out. I approached the bed. Ellie's eyes turned red and pooled with tears. Ellie, I'm so sorry for everything. I got scared when you told me you were pregnant, and I panicked. I freaked out, and I acted like a dick to you. I know you would never lie to me about being infertile. Please forgive me. As soon as I confessed, Ellie's shoulders collapsed. She sniffled and released a huge sob. She wiped her wet cheeks with the back of her hand.
I was afraid I'd never see you again, Weston.
Her voice was low and shaky.
Well, except at the gala.
You were planning on going to the gala tonight? After you moved out? She nodded.
I couldn't let Tegan down.
I stared at her, shaking my head in amazement. That makes me love you even more than I did before, and I didn't think that was possible. She blinked up at me, staring at me with her mouth open for a long moment. Finally, she spoke, barely above a whisper.
Did you just say you love me?
Yes, Ellie, I love you. I love you so much, and I'm such a fool for not telling you sooner.
My stupid pride got in the way. That and my fear of rejection. I'm sorry I let that come between us. I took her hand. It was cold, but soft. I squeezed it, wanting her to feel all the love and support I needed to express to her. I couldn't find the words that would ever be enough to fill the ache in her heart. I love you too, Weston. Her eyes were large and watery, so innocent and beautiful. And I'm sorry as well. You don't have anything to be sorry for, I said. I acted like a jerk. Her mouth twisted into a chagrined expression. I shouldn't have hidden such a big secret from you. I understand why you did it, I said. You had reason to be wary of my reaction, clearly. I acted like the biggest ass of all time. That made her smile, and she tried to laugh, but grimaced instead. Are you in pain? I asked. Some cramping. Her eyebrows knitted with worry. I'm scared, Weston. I know you don't want the baby, but I do. I love the little peanut, and I'm so scared. I stroked her hand as I cradled it. Just try to rest. The ultrasound tech should be here in a minute, she explained. Then the doctor will come in and talk to us. I inhaled as much courage as possible. Okay. I'll be here when they come in. Our eyes met. I just want you to know that I'm here with you every step of the way. I'm going to support you and this baby, no matter what. You will? I will. I promise, okay? She nodded. Color returned to her cheeks. Thank you. I can't explain to you how much that means to me. I just want you to be comfortable and feel safe with me. I should never have treated you like I did. You don't have to apologize anymore. Her smile was genuine but tired. Water under the bridge. I brushed the hair off her cheek and kissed her forehead. The ultrasound technician entered the room a moment later, wearing a chipper smile. She switched on a computer monitor attached to the wall and turned on a box on a rolling table beside her. I'm Sarah, and I'll be performing the ultrasound. She moved the wand over Ellie's belly, and the screen turned from black to fuzzy gray and white. Inside a black circle was a tiny, swimming little baby that looked like a chicken nugget or a peanut. That's it, I announced with excitement, pointing at the screen. That's the baby. Ellie's eyebrows lifted, and she stared at me in surprise while Sarah nodded, her grin growing wider. That's right, that's your baby. Ellie's forehead was still wrinkled with worry. She turned toward the tech. Is everything okay? She asked. Everything looks good, Sarah chimed. I'm measuring the heartbeat right now. Do you want to hear it? Yes, Ellie and I said in unison. The technician pressed a button on the screen, and the heartbeat sounded through the room. Ellie's shoulders instantly relaxed. She cupped her hand over her mouth, and tears rolled down her face as she began to weep with relief. I squeezed her arm and smiled. See? Everything sounds perfect. It is, Sarah agreed. Just as it should for a 7-week fetus. Ellie closed her eyes. Oh, God, thank you, she whispered. I closed my eyes as well, in silent gratitude. Ellie was safe, and the baby would be all right. I opened my eyes and met Ellie's. She held my gaze. I'll print some pictures for you to take home. Ellie, you are measuring right on track, and the baby's heartbeat sounds wonderful. The obstetrician, Dr. Rogerson, will be in to talk to you shortly. Thank you so much, Ellie sniffled. Sarah reached for a tissue and handed it to her, offering a sentimental smile. No problem. As soon as Sarah left the room, Ellie heaved a deep sigh. I feel so much better. Me too, I admitted, exhaling the breath I'd been holding. I smiled down at her and squeezed her hand. 7 weeks, huh? You must have gotten pregnant one of the very first times we had sex. Ellie laughed, drying her eyes. Yeah, I guess it didn't take long for you to knock me up. I stroked her hair and looked up at the image of the fetus on the screen. Another baby. A baby with Ellie. I grinned down at the gorgeous woman and placed my hand gently on her belly. A knock rapped on the door, and a moment later it cracked open. "Hello," a woman's voice declared. Then she entered the room, wearing a white lab coat and sporting bobbed silver hair and black-rimmed glasses. "I'm Dr. Rogerson," she introduced, shaking my hand first and then Ellie's. "How is Mom feeling?" She addressed Ellie with a concerned smile. "Relieved the baby's heartbeat is okay," Ellie said, "but still confused about the spotting." Dr. Rogerson sat down on the rolling chair with a laptop open in front of her. "I understand it's frightening to see bleeding, but everything checks out just fine with you and baby. Spotting in the early weeks is fairly common. In your case, it's nothing to worry about." "What caused it?" I asked. "Stress was most likely the culprit," Dr. Rogerson advised. Ellie's face drained of color again. Her eyes got huge, as if she suddenly realized something she knew all along but had been denying for a long time. Guilt cracked through me like a jackhammer to concrete. I'd been pushing her too hard and expecting too much of her. Worst of all, I'd made her feel like she wasn't valued or important enough. "Right." Ellie's chin pointed downward as she stared at her lap. "Stress. You might need to take it easy for a few days, but your baby looks great," Dr. Rogerson advised. Ellie lifted her head. "That's great news." She coiled her hands together. "I just have one more question, though." Dr. Rogerson closed her laptop and readjusted her glasses with her right hand. "Ask away." Ellie licked her lips. "I've had other doctors tell me in the past that I was infertile due to a bad car accident I was in 2 years ago. They told me that the scar tissue that formed from adhesions would make it impossible for me to conceive." "Well," Dr. Rogerson chuckled and placed a palm to her heart, "contrary to popular belief, doctors can be wrong sometimes. The doctor may have misinterpreted your pelvic imaging, or it's possible that your body healed from the trauma of the accident, at least enough to allow implantation of a fertilized egg." Ellie looked at me and then back at Dr. Rogerson. "I've been calling this my miracle baby." "That's a safe assumption." Dr. Rogerson placed the laptop on the table and put her hands in her lap. "Scar tissue and adhesions can sometimes partially heal on their own. It's rare, but it has been known to happen. In your case, this is likely what occurred. Once the scar tissue resolved, function was restored to the reproductive organs. In any case, you should be able to have a normal pregnancy. You and the baby get a clean bill of health." Ellie's cheeks flushed with pink, and her eyes glistened with tears again. "I can't tell you how thrilled I am to hear this news." "Excellent." Dr. Rogerson's smile was genuine. "I'll have the nurse prepare your discharge papers. You should be good to go." "Thank you so much." Ellie sat up straight. "Can I get dressed in my normal clothes now?" "Absolutely." Once the doctor left the room, I sat on the edge of the bed and wrapped my arms around Ellie's slender body. I held her in my arms, allowing her to be vulnerable as she softly cried, her face buried into my shirt, her tears dampening it. I stroked her blonde hair. "Ellie, I'm so sorry for how I treated you. I know you said it was water under the bridge, but I want you to know that I'm 1,000% committed to not only you but to our baby too. I will do whatever it takes to protect you both. I want to be a family with you." She sniffled, but she kept her head down as she listened. "Tegan loves you so much," I continued. "In the car on the drive here, she asked me if you could be her new mommy. If that puts pressure on you, you don't have to deal with it right now. I'm just telling you because I want you to know how much you mean to both of us." Ellie softened like jelly in my arms. She peered up at me with a tender smile. I want a future with you and Tegan. She looked down and touched her stomach. And our new baby. I want that too, I said as I brushed my fingers through her hair. More than anything. As Ellie and I embraced, the door opened. Tegan poked her head in, followed by Danny. Hey, guys, Danny grinned. We just wanted to come say hi. Hi, Ellie waved, beckoning them in with an eager grin as we pulled away from each other. Why are you crying, Miss Ellie? Tegan asked. Does your stomach still hurt? My daddy can make you some toast. Everyone in the room laughed, including Ellie. That's a nice offer, sweetheart. I'm crying because I'm happy. Ellie brushed the tears off her face with her fingers and dabbed the tissue to her nose. Again? Tegan frowned. Yes, again. Ellie laughed and looked at me. Should I dance for you? To cheer you up? Tegan asked. Then, before anyone could respond, she began twirling around, dancing her number for the gala performance in the hospital room. Ellie and I clapped, along with Danny and Brina, who cheered and rooted her on. Tegan's face brightened at the welcomed attention, and she finished the performance. She held the final position with a smile as we all applauded. That's wonderful, Half-Pint, I said. Why don't we go to the gala so you can perform it for real in front of a bigger audience? Really? Ellie blinked at me and sniffled again. We're not too late? No, we can still make it, I said, but only if you're up for it. Ellie grinned. I am. She reached for my hand. 1,000%. Chapter 35. Weston. I helped Ellie into the passenger seat. Are you sure you're up to going to the gala? If not, we can always go home. I know I'm the one who suggested it, but if you're having second thoughts... Weston, she smiled, cutting me off. It's fine. She placed her slender fingers on the top of my wrist. Her eyes flashed with excitement. As long as the baby is okay, I'm okay. Good. I leaned in to kiss her. Tegan was doing twirls in the empty parking spot next to our car. Come here, Tegan. I waved my hand toward the car. It's time to go. Tegan stopped dancing and straightened her posture. Are we going to the gala? Yes, I said. Tegan jumped up and down. Yippee! I laughed. Come on, baby girl. Climb in your seat. We'll get you strapped in and we'll head on over there. We'll be fashionably late, Ellie laughed. I glanced down at my jeans and collared shirt. Well, I'm not sure about the fashion, but we'll be late for sure. It's okay. As I climbed into the driver's seat, the twinkle in Ellie's eyes returned. Better late than never, right? I grinned and cranked the engine with a press of a button. I had to lean in and kiss her one more time. Her lips were deliciously soft. That's right, baby. Is everything all right with Ellie? Josh asked, his face etched in worry as he waited for me by the entrance doors at the venue. I could tell he'd been pacing just moments before. I'd told him what had happened with the baby, but I'd asked him to keep it a secret for now. I would let Ellie decide when and how she wanted to make the pregnancy announcement. Yes, she's fine. I shook Josh's hand and gave him a brotherly pat on the back. They did an ultrasound. The baby looks great, and Ellie is healthy too. Josh's face flooded with relief. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm sorry we're late. It's no problem, Josh said, beaming. I held down the fort. I'll bet you did. I glanced down at my unpolished outfit, suddenly feeling unworthy of the cause and a little out of place in jeans standing next to Josh in his tux. I didn't have time to go home and change. Josh swiped his hand through the air with casual indifference. Nah, man, don't worry about it. Nobody will care. You're the superstar no matter what. I am? I take that to mean the launch was a success? I realized the launch had completely slipped from my mind the past few hours. Success is an understatement. He grinned and touched the back of his neck as he chuckled. We got 5 investors within the first hour. I haven't checked to see what count we're at now, but I'm sure the numbers have gone up. Wow. Ellie approached as Josh and I talked in the lobby. I turned to her. Did you hear that? Ellie's cheeks were high and poised with a grinning smile. That is excellent news. She met my gaze, and my heart slammed against my chest with a dizzying love for her. I'm so proud of you, Weston. She turned towards Josh. Congratulations to you as well, Josh. He cast her a slight bow. Thank you very much, madame. We're winning on all fronts tonight. We sure are, she agreed with a wholesome nod. Shall we go inside and make our rounds? I asked Ellie, and reached for her hand, proud to have her by my side and grounded by her soothing presence. We shall, she chirped. I gave Josh another slap on the back. I couldn't have done it without you, man. Nah, we were a team in this all the way, Josh said. I gave him a fist bump. Partners for life. Ellie turned her head toward the back seat and smiled like a mother gazing upon her beloved child. She's asleep. I chuckled and looked through the rearview mirror at Tegan. Her body was slumped over the headrest of her car seat. Her mouth hung wide open. She's catching flies, I joked. My dad used to say that whenever we fell asleep with our mouths hanging open like that. Ellie laughed. She's knocked out cold. She poured her heart and soul into that performance at the Gala tonight, I admitted. She sure did. Ellie's face lit up with pride as she cast Tegan a swooning smile. She is beyond adorable. She adores you too, I said, and reached across the middle console. I grazed her thigh with the tips of my fingers, holding the wheel with the other hand. I adore you. My fingers moved up to her stomach. And our baby. I'm so relieved that everything is out in the open now, Ellie said. She inhaled a deep breath and looked out the windshield. Her blonde hair looked golden under the street lamps that whirled past us. Your support is what's keeping me going. I'm ecstatic now, I admitted. I wish you'd told me sooner about the pregnancy, but I understand why you were hesitant. I laughed and shook my head. At the Gala, I had flashbacks to all the times I've told you that I never wanted to have more kids. No wonder you were scared to break the news. Ellie smiled. Well, it was scary to tell you, but that's what adulting is about, right? Doing things that make us uncomfortable. I know I could have done things differently. Do you forgive me? Water under the bridge. I grinned. She reached over and caressed the back of my neck. I promise to never keep a secret from you again. Same here. I promise to be open with my feelings. Deal. You want to know what's funny? What? Now that I've had time to process the news, I'm certain that I can't wait to have another child. I was terrified you'd lose the pregnancy when I got that call from Danny. I'm so glad you and the baby are safe, and I can't wait to welcome this new addition to our family. Me too. I took her hand in mine and squeezed. And the fact that I get to do it with you makes it all the better. She looked at me adoringly. I love you. I love you too. A few minutes later, we pulled into the driveway. I unlatched Tegan from her car seat. She let out a little squeak and a tired moan, yawned, and slung her arms over my neck. I'm tired, Daddy. I know you are, Half-Pint, I said. Her eyelids fluttered, but they were too heavy for her to keep open. I'm going to carry you up to your bed now. Ellie walked beside me up the stairs, the motion-activated nightlights switching on. She switched on the lamp beside Tegan's bed. I laid Tegan's head down on her pillow and kissed the top of her forehead. Her brown hair spilled over her pink pillow. Ellie stood at the end of Tegan's bed and removed her ballet slippers. Should we change her or leave her be? Leave her be, I whispered. It's been a long day for her, and I don't want to wake her. Ellie nodded, her eyes looking radiant under the soft lighting. I wanted to bask in her presence forever.
We were finally a family. I had to go through the storms of life to see the clearing on the other side, but the reward was so sweet, and so worth all the grueling late nights and the pain and suffering of my ex-wife leaving. Everything happened for a reason. Maybe Ellie and I were fated to meet. Who knew? I could get on board with it. Maybe I was a romantic at heart after all. Maybe time really did heal all wounds. Ellie had inspired me to change for the better. I wanted to be the best version for myself I could be. Not only for her, but for Tegan and our new baby, too.
I want to kiss her little cheek,
Ellie whispered. Go for it, I said. When Ellie leaned down, the sight of her kissing Tegan melted my heart. She was the mother figure that Tegan needed in her life. She was everything we both needed. She healed my deepest wounds, and I knew she did the same for Tegan. I switched off the lamp, and we held hands in the hallway, retiring to bed together. Tomorrow, we'll explain everything about you and me to Tegan. Ellie bit her lip.
Do you think she'll take the news well?
She asked if you could be her new mommy. I said with a chuckle. I think she'll be thrilled. I opened my bedroom door and let Ellie enter first. We'll never have to sleep apart again, I said as I closed the bedroom door. Ellie cut me a frisky smirk.
Well, maybe sometimes we can go down to the guest house.
She reached out and took my hands as she gave me a flirtatious grin.
You know, sometimes we might want the extra privacy.
I leaned down and kissed her. Her mouth tasted like coconut-flavored lip gloss. That sounds amazing, but for tonight, I want you to rest.
Will you cuddle me?
Ellie gazed up at me, her neck slender, her face partially in shadow. I'll hold you all night long, I promised, and brushed her hair off her neck.
Thank you,
Ellie whispered as we began to undress each other, not for sex this time, but so we would have nothing separating us. I slipped my hands around her waist as we climbed into bed together. Ellie pulled the covers up and shuddered. Are you cold? I asked.
A little, but with your warm arms wrapped around me, it's getting better.
I kissed the top of her head, and the scent of her lavender shampoo wafted through my nose. I cradled her closer. Are you tired?
Very,
she said, relaxing her body into my torso. She laid her head on my chest.
I could stay here forever.
I weaved my fingers through her silky hair. It's a nice way to fall asleep.
Always and forever,
Ellie said, her voice fatigued yet dreamy. When my eyelids became drowsy and eventually closed, I fell asleep knowing that everything would be different when I woke up with Ellie still wrapped in my arms. We wouldn't have to hide our love any longer. With the dawn of a new day, we would be a family. Ellie loved me just as much as I loved her. Sure, life came with its set of ups and downs, and I was sure I would still have to go through trials that made me stronger, but at least I would have Ellie by my side, my partner, my lover, my best friend. If soulmates existed, Ellie was mine, and I was hers.
Epilogue 1. Ellie. 8 months later. Was there anything more perfect than a sleeping baby? Definitely not. As I watched my beautiful 1-month-old son, Noah, nestled in the crook of my arms, my heart swelled. A sensation of powerful, healing joy swept over me like a wave, and I welcomed it. Being a mother to Noah was everything I'd hoped for and more. My phone played a soft lullaby as I walked the infant around his room, trying to get him to drift off to sleep. Living this dream life with Weston, Tegan, and Noah was far better than I could have ever expected. The victory of overcoming all my challenges made my present situation so much more incredible. My emotions took over as I swayed to the music to keep my baby boy pacified. The gentle dancing quieted him, and his eyes grew droopy and closed shut. The pact Weston and I made all those months ago came back to me, and I stifled a laugh. I now realized how useless it was to vow never to fall in love. Weston and I still weren't married, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the undying bond we shared. Now my heart was so full of love for Weston, Tegan, and this new bundle of joy that the earth wasn't big enough to contain it. I moved to the music, letting my emotions fuel my movements. When I turned around, I halted in my tracks, noticing that I was being watched. Weston stood in the doorway. One shoulder was propped against the doorframe. He wore a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms. One hand was tucked into the pocket of his khaki pants. A grin spread across his handsome face. Recognition flared in his steely blue eyes. As our eyes met, something clicked inside me. A bright and burning desire, a flame that could never be put out. It was exactly where I started nearly a year ago, when I was dancing alone in the studio, waiting for the late client who would change my life forever. The images and the sensations of nervous excitement buzzed through my head like a bumblebee hurtling toward a pollen-filled flower. My love for Weston overflowed at that moment. It was bliss. He tilted his head to the side, and his face became shrouded in a shadow, casting some mystery to his expression. He looked as gorgeous as he did the first time I met him. Since then, our love had grown and blossomed into something remarkable. I cherished and embraced this love every waking moment of my life. He entered the room with careful footsteps, so as not to startle Noah. I tiptoed to him, and we stood only inches apart. He linked his arms with mine and stroked them a moment before supporting Noah's weight and lifting the bundle of baby and blanket from my arms. "Gentle," I whispered.
"I've got him,"
Weston said, a permanent smile etched onto his face. He gazed down at his sleeping son with such adoration, it made me feel like my heart would explode inside my chest. He leaned down and pressed his forehead to mine.
"Hey, beautiful,"
he whispered. His breath tickled at my cheek.
"Hey, good job getting this little ham to sleep."
I grinned. "Thank you."
"You're becoming quite the expert on this mom stuff," he said. "You're really knocking it out of the park."
"I'm getting better every day," I admitted.
"Practice makes perfect."
I cupped my palm around my tiny baby's soft, delicate head. His head was round with only a few tufts of blonde hair. "He is the perfect one," I said.
"Indeed,"
he agreed. "We made this miracle together," I said.
"I'm proud of that."
"Me too." He kissed me, making my heart hammer. I parted my lips, completely receptive to the passion he ignited within me. I savored every tender touch, every tingle-inducing kiss. When I was with Weston and our children, I lived life in the present.
"You are so gorgeous,"
Weston said.
"You have that mom glow."
"I definitely have that mom figure," I joked. He frowned.
"You look beautiful to me."
"Even in this sweatshirt and leggings?"
"You could be wearing a paper bag, and I'd still think you were the sexiest woman alive."
I gave him a skeptical look.
"It's true, especially when you dance. I could watch you dance forever."
"That's how I know it was meant to be," I said, my sentimental side taking over.
"Forever and always,"
he whispered, rocking little Noah back and forth in his cradled arms. Then a seriousness washed over his complexion, and he gazed down at me with sheer admiration.
"All joking aside, you are even more radiant than before, Ellie. You need to give yourself more credit. You are a miracle, Mama."
"I will never take anything for granted," I agreed. "And thank you for saying these wonderful things to me."
"You'll never lack reassurance when it comes to me."
Oh, I know. You give me a big head, I teased. He put Noah gently in his crib, then turned to me.
I'd love to give you head for real.
He cut me a feisty grin. I have no idea what you're talking about, I whispered innocently. Maybe we should go to our room and you can show me what you mean. Then I looked up with surprise as a spirited 6-year-old skipped into the room.
Hey, Tegan,
Weston said, tossing me a guilty expression. She leaned over the crib to look at Noah, placing her little hands on either side of her cheeks.
Oh my gosh, he is the cutest little baby in the world.
Lucky he takes after you, I said. Tegan's blue eyes flashed with delight. Then she jumped for joy as she tuned into the music.
Can I show you my number for the urine recital? She asked.
I exchanged a smile with Weston. I would love nothing more than to see it, I said. Tegan began dancing around the room with quiet movements, careful not to wake the baby.
My teacher taught us this,
she whispered as she did an impressive spin.
Mia and Jessa say I'm the best at it.
That's wonderful, Half-Pint,
Weston said.
I'm thrilled you like your new school so much.
I'm having a blast,
Tegan said with a twirl and a bow.
Everyone is so nice there.
I was elated to see her happy at her new school, and I knew Weston was too. He put his arm around me, and we watched as she did another spin for us. As I stood in my baby's nursery, surrounded by so much love, I thanked my lucky stars. I had everything I'd hoped for. Sometimes happy endings weren't just the stuff of fables or fairy tales. Sometimes dreams really did come true.
Epilogue 2. Weston. 3 months later. Who's ready for scrambled eggs? I spun around with the pan in one hand and a spatula in the other, grinning at my family. Tegan shot up in her chair, sitting on her knees. Me! I'll give you some eggs when you sit properly in your chair, young lady, I teased. Tegan parked her rear in the seat. She clapped her hands against the surface of the breakfast nook. Pretty please, Daddy? Coming up, Half-Pint. I scooped a pile of eggs onto the spatula and dropped them onto her plate next to her syrup-drenched pancake. The morning sunlight splashed across the wooden breakfast table. A pair of blue jays cawed outside, perched on the wooden planks of the deck. Eat up. It's almost time to leave. I tousled the top of Tegan's head, careful not to mess up the pink bow Ellie had put in her hair that morning. I'm a hungry hippo. Tegan took a sip of her milk and grinned at me. Do I have a milk mustache? You sure do. Tegan laughed. Use your napkin, silly goose. I walked to the counter, where Ellie stood with Noah close to her chest in a sling and was generously drizzling syrup on her pancakes. She smiled and leaned into me. I kissed her forehead, then her lips, and stroked Noah's head. He kicked his chubby legs and smiled at me. What a handsome little guy, I exclaimed. Takes after his dear old dad, doesn't he? Daddy, that's bragging, Tegan said between bites of eggs. I laughed and turned to Ellie as she brought both our plates to the table. Do you have a lot of lessons today? Ellie taught private ballet lessons in the dance studio at the house. Just a couple, she said. Noah will be napping the whole time, most likely. But if he wakes up, no big deal. He's always a hit with my students. I chuckled. Martha will be here later in case you need help, right? Ellie nodded. Like clockwork. I gobbled my breakfast down quickly. Then I stood and opened the door to the fridge, plucking 2 lunchboxes off the shelf, one for me and one for Tegan. I can't wait for school, Tegan chirped. We're having cupcakes for Selena's birthday. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Ellie said before taking a bite of gooey pancake. Tegan was thriving at her new school. I was working regular hours at the office and coming home at a decent hour every evening. My app was soaring, and I basked in the success with not only my friends and colleagues, but with my family too.
Ellie chose to stay home with Noah and teach dance classes part-time, at least for the time being. She was driving her new car with confidence, though. Eventually, she wanted to take a teaching job at a dance studio in the city. Our long-term plans included another kid or two, maybe adoption or fostering. I was on board with the plan. "Bye, babe," I said as I kissed Ellie and Noah again. "Have a good day." "You too," she said. "Okay, Tegan, scoot," I said. Tegan took her empty plate to the sink and hugged Ellie goodbye. "Bye, Ellie. Love you." "Bye, Tegan. Love you too. Both of you." "I love you too." I smiled at Ellie one last time before I hurried Tegan out the door. Life was beautiful. There was just one thing missing. We hadn't even driven off the curb of the driveway when I glanced at Tegan in the rearview mirror. "Hey, Half-Pint, I have something I want to ask you." "What is it, Daddy?" Tegan's curious blue eyes met mine. "I think I want to marry Ellie." It was the first time I had admitted this aloud to anyone. I felt like Tegan was the one who deserved to know it first. Tegan began squealing and clapped her hands together. "Really, Daddy?" "Yes. I love her very much. I think it's time. I want to propose to her, and soon." "I already have a ring," I admitted. "Can I see it, Daddy?" Tegan asked. "I don't have it with me right now," I explained. "It's in a box at the top of my closet." "Is it sparkly?" "Very sparkly." "Will she find it?" "It's hidden in my closet underneath some sweaters." "I want to help you," Tegan said. "Please, Daddy, please, let me." I chuckled. Okay. How should I do it?" "Cupcakes!" Tegan exclaimed. "Cupcakes?" I arched an eyebrow. "Are you just saying that because you already have cupcakes on the brain?" "No." Tegan shook her head vigorously. "Put the ring in a cupcake and give it to her." "Would this be a prank?" I asked. "Yes, Daddy!" Tegan shouted. "Pranks are the best!" "How did you know to do something like that?" I asked, turning the wheel in the direction of her school. "I saw it on a YouTube video," Tegan explained. "Right," I nodded, straightening the wheel back out. "Of course, YouTube." "Please, can we do it, Daddy?" Tegan bounced up and down in her seat as far as her harness straps would let her. "Maybe," I said. "I'll think about it." It sounded creative enough, and Tegan was excited about it. Ellie would never suspect or be expecting it. My heart pounded with excitement. I parked and helped Tegan out of her car seat. "When we drive home this afternoon, we can plan all the details." "Promise?" Tegan's eyes were bright and big. "Promise." She hugged me goodbye and left the car, where her teacher led the students inside the building. I watched until she disappeared down the hallway, thankful that she was in good hands. The performing arts school not only helped her develop in ballet, but its academics program was top-notch too. Tegan was reading far beyond her grade level, and she was a whiz on the computer as well. The past year of therapy had helped her work through her issues with Rebecca's abandonment, and her behavior problems had pretty much resolved. Ellie's love and devotion certainly helped with that too. My little girl was doing better than she ever had. On the way to work, I thought about how lucky I was to have found Ellie, and how lucky we both were to have this miracle baby against the odds. I was thrilled that Tegan wanted to be part of the proposal. The two of them had formed a spectacular bond over the past year. I thought about that pact I'd made with Ellie, and how ridiculous it sounded now. Marriage was nothing to run away from, especially with her. Ellie deserved the world, and I planned on giving it to her. It was time to make our love official. "All right, Half-Pint, are you ready?" I asked, as I carried in half a dozen cupcakes to the house from the garage. "Tonight is the special night." "I'm ready, Daddy." Tegan pranced up the 4 wooden steps from the garage into the mudroom. "Ellie is going to say yes." "I sure hope so," I said, my stomach nervous with jitters. It was only a week after I'd sprung the idea to Tegan. I knew I had to propose soon. It was getting harder and harder for my 6-year-old to keep this secret. Doubts swirled around my head. After all, the pact to never get married had been Ellie's idea. We'd never discussed the idea of getting married since then, not even after little Noah was born. What if her previous failed engagement had scared her off from marriage forever? But deep down, I knew our love transcended all that. Besides, we'd already broken the first part of the pact. We'd fallen in love. I'd ordered the pastries that morning from a local bakery, asking the baker to put the diamond ring in one with purple frosting, Ellie's favorite color. I'd told Ellie the cupcakes were to celebrate Tegan's good grades at school for this quarter, and she'd bought the excuse. When the big moment arrived after dinner, Ellie sat next to me at the table. Her cupcake waited on a plate in front of her. Tegan sat opposite us in her usual seat. Noah was in the kitchen with us, nestled in his baby swing, which rocked him gently back and forth. A tender lullaby played from atop the swing's motor. "These look delicious," Ellie proclaimed as she grabbed her chocolate cupcake. "Congratulations, Tegan, on a job well done at school." Tegan bit into her own treat, trying to go along with the ruse. My heart was in my throat as Ellie took a bite on the edge. I had to watch her closely to make sure she didn't swallow the ring. After her second small bite, I saw the ring poking out from its place in the center. "Keep eating!" Tegan shouted and clapped her hands. "I will," Ellie chuckled, still unaware we weren't celebrating Tegan's grades. When she brought the cupcake back up toward her lips a moment later, her eyes narrowed and flickered with curiosity. "Wait." She paused and scrutinized the center of the cake. "There's something here in the middle." She cut her sentence short with a gasp. Her eyes grew wide as she pulled the ring from the middle of the cupcake. I was already down on one knee when she turned to me. Her mouth hung open in surprise. She looked from the ring to me. "What?" Ellie's hand reached up to cover her mouth. Her eyes glistened with tears as realization dawned on her. "Ellie, my darling, I love you more than words could ever say. You are my bright star, my beautiful ballerina, the mother of my son, and an incredible mother to Tegan. We would be nothing without you. You bring so much joy to our lives." I paused as I searched her face and saw her eyes fill with love. "Will you do me the honor of being my wife?" I asked. Ellie's hand dropped to her lap, and tears of joy rolled down her face. She nodded slowly at first, then faster. "Yes," she croaked. "Yes, Weston, I'll marry you. I love you." I reached my arms around her waist, lifted her up from the chair, and swung her around in a circle. Our lips met, and we kissed, happy and laughing. Tegan was at our legs, grasping at us and wanting to hug us too. I picked her up next and swung her around. I was on top of the world. Ellie wiped the ring clean with a napkin. I took it from her and placed it on her finger. "It's so gorgeous, and a perfect fit," she said in disbelief, holding her hand out to admire the diamond. "I had it custom made," I said. Ellie roped her arms around my neck and pulled me closer. "Thank you, Weston King. It's perfect." "It was my idea to put the ring in the cupcake," Tegan announced with pride. Ellie leaned down and cupped Tegan's chin in her hands, giving her a kiss on her forehead. "Thank you too, dear Tegan." "Were you surprised?" Tegan asked. "Extremely surprised." "Does this mean I get to call you Mommy now?" Tegan peered up at Ellie with a hopeful gaze flashing across her face. Ellie's eyes brimmed with fresh tears. "Yes, sweetheart." Ellie nodded and hugged our daughter close to her chest. "You can call me Mommy, forever and always. I wrapped them both in my arms and held them tight. A family we would be, connected through the fate of the universe. Ellie was right. Forever and always had a lovely ring to it, and I couldn't wait to see what blessings the future would bring to our lives. This concludes Bossy Single Dad by Crystal Monroe. Narrated by Luna Ray and Benjamin Sands. Copyright 2022 by Crystal Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Crystal Monroe and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.